Eagles. Eagles.
Welcome in, everybody, to the JAKIB Postgame Show. The Philadelphia Eagles survive and advance, and will take on the Washington Commanders next week for the NFC title game. What a game, Big Sills. That was one of the best football games I've ever watched. There's nothing like a snow game. That thing was back and forth. What an insane game, and the Philadelphia Eagles prevail on a big stop from the defense, as it has been all year, and they win 28-22 in this game. Big Sills, welcome into the postgame show, brother. Your first thoughts after watching that game unfold.
What an absolutely monstrous game by Jalen Carter and Saquon Barkley. I mean, those two guys were forces out there. And again, spotty play calling. I thought at the very end of the ball game by Kellen Moore. Throwing the ball, there was no reason. You had a guy who was averaging over 10 yards a carry. Why wouldn't you just continue to run the football, especially in a weather game like this? It just didn't seem to make sense on how they kept them in it. I mean, the Rams fought as hard as they could. And again, this is what we said that they had to do. Zander, they had to kind of overperform, which they did in the run game a bit. And I got to tell you, that front four and that front five with the linebackers, they had a way better football game than they did in week 12. I know Barkley got his, and there were big explosion plays. But I thought every time, Zander, that the Eagles got in third and long, I thought the pass rush of the Rams got home. Jalen Hurts took 5 sacks in the ball game. So, I mean, I thought every time they put him in third and long, I thought the Rams got the better of that sequence. And when the Eagles were able to run the football, they were getting high explosion plays when it came to running the football.
Sills, I'm taking the sacks and throwing them out the window. I'm taking the passing yards, I'm throwing them out the window. I'm taking the fumbles, I'm throwing them out the window. We're going to the NFC title game. That's a massive win for this Philadelphia Eagles team at home in a crazy back and forth game. Sills, let's recap the game a little bit. Go in through the first half was a wild one.
They kept them in it, though, Zander.
The second half, man, that's when the game really got insane, just back and forth. You know, you thought for sure the Eagles had the commanding lead when it was 28-4 or 28-15 at that point. Jake Elliott had 3 big kicks. I know he missed the 2-point afters, but just a crazy game. Saquon Barkley goes for 205 and 2 touchdowns in this game. I'm throwing everything out. It's a snow game. I don't care about sacks. I don't care about passing yards. I don't care about anything. You got the win. You survive and advance, Sills. And now we're going to host the Commanders next week in the NFC title game in Philly.
Once again, too, how the game played on and why the game was a back and forth is because, again, as I'll say, you know, the going back and forth in the passing. And I'm not even talking about Jalen. I'm talking about Kellen making a cognizant effort in throwing the ball. You kept the team that was inferior to you in the ball game, and they had one more time. Here's another opportunity for them to win the ball game, and you gave the Rams a chance to win the ball game. Again, you kept them in it. That game felt like, I don't know, every time I looked up, I couldn't believe the score was in one score opportunity. The Eagles just kept them in it. I mean, I think they made it a little bit harder on themselves in this ball game as they move on to the NFC title game. Look, like I said, dude, I'll give this. Saquon Barkley was an A+. Everyone around them, the play calling, I thought it was good. They don't have to play superstar football to be anything on that offense. All they need is that defense. And I'll tell you the story of if the Eagles win the Super Bowl in 2024, 2025, it'll be the story of the defense and Barkley on how this football team won, because that's exactly how you won that football game. And you were tougher, man. Remember what I said, Zander? You're going to have to prove to me you can stop that run. They couldn't again. Is it right? Am I right when I say this? Barkley had 500 yards rushing in 2 games against that Rams defense.
He had 255 in the first game and 205 today. So 460 yards, plus he had probably 50-plus passing. He probably had over 500 total yards. By the way, can I just push back on you on one thing? Sure. I mean, so it's a playoff snow game. Okay. I mean, look, I don't think Kellen made all great calls, but what are you expecting it to be pretty? It's a football.
No, I didn't want it pretty. I wanted them to run the football. No, I wanted him to run the football and kill the clock because they were dominating. Quite frankly, are you really going to try to throw the football when you got a running back that is averaging, okay, over 20 yards, almost 20 yards a carry, and you're going to fucking throw the ball to keep the game close? Sorry, man. Not me. You're dominating.
The one call I hated was the call.
Why would you go and stop the clock? I disagree. All right, good. All right.
Well, no, I was saying the one play I hated was the timing, when he took a safety. I mean, you have a 5-step drop at the 5-yard line.
I think he got banged up there, though, Zander. I think it was tough for him.
The knee was definitely a problem.
Yeah, he got banged up a little bit, I thought, in there. Get this, Zander. The Eagles were averaging 8.4 yards a carry. Run that fucking ball down their throat, man. Run that ball down their throat. The Rams have shown no way that they could have stopped that. The only thing that I said is, again, stopping the clock like that and giving them possessions, that's what that possession resulted to at the end of the game. By the way, like you said, Zander, you're on to the NFC title game. I thought you just made that game a little bit tougher for yourself to move on to that game. It's a great win, no question. You're in a conference championship for the second time in 3 years against an opponent. Once again, you're better than. Let's keep it going here. Let's see how they perform against this kid. This kid's going to be better. I don't think the Eagles will not be the underdog, obviously, in that game. They'll be favored by 1 in that football game. There's no reason, like I tweeted out last night, there's not a chance. I don't think the Eagles are not in New Orleans.
Well, listen, I do think when you could talk about that NFC title game next week, you're going to need Kellen Moore to call a better game than he called today. But the only thing I push back on is, I mean, Saquon did have 26 carries. I do think it was a 30-plus game with the way he was running the ball. 26 carries and 205. I mean, you already said it. You're averaging 8 yards a carry. But, I thought the Eagles made plays when they needed to make plays. Obviously, you lost Quinyon Mitchell in that game. So let's talk about the defense a little bit. Everybody's talking about a great defensive performance. It was, no doubt about it. And they created some big turnovers. Jalen Carter made huge plays, but they did give up 402 yards in the snow. And Matthew Stafford did move the ball when he needed to move the ball. They had a chance there at the end of the game. Man, my heart's still racing from watching that game, man, at the end. How about that Puka Nacua catch down the sideline? I thought for sure
that I thought he was out of bounds. I
know, and he got the feet in. I mean, just crazy the way that whole game unfolded. Like I said, I'm still winding down from it, but crazy stuff, man. What'd you see from the defense side? I thought Oren Burks made a couple of good plays, got his hands up. Jalen Carter continues to wreck games, and Zach Bond. I mean, Zach Bond just continues to prove his value to this football team. They're going to get him signed this offseason.
How about this too, man? Jalen Hunt showing some pressure. Him getting back there, the project kid, the way they set the edge on the defense, Burks with 10 tackles in the ball game, or 6 or 7 tackles, I think, in the ball game. I mean, filling in just great for him. Made some big plays himself. Bond was there. The loss of Q, I'll tell you what, now, if it's significant enough where you don't have him in the NFC Championship game, that means you're going to be without Nakobe Dean and Quinyon Mitchell in that game against Washington. That might be something for next week as we sit around and prepare for that Commanders game. But that's something moving forward. I thought Isaiah Rodgers got a little bit exposed back there in the secondary a couple times. Let's not forget here, man. In the snow, like you said, Zander, Matthew Stafford threw the ball for 320 yards in the game, and he had 2 touchdowns in the ball game. I mean, he was 26 of 44, and he had to throw that many times. I said at the beginning of the show, the pregame show, I said that you're going to see Hurts at around 160 yards and potentially 45 yards rushing. Well, he had 128 yards passing, and he had a huge 70 yards in running the football, and he ended up getting a touchdown in there. That's an efficient game for him, man. I thought, like you said, in the weather, the way it was, they didn't go high percentage turnover opportunities with the passing attempts. They kept it around 20. Okay. So again, it wasn't high volume. I thought it was just situationally that I would have thought, again, a little bit different in the game plan. I thought they sacked them 5 times. They sacked them 7 times in the ball game. And the defensive front, when they were able to get the Eagles in 3rd and long, I thought they beat the Eagle offensive line in pass protection. I thought Jordan Mailata had a tough day against Jared Verse. I thought Jared Verse had a great day on him today.
I will tip my cap to him. All right. You say that about Philly fans. You come in here with billboards and everything and the like, and you show up. I mean, he almost stepped in. I think it was John McMullen who tweeted out, he's embracing the villain like a WWE superstar. And he did. You got to give him credit. You got to tip your cap to him.
You know what my wife said watching it? My wife goes like this. That's somebody Philly fans could probably really wrap their arms around. Yeah. He's somebody like that walks in there.
That's a future Eagle right there. So
it shows up, and you know what? He plays hard, and you're like this. Hey, you're an asshole, but really a good game by you. Whatever. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's the kind of game you look at a guy and you give him his kudos.
Yeah, so this really had the makings of a classic. I know you can analyze the games and the drives and the players, and the one guy I'll talk about is AJ Brown. I'm going to get your take on him, obviously, but this was just one of those games, dude. You didn't know which way the ball was going to bounce. Kyron Williams put the ball on the ground twice. I mean, it was or Matt Stafford, excuse me, the other fumble, but just a crazy game. It was unbelievable watching it unfold with the snow coming down and the way that the second half went. I thought for sure the game was over when Saquon Barkley broke that 72-yard touchdown run. I'm like, oh, that's ball game. And then there come the Rams right back down the field to get into the end zone, and then the Eagles go 3 and out. See, that's where I agree with you with Kellen Moore. Like, you need one first down to end the game, and you have Jalen Hurts rolling around the back 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage on a second down call. I didn't understand that at all.
Then you got situationally a few times.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. I don't want to nitpick on it too much because you win the game, but you're right. You're definitely right about
situationally, again, I thought I thought the things the Eagles did, they kept them in it. You could see the Rams ran those stretch plays too to get a little bit of that run game going. Williams did end up with over 100 yards in the ball game, so they were able to get some type of play action. Stafford, again, he throws for 320 yards in the snow with no turnovers, which is freaking incredible on how well he played. I'll tell you who else played well. Gardner Johnson in run support. Yeah. I thought he really set the edge coming up on run support, kept a lot of people contained in the backfield. I thought he had a pretty good game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I agree 100%. What'd you make of Vic Fangio's game call? I thought, like I said, it's tough to analyze. The defense made some big plays, obviously came up with some turnovers. They continue to be the reason I think that this team wins football games. Not trying to take anything away from the guys on offense, but if you don't have this defense making some of the plays that they do, you're just not going to win some of these football games. And they continue to make plays. Just what you thought of Vic Fangio and what he did today. I know Matt Stafford, they had 402 total yards offense. So you can't say you shut them down, but you did create plays that you needed, positive plays for the defense, and you got out of there with a win.
And they had 5-3 a carry. They did a really nice job, I thought, at pass protection at times. But then late in the second half, I thought the Eagle defense showed up, and that's when they really started putting the pressure on them. And they had a better second half, the Eagle D-line, than in the first half. But, look, Stafford was 6 of 16 on third down. It's not horrible. They ran a total of 71 plays. They ran more than what the Eagles ran. And Eagles had 350 yards of total offense. And like you said, 402 for the Rams. They were able to move the ball. To me, it was one of those bend but don't break kind of performances that they ended up getting. And that's what you usually get, Zander, in a game like that, in a weather game. Because the one thing, you know what? You said something that was really great in the pregame show. And I think it really played out. The snow, I think, neutralized a lot of the skill set people that the Eagles had. And I think that benefited the Rams. And I think that kept the Rams. That was that one thing you were looking for that could be kind of like an equalizer.
The Rams were the team that needed something like that.
And the Rams benefited more from that than what the Eagle guys benefited. And that's what I think kept that game a little closer. And some of the situational stuff that I mentioned. But the weather helped the Rams, I thought, more so because in the passing game.
Yeah, especially in the first half, I thought it really gave the advantage to the Rams. I think the Eagles were able to take advantage of it a little bit in the second half with the way they they really got Saquon Barkley going. Dude, how about him? He is what an unbelievable football player he is. He had two massive touchdowns today. He's got now 4 touchdowns versus the Rams this year, and all of them sells are over 60 yards. This dude's the greatest running back to ever play in Philly. Is it fair to say that? I know you got great players, and I'm not trying to disrespect any of them. Brian Westbrook, Shady McCoy. There's been some unbelievable running backs that have been in the city of brotherly love. but this is the greatest single season without a doubt. And it might be the greatest running back to ever be in Philly. He could lead us to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but that's the greatest offensive line you've ever had.
Yeah, well, that's true. That helps.
Okay, so, if you give me that line with Westbrook or Shady, how
that's true. That's
and
scary.
wide receivers.
Yeah.
So I think it's relative. By the way, here, I'll say this to you. I did not think he was that good. And I got to tell you, when he broke into the open, I cannot stop thinking about the New York Giants and everybody saying it was in the best interest that they moved. How do you move off of that with consistently getting 120 to 200-yard games every freaking game? He has been the most – you know what? Let's do this, Zander. Of all NFL football players this year, I have not seen a game really where that guy has been stopped. He has just been one of the most unstoppable and matters to you winning. You could make the argument, Jamar Chase. Look at all the yards, Sil. Yeah, where are they? You're winning games because of this guy, and he's not a quarterback. Boy, I'll tell you, the most valuable player or the most valuable person to their team, man, you take Barkley off that Eagle team, there is no way you're going to New Orleans.
No doubt about it. So, real quick, just to say, I know this game had a lot of different variables, and I understand that. And we appreciate all the people checking in. Look at A-Team. A-Team, thank you, brother. $50 super chat. We appreciate all super chats, and we're going to get to them. In fact, we're going to do it a little different on this post-game show. We're going to get to your super chats a little bit early. So if you're in the chat and you want to be in the conversation, we will get to you guys in a little bit. So appreciate all of you guys. Don't forget to hit that like button. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to the NFC title game, and better yet, we're hosting the NFC title game. Thanks to the Commanders who knocked off the Detroit Lions last night. Crazy weekend of football and a big game tonight to close up the other team in the AFC here. Sills, if the Eagles play like this next week, what do you think that looks like?
I think Washington has a better roster than the Rams do. I think the Rams have a younger roster, especially on the side, than what the Washington Commanders do. I think the quarterback gives you more versatility because Stafford took off one time and almost got its ribs busted. That's not going to be the case here with Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels opens the playbook more and a little bit more. Plus, it's common opponent. So that means that they know what you're going to do. You know what we're going to do. So again, I think that game is setting up for a pretty close football game. Do we not agree the last 2 years, 3 years, that game has always been close? No matter who's quarterbacking it, they're not blowout games. The blowout games are the Giant games. The blowout games are not the Washington Commander games. So the Commanders seemingly always match up.
Yeah, you remember last year we went to overtime with them.
Philly.
Yeah. We went to overtime with them last year. They had Sam Howell as their quarterback. Now they got a difference maker at quarterback in Jaden Daniels. That's going to be a great game next week. What a beautiful thing, though, that we're going to host that game in the city of brotherly love. Advantage Eagles because of that. The crowd showed out today, man, in a crazy, crazy atmosphere. I'd love to see somebody in the chat that checked in, man. That was at the game today. It might not be in there yet, but we're looking forward to hearing from you guys when you do check in. So let's talk about A.J. Brown. All right. I don't want to crush him, but boy, a couple big drops in that game. Now, he did come up big on the 1 4th down. They ended up not getting in the end zone on that drive, but they did convert a field goal, so they got him closer with the 4th down. But just what you thought of A.J. Brown in this game. The first drop, it almost looked like he made a business decision. You could see it was over the middle of the field. There was 3 defenders there, didn't corral it. And then the next one, the deep shot down to the goal line, which really could have blew the game open in the first half. A.J. just couldn't corral it. And I thought that was a perfect throw by Jalen Hurts. Your thoughts on A.J. Brown in this game?
I think he's hurt. He's been playing banged up.
Playing more timid.
Business decisions. He just doesn't look right. And he has been on and off the injured list the entire 2 weeks now. There's been questions. John McMullen, even on Birds 365, didn't he say, hey, my concern's not Hurts. My concern is more A.J. Brown. And he was kind of concerned about it the whole time there. And, he just looks like he's not 100%, And I mean, and he's playing like he's not 100%. I mean, that's my takeaway when I'm watching him. It doesn't look the same getting out of the cuts. Now, again, it's kind of tough to gauge that when you're in the snow like that. So I just thought for me, he just looks a little bit timid, like he's nursing an injury.
Yeah, I think you're kind of seeing the same with Jalen. Obviously, he got banged up in that game. That was a tough looking tackle.
That was a tough tackle, man.
Yeah, and you could tell he changed after that a little bit. He wasn't, he got all 70 of those rushing yards pretty much before that tackle. So that was, that's going to be something to watch moving forward. If Jalen doesn't have the ability to, to open up the offense with those legs, that changes the way the Eagles can play. And that's definitely something to watch out for going forward. But just your thoughts on Jalen Hurts and what he did today, because I did think in that first half he had some big runs. Obviously the big 42-yard touchdown run was a big one, but he ended with 10 carries for 70 yards in the game. 7 carries, for 70 yards, so 10 yards a carry. Pretty good game, I thought, for Jalen Hurts.
Before I go into Jalen Hurts, man, I mean, Howie on the sidelines jumping up and down.
Oh, yeah, somebody tagged me in that.
Holy cow, man, this guy's the best cheerleader. Screw the cheerleader tryouts next February. Get the cheerleader tryouts and make sure Howie's out there. Oh, wait, he can't qualify because you have to be 6 feet to be an Eagle cheerleader. So
taking shots at Howie now. Come on, Howie's one guy that will be off limits from the hate on this show because he's assembled a tremendous roster this year. Come on, Sills.
He meant to make it look like this. Anyway, how do I look at Hurts playing? 15 of 20, 128. Saquon Barkley was the ball carrier in this ball game. Jalen's 70 yards and his 7 carries. He's instrumental in the run game. You have, without a doubt, the best tandem running backs of any team in the National Football League with Jalen Hurts and with Saquon Barkley. The 2 best running backs in the NFL are in Philadelphia, Saquon and Jalen. Absolutely, no question about it.
Last week I bought into your bullshit. This week I'm not buying into your bullshit. The snow is pouring down. If
the other guy threw for 320 yards in the snow.
Wait, so all right, no, that's Matthew Stafford. That's a Hall of Fame thrower. I mean, come on, you're not comparing Jalen Hurts to a Hall of Fame thrower here. Listen, I stepped outside though. I mean, this is not Sills. This is not that fuzzy, light, soft snow, man. This is that thick, heavy, wet snow, man. That slushy ass snow.
That's the kind of snow you build an igloo with.
Yeah, it is, man. So it was a crazy game today, man. And Matthew, look, you're right. Matthew Stafford had a good game in the air, and I thought Jalen again did what he needed to do. It was an Eagles win. Your defense made turnovers. Saquon Barkley ran all over the field. Jalen Hurts did what he needed to do, made a couple of throws, 15 to 20 and no turnovers. And the Eagles get out of there with a win. It was a very Eagle-esque win.
Right. You're not going to blow anyone out because you're just going to keep everyone kind of hanging around, but you're going to inflict your will and you're going to be efficient and you're not going to turn the ball over. I'll tell you this, there's no question, man.
How do you feel? We're heading to the NFC. Actually, we're hosting an NFC title game. You look, are you all right? I'm getting the sense you're not quite high energy Sills right now.
Oh, no. Wait. I'm still really great right now. What have you won? You want to see in the NFC Championship game?
I will say that was an exciting game, man.
Are you shocked? Are you shocked that game was closer?
No, I had a 1-score game. I predicted a 1-score game. I did not think that this was going to be a blowout. I said it to you on the pregame show. I believed the snow was almost.
That's why I'm disappointed because I was expecting a blowout and they kept that team in it. And I don't know, maybe Hey,
well, listen, don't you think that the snow really did act as the equalizer in that game? I mean, no receivers in that game could run routes cleanly on both sides of the ball. You could see it. They weren't getting out of their breaks. They weren't able to cut. They couldn't hold on to the ball. I mean, and shout out to my guy Flexen in the chat. He was on the halftime show, and he's like, watch out for this second half. Somebody's going to turn the ball over, and that's going to be a difference maker in the game. And you could clearly tell in that second half, man, Kyron Williams put the ball on the ground, and then Matthew Stafford and the Eagles took advantage of both of those big turnovers.
What an absolute critical fumble that Williams' fumble was, not only in the first game, but in the second game that they played too, that had the turnovers like that. I mean, bro, you can't turn the ball over like that, man. You just can't. 2 games, 2 turnovers like that.
Yeah.
As good as he is, they were critical turnovers too.
Yep, no doubt about it. Sills, how about Jalen Carter today, brother? How about Jalen? What a wrecker he is, man. Here's a stat for you real quick. Let me see if I can find that stat about Jalen Carter. Carter played 68 out of 70 snaps today. He was double teamed on 26 of his 49 pass rushes against the Rams. He forced a key 3rd down sack on the Rams' final drive, and then he forced a pressure on the 4th down to clinch the game. So shout out to John McMullen, right? He picked the Birds to win, and he picked Jalen Carter to make the game-changing play, and Jalen Carter did just that.
Absolutely, man. I'll tell you this too, bro. If I'm you, man, NFC title game and the Super Bowl are the 2 biggest games of the year, and you don't have a field goal kicker. I mean,
all right, I'm happy you went there. Let's talk about it.
You don't have a field goal kicker.
3 big kicks, though, in the snow and 2 shanked extra points. It's one of those performances you're like, how do I feel about it? He made 3 big kicks that I was pumped about, but he missed 2 extra points, and it's the reason the Rams had a chance late in the game.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel about him going into the NFC title game
and
Super Bowl?
I tweeted out, stop hating on my guy Elliott. 3 big kicks in the snow. By the way, that 37-yarder, man, that was not an easy kick to make, but 2 missed field goals. I guess you go into the NFC title game the same way you go into this game.
What?
Uncertain.
Hoping?
Uncertain, right? Shaky, a little bit shaky.
Listen to this. So you go into the game. Are you shaky about your defense?
No.
Are you shaky about your O-line?
No.
Are you shaky about your quarterback? I'm not. Are you shaky about your special teams? He's been the
same guy for the last 10 weeks.
I'm
a little shaky on special teams.
Special teams, right?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Let's read a couple super chats and see what the great people of JAKIB Nation have to say. Yo, clap it up, everybody. We got a grump on the show after the Eagles are going to the NFC title game. And Grumpy Sileo is not happy that the Birds are moving on, baby.
An absolute amazing ball game by Hurts. 128 passing yards and 70 rushing. Fantastic. He's even under his average of 100.
Wait a second, though. Another case of a 300-yard pass.
Another case where the quarterback doesn't have to do shit.
Another case of a 300-yard passer who loses the football game.
That's right. There you go, guys. This is kudos to you. He's trying to make it into hating. Your quarterback doesn't have to do shit. Don't turn the ball over. Throw the ball for 120 yards. You're going to win. Because Barkley's going to go for 200. Wait a minute. So Barkley had more yards than Hurts. Is that right?
Barkley is unbelievable, man. He is unfreaking believable. He had way more yards. Well, Hurts had 70 on the ground, so they're probably right around the same.
Jalen was a star in the he was a star in the run game. I thought he was great until he got hurt.
Barkley did have a lot. Barkley had 238 yards, 240 yards in this game, 205 on the ground and 27 in the air with 4 catches. So he had an insane game. Let's read the super chat here. Jason 18, thank you, brother. $50 super chat here. We're going to check in with the fans now. So check in on the conversation after a big win, and we will host the Commanders for the title. Sills, if you told me at the start of the year you're going to host the Commanders for the NFC title game, I would have told you you're batshit insane, and that's what's happening. So we got a crazy game coming up next week. Extra day of rest.
For all of you over there, Big Sills did say this Commander team was going to be formidable. I picked them to win the East, okay? And I may be wrong, but they get this. How about this, though? They may win the NFC. If Quinyon Mitchell and N'Kobe are out for this game, you don't think that's a factor in the game?
That's a factor. Eagles are going to win.
All right.
Next man up mentality, man. What do you want me to sit here and cry like a wimp?
Isaiah and Honorin. All right.
Well, did you see they benched Isaiah for a little bit and went to Keely Ringo, which I thought was a good move. He's more physical player. I liked him in that type of matchup. I saw that. So, Jason 18 checks in. What a game. Not surprised we didn't see Trotter Jr. I'm worried about Jalen's injury. He was limping hard after that interview. 2 more wins, man. Best NFC championship in my lifetime. We need a win this year for this O-line. They need recognition. 18, the NFC championship didn't happen yet, but that might have been the best divisional round football game I've ever watched in my life. I mean, we were a part of it, so it makes it all the more fun, but holy mackerel, man, that was a crazy freaking game.
And didn't the snow add to it too, man?
Yeah.
I mean, the snow adds to it too, right?
It just makes it iconic. It really does. It makes it this own unique feel where the games have a mind of their
I'm
own.
gonna tell you something here before you move on to another super. Here, the Eagles will have the best roster in the NFC title game and in the Super Bowl, no matter who they play.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree 100%. You got 3 teams left in the AFC. You got the Chiefs, the Bills, or the Ravens. I think the Eagles have a better roster than all 3 of those teams.
Yes,
and the Commanders. Obviously, I think they're have a much better roster than them.
I completely agree.
Yep.
Okay,
Man, crazy game. I'm still winding down from watching that game. My heart was beating like a million miles a minute, man. Crazy. Let's get to Jason 18 again, who dropped a $20 super chat. 18, appreciate you.
How you doing?
There it is. I love the show. What a game. Barkley MVP. Hurts is hurt pretty bad, obviously, but the dude is a warrior. Hurts had a great game, I think. I'm with you, 18. He made the plays he needed to make.
Had a great game.
The sacks. Whole team just beat up, though. 2 more motherfucking wins, baby. Elite. Let's go, A-Team. I love it, brother.
Great. He had a great game, you said?
I think he had a great game.
Hurts had a great game.
He had a great game.
Okay.
Sills, there's one stat that matters this time of the year.
I'm not debating that because I think he was efficient.
There's one
stat
that matters.
The guy who starred is the guy with 205. The other guy was okay.
I mean,
that's
been the story all year. Jalen Hurts won the game.
Right.
No turnovers in a snow game.
Correct.
I mean,
okay.
Come on. You got to tip the cap. I'm tipping the cap.
You
don't have to tip
the cap because of him. They didn't win the game because of that guy.
Look at Gary. Gary, are you Sileo-ized? Gary is Sileo-ized.
They won the game because of the Penn State kid, not because of that Bama kid.
Well, Oklahoma kid now.
Okay, Oklahoma kid. You're right. The last
That's what he calls himself. What do you want me to say?
No, I got you. I hear you.
Bearded Willie checks in. We are winning despite our quarterback.
Now,
Hurts killed him with sacks tonight and holding the ball. We almost lost because of that late game sack he took. Most teams are winning because of the quarterback, but we are overcoming ours.
He didn't suck in the game. He didn't suck. Okay. And he did his job.
15 of 20 for 128 with 70 yards on the ground.
I know. He's great. Hey. Dual threat. He was dual threat today. Hey, dude. That's what was more important in your opinion today, the 128 passing yards or the 71 rushing yards?
Clearly, the 70 rushing yards. That touchdown was huge, man. That touchdown was huge.
Yep.
There's no doubt he's got the threat with those legs.
You know what? I'll make a point to you, Zander. He's one of the better quarterbacks I've ever seen. That's a running quarterback that can throw it. I mean, guys don't throw like that and are like that. Same with the guy in Baltimore.
Jaden Daniels would make a word.
Okay, wait. I forgot the new kid. Wait, I forgot the new kid. I forgot. All right.
I mean, good night. I watched that kid launch a couple downfield last night. That kid can freaking play, man. Flat out play. Khaled checks in. How about that effing defense, Big Sill? The no-holes defense, Big Sills.
Gave up 405 yards in offense today.
Yeah, but how many takeaways did we have? Did
you have 3?
3 takeaways, I think, right?
What, 3 or 4, didn't you?
2 fumbles lost. No, we had 2 takeaways. Two takeaways and the big 4th down stop, obviously, late in the game.
And plus, I thought they really got going in that 4th quarter. They started getting pressure on Stafford. You know what, too? What drove me crazy with Stafford? Why the frig are you holding up? Throw the ball away. Don't take those massive sacks. He hurt them a bunch of series, man, with those sacks. By hanging on to it and not throwing it away.
Michael Robinson checks in. We're going to talk to John McMullen, by the way, who's live from Lincoln Financial. He was present for that snow game, baby. So we will see what Johnny Mack has to say when he joins the show in a little bit. Appreciate everybody being here. Don't forget to hit that like button for us. NFC title game in Philly, Big Sills. I'm ready to rock, baby. Michael Robinson says, now arrives the game that Jalen has to win with his arm. The knee injury is a blessing in disguise. Time to shut the critics up and cement his name in Eagles history. I don't believe he has to win next week with his arm. I'm sorry. I don't agree.
I don't either. I don't believe he has to win any game the rest of the year with his arm because of what you're doing. Barkley has shown you one thing. He's not out of gas. You know, you thought that – think about this. 340 carries. Now you add 26 more. This guy has had 366 carries, over 400 touches. Does that guy look tired to you? Boy, he doesn't look it to me. He's running away from people. This guy had 400 touches, Zander. That's unbelievable. And you got to give it to the Eagles on how they're keeping him fresh too by not practicing him during the week. I mean, they're just rolling him out there. He's never had more than 293 carries in any year. He's now at 366.
Another 30 today. He had 26 carries and 4 catches in the game. So good stuff there. Let's keep rolling here on Super Chats. Appreciate everybody checking in right now on the show. It's the voice of the fan checking in. Jason A-Team. Injuries to AJ and Hurts' knee is serious and would make this run so much more epic if we complete the mission. What a year it's been. Jacob killing it. I love snowstorms. What a day. Jason, I can tell you're a classic Eagle fan right now who's all jacked up on a crazy up and down snow game where your heart's going crazy. One minute you think you're going to win. The next minute you think you're going to lose. I mean, people are DMing me. We're going to lose. We're going to win. We're going to lose. It's back and forth all game. Just a crazy game, Big Sales.
Absolutely. And you go into this NFC Championship game with this on the docket now. I think AJ's banged up. I think Hurts is banged up. You don't have N'Kobe. You may not have, let's just put 50-50 on Q.
I think it might be less than that, by the way.
Okay. Well, I don't want to play doctor here. I just want to, until we hear it.
Yeah, so you're right.
Okay. Fuck, the only guy not injured is Saquon Barkley, which is insane. So you're going to go into
the offensive line.
And the offensive, you're going to go into that
5 for 5 healthy.
You're going to go into that football game with some question marks at some key positions against Washington. Not saying Washington, because I think they got a guard hurt in that game up in the divisional game against Detroit. I think they lost an offensive lineman potentially, and he may not be able to go this weekend. So this is going to be interesting to see how Jalen Hurts and everybody rolls into this game, what kind of health they have.
Good stuff there. Chris Scott checks in. Sills is right. We passed too many times, made a lot of mistakes, and still won. Chris, I do feel like I feel like Sills is right where you should have probably ran it more. Even with Gainwell. Gainwell was running the ball well. But he only had 1 carry. Yeah. I mean, there was a couple touches he had, Gainwell, where he was picking up yards.
That's my bitch, Zander. It's just a couple passes in there that you could have burned more time, and you were killing them at 7 yards a carry. They couldn't stop it, and you got away from it. There's no reason to get away. If you're punching the guy in the face and he can't duck, fuck him. Keep hitting him in the head.
Especially when there's snow falling like that, and you're in that type of a game. See, that's one of those games where, AJ, you're going to have to be good with not getting the ball. Devontae, you're going to have to be good with not getting the ball, and just run the rock.
What'd you make of Slay's play?
I think he steps up when you need him to step up. I think there was a couple times that he got beat where Matthew Stafford was late with the ball. Very uncharacteristic for Matthew Stafford to be late, but overall, I think he had a great game, man. He continues to lock guys down in coverage and make it really hard for a receiver. If they do make a catch, Sills, it's a tough catch. That throw down the field at the end of the game was really just a better catch than it was a mismatch in coverage. But I thought he had a good game, man. I think he continues to play well at his age.
You know who gives him the benefit of the doubt of the refs?
I'm
saying it's a good thing because he's built the equity up where he gets the benefit of some. I thought he played exceptional. I thought he really was great in coverage in the snow. I mean, you know how hard it is to go backwards and then make a cut, and you've got to stick with the guy. I thought Darius Slay, that was maybe one of the better games I've seen him play in a month and a half.
Yeah,
he's pretty really good, man. That was a really good football game he played.
Yeah, the whole defense is really stepping up and having a good. Is that the say it with me, Sills?
The 405 defense.
It's not the
400 yards in offense defense.
The Lindbergh
cheese defense.
It's not the Lindbergh cheese. It's the no holes defense, baby. Showing up and showing out for this football team. Great stuff, everybody. We appreciate you all checking in. We'll get the more.
Let's do a fantasy here for a second before you move on.
Hit me.
If this Eagle team wins the Super Bowl, will it be the greatest football team in the Eagle era of the Super Bowl era? If they win this Super Bowl and go, let's see, they're now 17, 18, and 3. or 17-3?
No, they'd be 18. You're right if they won the Super Bowl.
Okay,
They're
so they'd be
16.
18-3. Would this be better than the 04 team, the 17 team, the 22 team? Would this be better than any Eagle team in the history of – up at this, let's just do this. Let's match it up against the 17 team.
Yeah, 17
Would this be the better run? Would this be the better run, and would this be the best team of all time during the Super Bowl era if they're able to win it?
I think it's close. 17's got to be the one that's the closest. You know, you had Godfather and you asked him that question, and I thought he had a really good answer. He's like, you don't have – that 17 team, the thing with that 17 team is you had so much depth on that defensive line. You were getting the same level of pass rush on third down or you know, with your second player and third player as you were with your first player. Remember, you had Chris Long, you had all those dudes on that pass rush there. So I think
your quarterback carried you.
And isn't there something special about the first? You know what they say, Sills? You always remember your first, right? I mean, come on, man. The first one, I think you got to go 17, but does Jalen Hurts make this one? Is he the reason that you're not going to give the credit to the, or you're going to give 17 the edge over 24?
As a matter of fact, who said that I didn't say it wouldn't be?
I didn't. I'm assuming. I'm asking you.
I think that this team, if they win it, it solidifies the last 3 years. And that 17 team didn't have a run like this. They didn't. What was the record the following year? 9-7?
Yeah.
Or 10-6?
And then we went 4-10, right? Yep.
Okay. Right? After 17.
Did we go back-to-back 9-7 after the Super Bowl and then go 4-10? I forget exactly how it played out, but yeah, you're right.
I thought you won the Super Bowl, then you went to the playoffs, you went to the divisional round the following year against New Orleans, and you got beat by New Orleans.
Yep.
That was either a 10-6 team in 2018, or that was a 9-7 team. And then 2 years later, you'd have a 4-11 team. This team has done this. They went 9-8, then they turned around and went 14-3. Then they went 11-6, and then they went 14-3 again. I mean, then you win the Super Bowl. You'd have to say that this run here might be the greatest run the Eagles have ever had in a 5-year span.
I think this is certainly the best stretch of football.
And then you start doing this. In the last 7 years, the Eagles would have gone to 3 Super Bowls and won 2 of them. That's not bad, dog.
So you're going to give the edge to the 24 team if they close the deal.
Yeah, because the O-line is better than 17's O-line. You had backups in there, and I get the coaching was superior than it is right now than what you had in 2017 because it was better. But these guys may solidify themselves if they win it as well. I mean, Moore's going to go on and most likely be the Dallas Cowboys head football coach. So, I mean, you're going to see some guys getting job opportunities here, and what you get is this team coming back next year. There's really nobody except on the defensive side that you're going to have questions on that offense who's not coming back. It's going to be more the defensive side of the football that you're going to have to deal with. Milton, Zach Bond, Isaiah Rodgers. You're going to have to deal with that, what you're going to do with Sweat, what you're going to do with Huff. Where's he fit in the picture? Does Jalix Hunt and Nolan – by the way, Nolan Smith –
So we're going to the NFC title game. You're not going to make me think about Bryce Huff right now, are you?
Nolan Smith had a heck of a ball game today.
Yes, he did. How about the Georgia boys, man? They all stepped up again. Yep. Nolan Smith forces a fumble and Jalen Carter forces a fumble in that game. So just incredible work by those two guys. Good stuff there. We're going to get to all the super chats. Miguel, I see you, brother. We will get to your super chat. We appreciate each and every one of you. So Sileo is now saying that if the Eagles can finish the job, that Jalen Hurts will have led the Eagles to the greatest stretch of football in Eagles history.
Saying that Saquon Barkley, remember, he's a caboose.
He wasn't here in 22, though.
No, he wasn't.
But he went back a couple years.
This 2014, Hurts is a caboose, okay? And the engine is 26.
All right, I want to show you something. This team. I want to show you something because there's one other engine, all right? I want to show you one thing real quick. All right.
Caboose.
We're going to be giving away this on the channel this week. The greatness of Zach Bond, baby. We're giving away a Zach Bond jersey on the channel. I had to get it, Sills, because the guy's an all-pro, first-team all-pro, and he delivers again in the freaking playoffs, man.
Dude, he's a great football player.
He's a
My
great
God
player,
Almighty.
dude.
Hey, can you
The
imagine?
Bald Eagle. I love that nickname.
So who are you more upset with right now? If you're New York, you're New Orleans, or you're the Jets, Becton, Bond, or the Giants by giving Barkley up? Look at what Howie did. Do you understand? Every one of those guys could be considered Pro Bowlers, and the other two are all pros.
It's got to be Barkley and the Giants because you knew how good of a player he was. Like, you can't fault the – well, maybe you can for not using him differently, but nobody expected Zach Bond to be there. We didn't have to pay big money to get Zach Bond. I mean, come on, you know, and who's the other one you said?
Howie signed 2 all-pros, not Pro Bowlers.
Oh, and then Becton, you said. Yeah, Becton wasn't good in New York, dude. You know, for whatever reason, I'm not blaming Becton.
Did you see Becton blow that play up and that hole up when Barkley went for that run? He threw that guy to the ground like he was yesterday's trash.
Yeah, he really did. He destroyed him on that play. Big thanks to everybody in the chat today. All right, hit that like button. We got a great rest of the show planned. I want to remind everybody as well, if you want to voice your opinion, all right, we do a post-game show here. When Big Sills goes into Corona time, he steps off the show, and I bring on some of Eagles Nation. So if you want to join the show, stick around. We will be bringing on some Eagles fans tonight. I'm sure we will have some people who are fired up, Big Sills, to be hosting the NFC title game.
So fired up. You're back in the NFC title game for a second time in 3 years. You have. It's
good that you have a smile on. You started the show. You were a little grumpy at the start. I'm like, this Eagles team is getting a Big Sill.
No. You know, you guys are rolling along here. You know, you're kind of like in a boat. You got your oars out. You're rowing away. You're almost rowed to New Orleans. You're almost there. Zander, you're almost there. It's this close away. You guys gave an opportunity to the Rams to beat you, and you still hung on, and you found a way to get it done. Fantastic.
I'm starting to sense
from you. Championship.
I'm starting to sense from you, Big Sills, that you believe that this team is going to the Super Bowl. I sense it in the way you're doing the show.
Yeah, there's nobody left that you're not better than. You have no excuses. I've said this to you. You have no excuses. Holy cow. Fly Eagles. Oh, my God.
Say fly
Eagle fans.
Fly Eagles. Oh, my God. On the road to victory.
Look at this, man. Look at how these guys. Oh, my God. You guys are the best fans on the planet because you're some of the best shit talkers.
They are. And they should be. Look at
hey, and Reyes, I didn't say you were winning it.
Sills is Reyes' eyes.
That would be, hey, let me tell you something, son. We're going to get there. You're going to run into Mahomes, Allen, or Lamar. We'll see. You already beat Lamar. I think you're going to run into Mahomes again.
Lamar. We turned Lamar into a freaking trash can.
You're going to run into Mahomes again.
Lamar's worst game of the year was against the no-holes defense. I'm waiting for you to give Big Z the credit for the no-holes.
Yeah, I thought he was okay. Wasn't great in that game.
He was terrible. It was his worst game of the year.
He had 250 yards passing in a game.
He dropped out of the MVP conversation after that game. It took him 4 more games to get back in
it. And Hurts was never in it.
I don't care. We don't need Hurts to be the MVP.
I know you don't. You don't have to expect anything from your quarterback. It's the best
for me because I'm an Eagles fan, not a Jalen Hurts fan.
It's the best team built when you don't have to count for your quarterback to make a play. I love it. I think it's kudos. Congratulations.
MB is so silly. MB, you said the same thing today about Stafford and the Rams. What happened, MB? We win. What happened, MB? What happened, Big Sills? What happened? All the truth is that we can't
I picked you to win. Actually, my score almost ended up being right because I picked 28-17 in the ball game. In the game. No, I picked 28-10 in the ball game. That's what I picked. I mean, you know what? What'd they end up winning by? 1 score?
Yeah.
28 they kept the minute. Man. They kept the minute because of the passing game. I know.
Yeah, I had 24-17. It ended up being 28-22.
Okay.
What a slugfest, though. Kind of what I thought, man. I thought it was going to be an ugly game.
I thought the Rams showed up.
They definitely showed up. You got to tip your cap to them. They showed up. I thought Jared Verse showed up. I thought Nakua was kind of shaky today. He had a couple plays that I thought he should have just corralled that ball, and he wasn't able to make the catch.
Still almost had 100 yards receiving. He wasn't too bad.
Well, he had that big play late in the game.
Yeah,
that big play late in the game. I mean, you got to tip your cap there. That was
37-yarder. Yep.
Yeah, that was a hell of a dude. When he caught that pass, I'm like, no, don't do this to me. Don't tell me we're gonna lose on a Jake Elliott point after that we didn't get in the game. I thought for sure it was coming, but it ended up never coming. And the defense held up again as they have.
How do you feel about Kellen Moore's game plan?
I'm kind of with you on it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't think it was egregious or anything, but I thought there was easy moments in the game where just like
that's perfect.
Dude, you're at the 4-yard line, Sills. 4-yard line, and you have Jalen Hurts dropping back 5 steps. Wait, after he just tweaked his knee on the previous drive? Like, that's where I'm like, Kelly, come on, man. I was crushing Hurts for that sack to take the safety there, but why do you have him dropping back like that? I don't understand that. And that's what I kind of agree with you.
He just put the knee brace on. Why would you drop him back in the backfield in the end zone when you've got a snow game going and a guy who's averaging almost 10 yards a carry? How are you not thinking more clearly? Those were some of the things, again, Zander, that I thought kind of missed a little bit, or some of the situational plays that kept the Rams kind of in the ball game.
I agree.
I mean, they ran the ball like they always run the ball. But again, the passing and doing that, I mean, he only had 20 attempts. I thought it felt more because get this, he dropped back 20 times and he took 7 sacks in that ball game. I mean, dude, 20 passing attempts and you had 7 sacks?
Yeah.
That's a lot of minus yardage.
That's a lot. You're right. That's a lot. How about that Rams defensive line, dude? What is that, 16 sacks for them in the last 2 games, man?
2 weeks that they've showed up big time.
Last two playoff games, they showed up big, man. So you got to tip the cap to Jared Verse, but he didn't get the win today. Big thanks to everybody in the chat. We're going to get to that first commercial break. I've been teasing for about 12 minutes.
Lamar just threw a pick 6.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I told you that the Bills are going to win that game. Oh, man, a bad. I just saw it, too. Bad play. So that game is going to be a good one. We will see what happens in that game. Melvin, I will get to your super chat, brother. Give me a second, all right? We're going to get to all the super chats coming up here. Let me read the one, Miguel, who wanted me to get to his. Miguel, thoughts on Kellen Moore going away from Barkley? Yeah, we just kind of talked about it. And putting it in Jalen's hands to take a sack. Pathetic.
Yeah, I mean, again, they just stopped the clock a couple times when they didn't need to, Zander, and it kept them. I thought it kept them in it a little bit. Continue to run the ball, man. I mean, look, and I'll say it again too. All kidding aside, thought Hurts was efficient. His running was clearly part of the win today. His legs and him being out there on the field. I just, again, one more time about AJ. Something's not right with him. He just doesn't seem right. He just seems a little bit more banged up than what they're reporting. I think
he did kind of insinuate.
He doesn't look explosive.
Yeah, I agree. He did kind of insinuate it too. If you listen to one of his locker room interviews during the week, he said, I'm just a little bit more banged up than everybody else right now is what he said. So I think it's a good call by you. I think he's a little bit more banged up than he led on to believe. But again, thanks everybody for being here. We're going to get to our commercial break. We will return in 3 minutes with more breakdown of the Philadelphia Eagles win over the LA Rams in the divisional game 28-22. And now we will host the Washington Commanders for the NFC title game in Philly. Boy, if I told you that in August, you would have laughed me off the screen. And
here's a quote. Here's a quote by AJ with Parks and what he said. He goes, AJ says the conditions impacting everything out there on the field, including the passing game. He said, listen, I wouldn't want to wish these conditions on anybody and your worst enemy because it was pretty tough out there. So, maybe what Hurts did in a way with the conditions being the way it is, that's what Stafford did even more insane. No turnovers and 320 yards in the air. But AJ said that it was just absolutely brutal out there. And it was, you like you said, Zander, that's that stick snow where that shit's just piling up on the field.
Dude, I'm telling you, I went outside and I'm about 30 minutes from the stadium, man. That's thick, mucky, wet snow, man. That is not that nice soft snowflakes that were coming down. So that was definitely tough to play in. Good stuff, big sales. Everybody in the chat, we appreciate you, man. Hit that like button for us, and we'll be back in 3 minutes on the JAKIB Postgame Show.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The following is a real testimonial from the father of a young injured victim.
I didn't think she was going to make it.
Major Perry's daughter was the victim of a horrific accident caused by someone else's negligence.
If you don't find the right counselor, law firm that you're looking for, you will get lost in the wilderness.
Badly injured? Call the Fritz and Bianculli Law Firm at 215-458-2222 and find out why they say, "We got this."
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong as the #1 health insurer in the region. No IBX is always looking out for you.
We noticed that there was mold creeping into our basement about a year and a half ago, and wanted to make sure that we were getting rid of the problem permanently. We actually reached out to several different contractors to get it resolved, and actually 2 of them recommended DryTech to us as a long-term solution. Other than the noise factor, we wouldn't even know that there was work being done on the basement level. It's really been a clean process for us.
Score and save this football season on your car insurance. Before the next game, save up to 40% on your auto insurance policy. That's right, 40% savings. Call an Audible this season and contact the Del Val Insurance Group. They're an advocate for you, not an insurance company. That means they'll get you the right coverage and save you up to 40%. Call managing partners Fran or Jim of Del Val Insurance, 215-354-0122, or score and save at dvigi.com. dvigi.com.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the JAKIB Postgame Show here. The Philadelphia Eagles survive and advance, and will host the NFC title game next week versus the Washington Commanders. A 28-22 win today over the LA Rams in an iconic snow game. What's on your mind over there, Big Sills?
Hold on, I gotta do this. I gotta pat myself on the back here a little bit here, because somebody just forwarded this to me. This was April 4th of 2023. Is Jalen Carter, JAKIB Sports, the next Jerome Brown? I think Jalen Carter is the closest thing I've seen to Jerome Brown. And this was prior to the draft, before they even took him. How you doing?
Part of that no-holes defense. You want me to pat myself on the back?
Hey, I picked this player. By the way, pretty much every single guy that I choose for you guys to try to draft, Chop Robinson, the kid that
Trent McDuffie. You wanted Trent McDuffie bad.
McDuffie looks great. Okay. But this kid,
dude, that kid can play.
And brother, that kid fucking that plays for the Texans, that kid that's an edge rusher, that potentially they were going to try to trade up for. He is sensational too. But
he went high though, man. Eagles were not going to have a shot.
I think he was the second player taken.
Yeah, second player taken, I believe, as well. So he went high. So I want to get your players of the game here in this game. You can give me up to 3. Who are your players of the game today for the Philadelphia Eagles? Big 28-22 win Can be player, can be coach, whoever's on the mind. Your 3 players of the game for today's win over the Rams. And we are now moving on, Big Sills. We're hosting the NFC title game, man.
Well, I think these are as simple as it can get. You got Saquon Barkley, obviously the number 1 game ball type dude. He is so explosive. I mean, he puts your team to sleep, dude. He's just an explosive football player. And what a absolutely sensational. Again, if you're going to rank the greatest running backs in Eagle history, obviously Westbrook, Shady, if you want to throw in there Wilbert Montgomery, this is during the Super Bowl era, and you want to go in that conversation in there and where Barkley fits, would I put Miles Sanders anywhere near there? No, not when we're talking about those elite type of blacks. But if I had to rank them, I'm still going to put Shady number 1, and I would put Barkley number 2, and I would put probably Westbrook number 3 as the best backs during the Super Bowl era. If you want to throw Keith Jackson or Keith Byers in there because of his versatility and catching the ball and running the ball, you could probably throw him in that conversation. But I still think it's Shady. But, man, is this thing getting closer? And the more he plays, I just think he needs a couple more years because there's no doubt he's had the greatest year as a running back in Eagle history. But will he have the greatest career of any Eagle in Eagle history? It's still something to be debated whether or not he will.
Yeah, and I think that's a different question. I think this is the best, obviously, the best single season by a running back
by far.
Eagles history. But
by the way, 1 year doesn't make an Eagle career.
Yeah, I agree. Especially
if that's the case, then Nick Foles is the greatest quarterback of all time.
Some people might not disagree with you, brother. He beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. Some people might not.
I got it.
It's hard for me to push back on it. All right, I've seen a lot of quarterbacks, but only one of them got the job done, and that was Nick Foles. Good stuff there, Big Sills. Anything else that stuck out to you?
Oh, wait, the other two. The other two. Let me give you the other two. I got Zach Bond again, who's just been all over the football field. I mean, the way he covers, the way he plays is absolutely sensational. And Jalen Carter, I thought, was a game record today. I thought that they they got the ball going a little bit, but when they needed a giant play, this guy just ate up that entire middle of that defense. Once again, not the greatest performance by Jordan Davis. I mean, I expected him to be a little bit more. They did end up moving the ball against other than the double teams. He got double teamed almost the entire time, Jalen Carter. And you're telling me you can't put up any kind of numbers if the other guy's being doubled the way he was being doubled in that game? The majority of the time, Jalen Carter was being doubled, and he still had 5 tackles in the game and 2 sacks. And then you look at Jordan Davis, the guy puts a 1-for up. He gets 1 tackle in the game. They did get 5-3 a carry. So I don't know, Xander. I mean, if you want to nitpick something there a little bit, but other than that, I thought Jalen Carter was a force.
What did you think of Warren Burks today, stepping in for Nakobe Dean?
I liked it, man. I thought he really played well. I mean, I really did. I thought he played well. I thought that he showed up, and I thought what I really liked was how they were going back and forth on special teams and making sure that they gave him a little bit of rest and how they were resting him up and bringing in some more personnel. I mean, I really liked it, man. I mean, Warren Burks played really well this goes back to Nick too, He stepped up, man. Next guy up, there he was. He stepped right in. I thought the Rams were going to take more of an advantage against them. I saw a couple plays across the middle. That kid Higbee getting hurt.
Yeah.
My opinion, I think that hurt the Rams attacking the middle of that zone a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you. for sure. A couple of Rams receivers, like Puka Nacua, he had some great plays in the game, but I thought he had some bad drops in the game too, just balls that he should have easily got, but he didn't. So anyway, Eagles get the win 28-22. They're now 16-3 on the year, but it will all be for naught if you can't knock off the Commanders. It feels like it's a little early to go into that game, but I'm going to go there anyway, Sills. That's it. The NFC title game is set. Eagles, Commanders, Jaden versus Jalen. I mean, a storybook finish. And we get to play it right here in Philadelphia. What do you like looking ahead just in that game? So is anything jumping off the page to you in that game?
I think Washington's healthier heading into that game versus you. And you have home field, which is enormous. But because of the injuries, and again, hopefully John will give us a little bit of insight
He's not going to have much. I'll assume he won't have much if you know the way the Eagles do business.
But he may have seen him and how he left the locker room. Because when we saw Dean last week, when he left, everyone kind of knew it was over. So if he's in a walking boot or he's in something,
well, he hurt the shoulder.
Okay, so if he's in some sort
that's
of
for Quinion.
Yeah, if he's in some type of sling, then you're going to have to go with Keely Ringo in this game. And so you'll be out with Nakobe. You'll be out with one of your top corners. And you're going to be in a situation where your quarterback's banged up. I tell you, man, I mean, Eagles going into this game. AJ's banged up as well. You're going into this game. You know, you're playing the war of attrition. Your roster is going to have to carry you home. And I still think they got the better roster, obviously, heading in, even with these injuries.
No doubt. We'll get the update as soon as we can on that, and we'll obviously share it right here on JAKIB Sports.
That's going to play a factor, Zander. Who's healthier?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think the Eagles are pretty healthy, but you're right. They've taken some in. I mean, they had everybody available to play, but that doesn't always mean you're healthy, right?
Look at AJ's play. Did he not look not as explosive in this game? That's how I saw it.
Yeah, and, David Mack Perez brings up a good point here, too. Maybe something else to look forward to or to watch out for in that NFC title game.
7 sacks.
Our offensive line dominates in the run game, man, but they didn't hold up too great in the pass blocking today. Now, Hurts does hold on to the ball, so you can't.
And what else does he do? He runs into sacks, too.
Yeah,
I mean, there were a couple in there where he ran right into the protection and got himself sacked down in there. But how about this, too? Hurts, there were a couple times in there that Hurts didn't know where the blitz was coming from, and he got blitzed with internal pressure, and they put him on his back twice. I thought that was a miscalculation in pass protection by him.
No doubt about it. Good stuff there. We're going to have John McMullen, who just texted me. He's coming up now, so we'll talk to John McMullen, who will join us from the stadium, from Lincoln Financial Field. He is still down at. So we'll read a couple of super chats now, get to a couple more of those. If anybody dropped a super chat today, remember, I will get to every single super chat before I get off the air tonight. So if you dropped a super, we appreciate it, and we will get to it. We appreciate that. Des the Hebrew. Can Nolan Smith get some flowers? 3 sacks and a forced fumble in the playoffs so far. Not saying he's Reddick, but damn, those are Reddick's numbers, and not to mention injuring that O-lineman. He's right, man. Des, you're spot on. I agree 100%. I agree 100%.
Smith has benefited more from any player that was on the roster a year ago, and that's why I've excluded Zach Bond. But there's not another player on that defense that wasn't on that team a year ago that hasn't benefited. And I mean, look, Q's played well, Cooper's played well, but boy, I'll tell you, Nolan Smith is benefiting from a guy who people at the beginning of the year were calling a bust. And now he's starting to become someone that is somebody you have to game plan towards. I mean, Zander, my big question mark moving forward with him is going to be endurance and whether or not his body's going to hold up and whether or not he's going to be durable or not, because even Vic says he's a really small guy. So we'll see how that, but it shows you right here, he's got the ability to play.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Matt NG checks in. You guys going to the game next week, NFC Championship, here we come. Orange shut me up, stepped up at the end. Yes, he did. Matt, we got work to do, brother. What are you talking about? You think I got time to – Matt, when you enter this business, it comes with a card that you have to hand in, all right, when you start.
Free time.
You will no longer enjoy games as a fan anymore with no obligations to do anything. And you hand that
and no free time.
And no free time during the football season. So, no, Matt, I will not be there. But John McMullen will obviously be at the game for the NFC title game. Actually, funny story, Sills. Yesterday, I booked the flight for just because I wanted to get out ahead of it, and it was really cheap, the flight. I booked John a flight from Philly to Detroit, thinking we'd be going to Detroit for the NFC title game. Little did I know Washington would knock him off, so I had to cancel the flight today.
Wow, that's really cool, man. Hey, how far of a drive is that? What is that, about an hour and 45 minutes for the Skins?
The Commanders, it's probably a little longer than that. I want to say it's like 2.5 maybe.
2.5 hours, you think?
Yeah,
okay.
I want to say something like that.
All right,
so,
2.5 hours to get down 95. All right.
Yeah, so we're getting an update here. Dakota Warren, Quinion told reporters he was good. We're going to have John McMullen in like 3 minutes.
Good.
Yeah, John's going to join us in 3 minutes, and we'll get the update on what he heard from Quinyon Mitchell. Appreciate everybody doing it or being here today. B Mac checks in. Show us some love, Big Sills. Jalen Carter's play was crucial down the stretch.
I didn't think he played all that hot. I thought that the kid over the other side was sensational. Jalen Carter's getting double teamed. Come on, dog. Show up. He was okay, but I'm not paying that guy $15. I'm not paying that guy $15 million. Not happening. Next. Ojimo, I saw him show up.
Are you telling me Jalen Carter didn't show up in this game?
I said Davis.
Oh, you meant Davis. He said Jalen Carter, but you meant Davis. That makes it a lot more clear. Jordan Davis, I didn't even see it. I think Moro Ojomo got double the snaps of Jordan Davis.
Hey, Jalen Carter was sensational.
Yeah, he wasn't. Everybody thinks you're crazy. We thought you were talking about Jalen Carter. No, he's talking about Jordan Davis. He's talking about Jordan Davis.
HR Puffin stuff. Jordan Davis was the guy I was talking about in reference.
Devontae checks in. Hey, Commanders fans, y'all better not bring any Mambo sauce to the link because it'll be gone before you get there. DMV talking trash. Time for belt to ass.
Can I ask you something there? I mean,
all right, hit me.
How do you feel about Josh Harris coming into Lincoln Financial, the owner of the 76ers, and he's going to be rooting against you to beat you and have his team move on? Don't you think if you're going to be voting for a new arena or some shit?
They already canceled that. Josh Harris is nothing to me. He's dead to me. He means nothing to me. The Philadelphia Eagles.
He owns the Sixers.
I don't give a shit. The Sixers are in nothing land, and most people here who are probably Sixers fans have tuned into less Sixers games than they have in years. So it doesn't bother me at all. Let's go to Johnny Mac. We got Johnny Mac, though. I want to get to Johnny Mac and see what he thinks about this game. Joining us now here from Lincoln Financial Field, John McMullen joins us. Johnny Mac, welcome to the show, man. Eagles moving on, and will host the Commanders in the NFC title game next week. They win 28-22 in an iconic snow game. Johnny Mac, your first takeaways from that crazy game.
Yeah, it's still snowing. I'm looking out at the field, still snowing pretty hard. So, that's pretty cool for people to see. Obviously, boy, I thought 16-15 entering the fourth quarter. I thought that was the key part of the game. The Rams had the football at their own 43, 15 minutes to go. Felt like it might be slipping away. And then first play of the fourth quarter, Jalen Carter punches it out from Kyron Williams. Isaiah Rodgers recovers the fumble. Nice spin move, returns it 40 yards down to the 10. Eagles couldn't punch it in, but that started, Jake Elliott had a weird day, made some big field goals, but he missed 2 extra points, so he continues to struggle. But obviously, the conditions are what they were. The first 10 plays the Rams ran in the fourth quarter, they had 9 total yards, 2 fumbles, and that, to me, was the difference in the game. Eagles made it a little bit too hard with the, questionable play calls late with, Jalen Hurts, especially on second down. I know I got ripped for calling Sean McVay overrated, but, man, I want to spike the football. What is that dude doing with 4:46 left, punting the football against this team? And I said, game's over, because the Eagles are going to run out the clock. Well, they didn't need to run out the clock because Saquon went 78 yards in one play.
But John, they gave them
a chance, though.
They came back.
But you don't do that. You don't do that. You watch in Washington last night. Why did Washington beat Detroit? Well, tons of things, turnovers, but a big part of it was Dan Quinn's mentality. He knew he's an underdog on the road. You got to take some chances, go for it on fourth down. You got to be bold to win on the road in the playoffs in a big situation against let's be honest, a more talented team. Dan Quinn was with Washington. Sean McVay wasn't with the Los Angeles Rams. I don't think he helped them. Now, they had the football at the 13-yard line. Jalen Carter, though, wrecked this game, wrecked the last few plays. That guy as well deserves a lot of credit. So the Eagles made it harder than they needed to. But man, Saquon Barkley against the Los Angeles Rams, 460 yards. 460 yards. It's like the yards from scrimmage. I think it's 527.
Yeah.
My God, that's one of the worst run defenses I've ever seen. Amazing they were even in the game. Probably had something to do with the weather. But yeah, the Eagles, it should have been easier because they should have just handed the football off the entire game.
You know,
Yeah.
But, you try to get the
John, that to me was my only bitch about it was if you're gaining 7 yards a carry and you're starting to throw the ball in the third and fourth, and you're like, wait a minute, you're completely dominating them. You got a guy that's going to go for over 200 yards in the ball game. What you did was by creating a closer game was getting some of those 3 and outs and Hurts taking those 7 sacks, which gave them the opportunity. Again, I hear what you're saying about the Rams, but the Rams did have the ball in their hand at the end of the ball game to win it. I mean, so they did have an opportunity, and I thought, again, they should have just stuck more with the run, John. And I'm not saying Jalen threw the ball a lot. I'm just – didn't you feel that way too, John, that they just kept the Rams kind of in it when they stopped the clock a few times and a couple of them sacks? Just situationally, some of the play calling that they had, especially in the fourth.
Well, a lot of it was, if Jake Elliott makes the 2 extra points, the game's over, right?
Yeah.
You're up, essentially the game's over. So, it was what it was from the weather aspect, but he missed a couple extra points. And yeah, I would have ran the football on second down when they had it and Jalen Hurts took the sack. I would have ran the football when they were backed up when he took the safety. So not the best game from Jalen Hurts. I know people are going to shit over that, but wasn't the best game from Jalen Hurts. But they did enough to win the football game. Shouldn't have been as close as it was. They did. You think about Saquon almost had that touchdown run, and they called it a touchdown on the field, but he was short by about 6 or 8 inches. They're lining up for a tush push. They're probably going to score that touchdown. Lane Johnson blinches, so that puts them back. They had a number of, shoot themselves in the foot moments that kept the Rams in the game. But yeah, I mean, when you're on the road, like I said, and you're the underdog, you got to be bold. Let's be honest. Yeah. You got to be bold.
Yeah, I thought I'm with you, John. He left some stuff on the field. Even the one in the first half where it's, 4th down and he settled for the field goal. I thought he should have. I thought they should have. Yeah, it was terrible. John, talk to me about Jalen Hurts, man. You just said not his greatest performance. They win the game. John, this to me, I told Sil at the start of the show. Throw the stats out. Snow's coming down. This is one of those games. But talk to me. What'd you see from Jalen Hurts tonight?
Not a lot, and part of it is, but again, you saw Matthew Stafford able to make some plays. It's made some mistakes as well, but he proved he can cut the football. Now there was a drop by A.J. Brown, probably should have caught that ball, so that would have made Jalen look a little bit better. They are what they are at this point. I think they're going to throw it. I said they're going to throw it 20 times. What they throw it 20 times. 20 times. They're going to run the football. Jalen was average at the end of the first quarter. Jalen was averaging 22 yards a run, and Saquon was averaging 17 yards a run. And you're saying, all right, what are we doing here? I mean, this team is just not equipped to stop the Eagles' running game. Then it became a little bit harder. Look, it's going to come down from that level. And it became a little bit harder as the snow came. But I think the goal was when the snow really started coming down, have the lead. And they had the lead, even though it was precarious, 16-15. They had the lead when the snow really started pounding. And then all of a sudden, Kyron Williams fumble. Matthew Stafford fumble in the pocket. I don't think that's a coincidence when that snow really started coming down.
Hey, John, I thought, though, when the Rams got the Eagles' O-line in 3rd and long, I thought they got home. I mean, I thought they pressured the quarterback.
Yeah, but they did.
To your point, here was the flaw in the game plan for McVay in this game. Dude, you had to win 1st and 2nd down. You had to have that defense win first and second down if you were going to win that game. So to me, again, here, man, I mean, there's no question, John. I mean, once that defense was able to get them in third, they won a couple first and second downs. Chris Shula's defense won a couple of them, and when they needed to, they got home 7 times.
Yeah, how much is that of Jalen holding on to the football versus they have a very good pass rush, but it's sort of half and half.
And you know what he did too a couple times, John? He ran into some sacks because he was moving around in the pocket too much.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like the Eagles pass rush to me was more, they're on top of Matthew Stafford versus the Rams pass rush was more of, all right, Jalen's trying to find something instead of just getting the football out. Not on every play, but, like the Eagles are going for Hail Mary at the end of the half. Jared Verse gets a sack. By the way, I love that guy. Played the pro wrestling heel. Really embraced it. Had a great game. I love Jared Verse. But that was a garbage time sack. That's not important. He's just trying to create enough time to get people down for a Hail Mary. So, you got to look at each one individually. But I thought, Jalen Carter was clearly the dominant pass rusher in this game. And that's not easy. Nick was just talking about it. Nick Sirianni asked him about Jalen Carter. It's not easy with that footing. But, one thing that drives me crazy with all, and I'm not going to, McVay, Shanahan, O'Connell, LaFleur, all those guys, is this just slavish devotion to play action when nobody in the stadium knows you're going to run the football. So it's great, in the first quarter, the first half of the game, when you have the run and the pass on the table, and it works great. But when everybody knows you're throwing the football and you use these play action mechanics, and Matthew Stafford got the ball, so that was the key part of the game to me, where it was 4:46 left. On 1st and 10, like everybody knows they're throwing the football. They do this play action. By the time Matthew Stafford turns around, he's dead because the Eagles are pinning their ears back. He's sacked, and it's 2nd and 17, and the drive's over. Because of this slavish devotion to the mechanics of play action, even though it's not a play action situation. Drives me freaking nuts. Cost the Rams the game. I know Eagles fans won't care about that, but it's like banging your head against the wall.
How about this, John? I thought Jalen struggled with internal pressure with them bringing it up the middle and recognizing pass protection at least 3 times in the game that led to some of those sacks right up the middle. And he's supposedly setting the protection, right?
Yeah. He's got the, it's his fault. I mean, look, one thing, since I'm on a drive me crazy tangent, a lot of fans don't realize the quarterback has a hand at pass protection. If in blitz situations, if you're sending an unaccounted for rusher, in other words, they're sending one more than you have blocking, that's on the quarterback. That's his guy. It is accounted for. You have to realize unaccounted for, ball's got to come out. We've been talking about this all year. Yep. Doesn't matter because the Eagles are 16-3. They're going to the NFC Championship game for the 3rd time in 8 years. They're winning football games. But that doesn't mean everything's perfect. And the ball does not come out on time too much for the Philadelphia Eagles in the passing game. That is the least controversial thing I've ever said. Behind Jaden Daniels is having a better season than Jalen Hurts, which people I mean, that's ridiculous. That's even ridiculous to talk about.
Yeah, it is. He's just been sensational. John, if I'm not mistaken, that Commanders team won 4 ball games last year. And John, would this be a fair comment to say about this NFC title game? Not to get ahead of it, but I don't know about you. You tell me if I'm completely wrong, because you said this a couple weeks ago about AJ. I'm not worried about Hurts. I'm more concerned about AJ. Is it me, John? Or does he just look banged up right now and not as explosive?
Oh, yeah, he's not
Okay.
himself. He didn't drop a ball
not
all
explosive.
season. He didn't drop a ball all season. He dropped 2 tonight. The first one was kind of, it was kind of an ambulance ball. He kind of short-armed it, probably because he didn't want to go to the hospital. But so I'm not going to kill him for that one. But the second one, that's a football that A.J. Brown usually catches. And it would have been set him up at the 1 or 2 yard line. Might have gotten in, who knows? But yeah, he's clearly not himself from a health perspective. He's fighting through it, and they haven't needed it. They don't throw the ball that much. I expect that to continue next week. And like we said, we keep saying this, Zander and I, and you, Dan, when we're doing these post-game shows and pre-game shows, they only got 2 hurdles left.
Yeah.
They only got 2 hurdles. Maybe they're never going to need to throw the football. It's
8 quarters
possible.
left, John. John, there's 8 quarters left to the Lombardi.
Yeah. I mean, look, Washington had a very explosive game against Detroit, but Detroit has all those issues on defense, injuries. I don't see that turning into a 40-35 game. It might, but I doubt it. And then if you talk about the way Kansas City plays, if they go, you're not going to be in a shootout. They play a totally different style these days. Baltimore, Buffalo, whoever wins this game that's going on right now, they might put up some points, but the Eagles stopped Baltimore the first time. So there's only 8 quarters, as you mentioned, and I think they're over those 8 quarters because I do think they're going to beat Washington. I'm not even going to beat around the bush. I think this is, things have broken great. It's like Penn State in the college football playoffs, man. Everything's broken for the Eagles. And now, love Jaden Daniels, love what Dan Quinn has done, love what Adam Peters has done with that team, but they're not equipped to beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Talent-wise.
Let me ask you this, John. You said something a couple weeks ago, and I'm just wondering the mentality. I'm going to ask Angelo this tomorrow because he's going to be on with us. Angelo Cataldi will be on with us tomorrow. I'm going to ask him the same question, but you're in the building with these guys. When you see how this team is constructed and you see the money and the issues, that people always say, Sills always goes to the money. Well, that's NFL. If you don't put the money and you don't put the draft equity and you don't put it all together, you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to building a football team with the cap being the way it is. Howie did not build this team to this thing to look like this. Do you not agree, John? A year ago, they were trying to put a round peg in a square hole by continuing to do the bullshit they did, and that resulted in the meltdown. This year, they just went like this, John. Fuck it. We're going to ride this thing no matter how we constructed it. And like you said, we may not need to throw the ball 38 times. I don't care. But do you think this way of winning is something that they're going to go forward with next year? And they're going to continue to do this? Because this is not how we built this team. It's almost like, in a way, Barkley's performance was not expected. The cheapest guy in the huddle is Barkley. The rest of those guys were all given extensions. And I mean, do you think they continue this way next year?
No. The minute they win the Super Bowl, lose the Super Bowl, lose the NFC Championship game, the minute this season ends, they will go back to the drawing board and try to evolve the offense to where they want it to be. However, when they get to the regular season, and that's where I think Nick doesn't, get enough credit, doesn't give a shit. He's going to do what he needs to do to win a game. And if they assess it's not working again, they'll scale it back. But by no means do they want to play this way. By no means was it the plan to play this way. They just decided at week 5, the bye week, all right, we got to scale this thing back. and they never stopped winning from that point. So, they lost one game to the Washington Commanders, and they lost that because the quarterback got hurt 6 minutes into the game, and Devontae Smith dropped a football. Otherwise, they would have won that. So, yeah, I mean, right now it's hard to argue with the way they're playing.
I will push back on both of you and say, find me a Super Bowl run that went exactly according to plan. I don't think they happened like that. John, I want to ask you a question. How does this stack up, John? You've covered a lot of games in your life. You've covered a lot of playoff games. You've covered the Philadelphia Eagles for a long time now. How does this playoff game stack up for you on the hierarchy of games you've covered live and in person? From my perspective, John, and I'm just watching on TV. I didn't have a chance to be there. It was an iconic game. How does it stack up for you?
Well, I think everybody likes a snow game. So from that standpoint, I do. From the, if you think about the two NFC championship games before over this 8-year span, completely dominating Minnesota, completely Hassan Reddick wrecking the game against San Francisco. Those were more impressive, obviously. But just from the Norman Rockwell-esque, background, it's going to excite a lot of people. For me personally, I was, pulling out the hair I don't have, watching Sean McVay coach, and the Eagles. I was pulling out my hair that I don't have about the Eagles not being able to finish these drives. Because, they should have won this game easily, but they didn't finish drives. So I didn't think, and I didn't think it was a well-played game is what I'm trying to say, but a lot of that is baked into the elements. It's just terrible situation on the field.
John, for me, there was a game back, and I think it is either 93 or 92, that Buffalo Bills Houston Oilers game where they came roaring back when Reich went in there and took over for Jim Kelly. That was one of those games, and playoff game that you remember. It was January 3rd. It was on my birthday. That's why I remember watching it with my wife. We were watching that epic comeback. But a lot of these games, man, I mean, and like you said, just like in the college championship playoff series when you had Notre Dame having the home game there at South Bend, it kind of gives it that look, it was really the look here. And by the way, Zander, just so you know, TV snow games always get higher ratings than regular games.
They're iconic.
The snow games is what the networks want.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. They are. You're still talking about the snow game from 2014, week 7 or something.
That was like a week 13 game or something. It didn't even matter, that game, and people are still talking about it.
All right, John, last question for me.
By the way, Sean McCoy had over 200 yards in that game rushing. Saquon got to 205 today.
Hey, John, did you hear anything about Q? Did you see him?
Yeah, I saw him after. I think he's going to be fine. I don't think it's going to be terribly serious. I was taking a shower. He seemed to be in, a lot of discomfort. So I think there's going to be positive news. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to play next week because he's bagged up, but I don't think it's going to be a long-term thing. And by the way, Isaiah Rodgers, he played a really good game. I talked about the fumble recovery, did a good job on kick returns as well before he had to play corner. He gave up some stuff, but he also made some plays, and he was there. He might be the best backup cornerback in football because he's had to play a lot when, Slay's been banged up,
right,
and now Mitchell's been banged up. He got banged up, and Kaylee Ringo had to step in for a little while. I thought, Stafford, McVay would automatically say, all right, we're going to go at kick. They really didn't. So he did a good job. That's been one of the stories. Oren Burks, again, played really well for Nakobe Dean. Nolan Smith had another good game. Nick was more excited about the defense than the offense.
Bond was great.
outside, obviously Saquon, and the offensive line in the running game. I mean, I didn't relook at the 78-yard touchdown because I was too busy, doing stuff for the end of the game. But the first one, just a huge block from Mekhi Becton. I'm sure there's going to be a huge block on the second one.
They just sealed it on the left side of the line, John, and he was gone.
Yeah. I mean, John, he picked him up and threw him on his head. That's how much of a dominant block it was. I mean, he just blew him off the ball. I mean, when people are saying that they're not touching Barkley for 2.5 yards into the line of scrimmage, you see it, man. These guys blow dudes off the ball.
Yeah. And he's most backs might get 20, 30 yards on a block like that, but Saquon gets that opening and he's gone. So that's, 78 yards, 60. Think about that. 2 games against the LA Rams. He's got 2 touchdowns over 70 yards in the first game. He's got a 78-yarder today, a 62-yarder today. Pretty impressive.
No doubt.
Historic, Johnny Mac. John, I just want to get your last take, by the way. You mentioned Saquon. We'll give away the Saquon jersey, John. But this week on Birds 365, we also got to give a Zach Vaughn away for the All-Pro performance. So we'll do that on Birds 365. Johnny Mac, Eagles, Commanders in Philly for the NFC title game. If I told you that in August, you would have laughed me off the screen, brother. How do you see it a week from today?
I would have. Yeah, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to say. I mean, like I said, a great story. I love Jaden Daniels. Anybody watches the show, I advocated he should be the #1 pick back in the draft, not Caleb Williams. I didn't think he'd be this good. He's so calm. He's so collected. I'm watching over the past couple of weeks of the playoffs. In the NFC playoffs, just talk about the NFC playoffs. So I'm watching Matthew Stafford. I'm watching Sam Darnold. I'm watching Jordan Love. I'm watching Jalen Hurts. I'm watching all these veteran quarterbacks. And the most calm and collected of them all, Jared Goff, the most calm and collected of them all is a rookie in Washington. Maybe he's not smart enough to not be cool and calm and collected. Maybe he doesn't realize it yet.
Right.
But it's amazing just how even keel he is. Deservedly going to be rookie of the year, offensive rookie of the year, obviously. One of the great rookie seasons of all time. Adam Peters, I think that's going to be a story. If you go all the way back to the joke he made about Howie Roseman trying to get one over on him back in the draft trading. What a job he's done building that roster. And Dan Quinn, who has all of a sudden turned into more aggressive than Dan Campbell. And by the way, he'll come in here and he won't lay down. That's one thing. I mean, if Washington's going to come here to win. And if it's 4th and 3 at the 10, 15-yard line, you're not kicking a field goal.
No.
And you're going to have to stop.
John. You forgot somebody. You didn't say what a great job by Josh Harris.
Josh Harris, great job. Great job by Josh Harris. Tremendous NFL owner. Low bar from what he had to come from. Not the best NBA owner. But yeah, Josh Harris did. Look, Josh Harris saved that franchise. It's interesting. Man.
He did.
Like, he has crippled this franchise in this town that plays across the street from where I am right now because, they didn't have a Daniel Snyder. They had a great ownership, but they didn't have a Daniel Snyder. But when you're going from Daniel Snyder to Josh Harris, it's a different measuring stick. It's pretty good. And he's done a great job. Magic Johnson's involved. Washington's a great story. They just don't have the talent to beat the Philadelphia
Not
Eagles.
yet, John. Next year they got $100 million in cap space and 11 draft picks. I mean,
Yeah, they might. They're going to be a problem for a long time.
Eagles got to capitalize on this window, man. They got to capitalize here, no doubt about it. All right, Johnny Mac, thank you for doing it, brother. We appreciate it. We will talk to you in the morning on Birds 365, brother. Great stuff today.
All right, thanks, guys. Another NFC Championship game. It's become a regular fare around here.
pretty cool.
Nick Sirianni, baby, and Jalen Hurts, baby. I love it. John, thank you, brother.
All right, thanks, guys.
There's John McMullen joining us here on the JAKIB Postgame Show. Philadelphia Eagles are advancing to the NFC title game. Feels surreal to say, Big Sills, that we are going to host an NFC title game in Philly. I can see it oozing out of you right now that you're not too happy with this scenario.
No, this is wonderful. This is
I think you first. By the way, can I check our fan? Our group, we got great people in here, all right? And I love you all. Don't get me wrong. I love each and every one of you. But I think you're all a little bit too Sileo-wise, okay? We got people in here crying about passing yards. We're playing in an NFC title game in a week. Yeah. I don't give a shit about passing yards. Are we serious?
So what are you going to break? Man. So you want to sit around waving pom-poms all day or not talk about the game?
16-3. I'm going to analyze where we are.
Wait a minute. Is it a post-game show or is it a pom-pom show?
No, it's a post-game show, and now we just won a football game over Stafford and McVay to go to the NFC title game.
Great. Next.
Okay, good.
There's the pom-poms. Now what happened in the game? Nobody's talking shit here, but they're just talking what happened in the ball game.
No,
that's all they're doing.
Passing yards,
they're
man.
just
I'm watching them. I'm listening. I'm reading their comments.
They're just talking about what happened in a football game. Nobody's bitching. You're moving on. You've now advanced. What the hell are you talking about here?
Oh, you're not bitching.
No.
Sileo bitches about Sileo served a 5-star meal, and he would bitch about the size of his foot.
I am hired to give you my professional opinion on every fucking thing I see. And when I see it, hey, let me say, it's what it is. Congratulations. You have now moved on. You are 16-3, and you're 8 quarters away from proving Sileo wrong. 8 quarters away where you don't need your quarterback to do dick and win a Super Bowl. Unbelievable.
He'll be the first quarterback in the history of the NFL that's existed for 100+ years to not have to do a thing.
And get this, like John McMullen said, they'll go and do everything in the offseason, even if they win it, to change the offense completely around one more time. Those are John McMullen's words, not Big Sills' word. How you doing?
I don't give a crap whether they were John McMullen's words or they were the voice of God himself. We're going to the NFC. That's the fact. We're going to the NFC title game, and we're hosting it, and we got an inferior opponent on our hand. Let's go, baby! Woo! Silio's in tears. I can see it over there.
Woo! Yay! Yes, sir, buddy. NFC Championship game this coming weekend.
All right, brother. Your final thoughts before I let you go, and then we'll bring up the great people of JAKIB Nation. I'll go into the post-game show. We'll talk to the people. For this guy, he calls me a retard. Okay, then come up on the show and talk to me, brother. Talk to me, brother. I'm not hiding. Come on.
I do love this shit, Izzy. How you doing? Hey, great win.
Yeah, he does love this shit.
You move on to the NFC Championship game, and once again, your roster, just like in 22, is proven to be better than anybody. Zander, I can't think of anybody that they've been on the field with this year. Even that Bucks game. Was that the only ugly game this year? And I mean, that's the only ugly game was that Buck game. And you've played this well all the way through. Pretty impressive. Their defense has been the story. And I'll tell you, man, Barkley has been the most impressive football player in the National Football League that's not a quarterback. He has just been the most impressive.
Yeah, I agree. It's crazy what they're almost defying everything that the NFL is set up to be.
They're actually defying things that they were going to try to do this year to win. They're going completely against it, man. It's amazing.
Look at this comment, bro. These people want Anton, this is not happening on our network, all right? Anton says, if we win the Super Bowl, you will host a roast of Big Sills and invite all of JAKIB Nation to get a turn.
I told you what I'm going to do Super Bowl Monday. Anton, we're going to put people on and you get a chance to talk shit to me and everyone how wrong you were. That's your desserts. You will be rewarded, every one of you. But if you don't win the Super Bowl, how you doing? Top rope, all of it. Hey, believe me, 8 quarters, you're here. You can reach the Holy Grail.
You can, dude. I can almost taste it. I can almost taste it.
Hey, Zander, you're right there. 8 quarters away after all the training camp, all the preseason games, all the regular season games, the buys, the playoff games. 8 quarters away from immortality.
I can almost taste it. Come on, Big Sills. All right, brother. I appreciate you doing it, man. I got to get to some of these super chats.
And by the way, everyone, tune in on Monday. We will have surprises for you. And Angelo Cataldi will be with us. That'll be on Monday.
Good stuff, Big Sills. We'll talk to you tomorrow, brother. Big show, 2 to 6 tomorrow. I appreciate you.
Thank you guys so much. I'll see you on Monday. Great stuff, Zander.
All right, there's Big Sills here on the postgame show here on JAKIB Sports. Great stuff from both John and Dan today on the breakdown of the game. We are going in, baby. We're hosting an NFC title game a week from today. It'll be the same time next week, all right? We got the 3 o'clock slot. So the AFC will be the night game. So I like the 3 o'clock slot better, though, I got to be honest, because here we are on the postgame show wrapping up at least the first part of the postgame show, and it's only 8 p.m. So that 3 p.m. game, it'll be next week. We'll host the Commanders. I see we got our Commanders chat in here. Commanders all damn day. Nad, is that you, Nad? Kurt sucks, he says. Already gearing up for the big game next week. So good stuff, everybody. It'll be time for the postgame show, and I'll bring up some of you guys who will come on the show. Looking forward to talking to you guys. I got to read some super chats, folks. I got a lot of super chats to get to that we weren't able to get to during the show. It's tough to do a post-game show. Get supers, get John, get Sills' take, get my take and everything. So I will rattle through some of those now, and then I'll send the link out, get to a commercial break, and we'll bring some of you guys on. I'm looking forward to hearing from everybody today. Hopefully we get a few new names on there too. Crypto, you coming on, brother? Crypto, I'd love to hear you. I saw what you responded back to me, brother. I appreciate the support for sure. By the way, what's going on in that Bills-Ravens game? I had the Bills in that game. You know, many of you guys ripped me on the Sileo show because I ranked Lamar very low. I said, I don't trust him in the postseason. 21-10 at halftime. Is that where we're at? 21-10 at halftime. Lamar turning into a trash can. Is that what's happening? Somebody's got to tell me an update. I've been on the show, so I haven't been able to watch it, but we'll see what happens in that game. 21-10 at halftime in that one. Busy week in the world. Got the inauguration tomorrow. All right. We got prep for the NFC title game in Philly. All right. Bad things happen in Philadelphia, everybody. We'll see what happens next week. Let's go to some super chats. Brian Pumper. Once again, we're here and we win because Jalen Hurts is not him. Mofongo Hurts showed up again. Come on, Pump. Caleb Brandon. Jalen Hurts, 0 to W is a QB stat. No doubt. 0 turnovers. Walmart is lit. Says peanut butter jelly the long way. I don't know what you mean by that. Chris Scott checks in. So we got that one. Sills is right past too many times. Yeah, a couple of those play calls from Kellen Moore I think could have been better. But what are you going to do? Dover's Army checks in and says, Eagles Super Bowl. Yeah, I'm looking past the foreskins. JD5 is RG3 2.0 income. I don't think so. I think Jaden Daniels is better than RG3 ever was. All right. Jaden Daniels is him. Jair checks in. If Hurts is going to be limited, you got to put Pickett or McKee in. Hurts was a sitting duck, giving up sacks and a safety. You're talking about with the knee injury? I guess it's something to consider, but they're not going to consider it. They're not going to consider it. Jason A-Team, 16-3. How you doing? Juanito checks in with $10. Thank you, brother. Finesse TV. Sills is going to nitpick any negative. It's a great win. Snow and Jalen can't move. Common theme, all losing QBs had what? Turnovers. Correct. Correct, brother. Good take. Jason A-Team again. Where's Texas boy at now? Dude always runs his mouth up until the Eagles win. How you doing? Elite defense, baby. Vic Fangio, assistant of the year. Good stuff. Jason, yo, thank you, bro, for all the support today. Jason, a couple super chats from you, man. We appreciate that. Jason Gates, our O-line is upset they didn't get 300 rushing. And they should be. They were running all over them boys today. Chip season, ahead of schedule. Defense, Carter. Haters, where you at? Love it, brother. Defense, way ahead of schedule. Big Fish, Little Boat checks in. Jalen Carter, MVP this game. Yeah, John McMullen called that. Johnny Mack called that. So tip your cap. Johnny Mack said he'd be the difference maker in the game. Caleb Brandon again. Fangio last drive. I loved it. We learned from ATL. Yeah, Caleb, I was a little worried. After the drive, before the last drive, I'm like, we're not going into this bend but don't break, this soft shell defense. And Matthew Stafford got a touchdown in like a minute and a half. I thought that was coming again. But ultimately, we held up strong, and it was a good close of the game. Finesse TV, rain, sleet, or snow. Love you, Sills. How you doing? Rain, sleet, or snow. The Eagles train to go, baby. I love that quote from Jalen. Nosty Beats checks in. Eagles will now host an NFC high 6th NFC champ game since 22. Wow, incredible. Abe, we had the Vikings O-line today. Stout got to be pissed. I wouldn't go that far, Abe. M. Reyes, when will they learn the Eagles are inevitable? I love it, Reyes. Reyes, you've earned the right to talk your shit, brother. You've earned the right to talk your shit. Lord Lubu checks in. I hope the next book AJ reads needs to be on how to catch the ball. 7 targets and only 2 catches. Tough game for AJ Brown. Nugget, Stafford was playing from behind. His 300 kept him in. Yeah, he did. No doubt. That's part of the reason he had to throw so much is because he was behind, but Saquon is him, no doubt about that. Callie, can we get an update on Mitchell? If you heard John McMullen, it did sound like nothing crazy on Mitchell. Maybe it's up in the air for next week, but it's not like an injury that's going to sideline him for the year or anything. So if we get to the Super Bowl, I would assume he'd be in for that. Next week, we'll see how it goes. Finesse TV checks in. If AJ catches that touchdown and Goddard's screen doesn't get called back, Jalen has 200+. It's a good point. But it didn't. Can't play coulda, woulda, shoulda, man. Can't play coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? Unfortunately, not how it works. Brody Z, missing Dean showed, now Q. Yep. I think Warren made a couple good plays, but we'll see. Dirty D says, imagine if you picked the future of Washington going to the NFC chip or possibly the Super Bowl. Fly, Eagles, fly. Yeah, nobody had that coming. Devin Parker, my guy, I'm still working on your jersey, by the way. I still got your Quinion on hold, brother, but not easy coming by those 2 X's. I'm supposed to go back on Tuesday, all right? So I'm supposed to go back on Tuesday to see if I can get my hands on some 2 X's. I'm thrilled about the win, but Hurts continues to scare me. He has to be better. I'll be arguing with Commanders fans all week, LFG Birds. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I am with you on that. Eagles all day said, Q said he's good. I think he's going to be good too. Dirty D, AJ dropping the ball didn't help. No, it didn't. I don't know what AJ was doing. That one, the one in the middle, I thought it was kind of a business decision. John said it was a hospital ball thrown into the middle of 3 defenders. Obviously not a great situation for AJ there. But that one at the end zone, come on, man. You got to catch that ball. Nosty Beats checked in. Let's be honest, Hurts is trash. This is a year 5 quarterback who can barely function as a passer, $250 million. Guys, I don't know how many comments are these we're going to get this week. All right. I see all you guys already in the chat talking about it. At what point do you just say, who the fuck cares? Seriously. And excuse my French, but at what point do we say, who cares? We're hosting an NFC title game. Would you rather have had 300 today and lost like Stafford did? What do you – underdog. I love you. I think you're a rational, reasonable person. We're hosting an NFC title game in a week. Like, do you want me to stoop down and just say, oh, this is more important than winning? Or is QB1 right? Wins are the most important thing. I respect you doubling down. He says, I care. I love it, underdog. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Clay Baines checks in. Nothing but dual threat QBs left in the tournament. Yep, I predicted out in the pregame show that another pocket passer would be eliminated today. Tony Allen, Jahan, let's go, baby. NFC Championship. Jair, if Hurts is going to be limited, do you play him? He was sitting duck after the injury, took sacks and a safety. JP Della Rosa, Saquon was 21 miles an hour on that run. Yeah, he's not tired, no doubt. Edwin, if AJ catches those passes, Jalen kills him. Brian Pumper wins again. The Eagles win and Jalen Hurts his cheeks. My Tanner Delphia propaganda will prevail. I'm not really in on Tanner McKee like you are. I'm not going to lie to you. All right? I'm not going to lie to you. T. Will, thanks for becoming a member. Tony Allen, no holes defense, baby. No caboose in sight either. How about that no holes defense? How about that no holes defense? All right. Big Z can take a victory lap on that one. All right. Here we go. A couple new super chats. Polska, at this point, I don't care about stats in the playoffs. I'm with you, Polska. You want to talk about it in the regular season? I'm with you. I hear you. I'm willing to debate it. If it could cost us in the playoffs, we're 2-0 in the postseason. All right. I mean, what more do we want here? I mean, look, if it comes back to bite us, every comment will be valid. I will acknowledge that right now. If it comes back to bite us, every comment will be acknowledged, and it will mean more. But at this point, what are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? Matt NG says a catch and 2 penalties away from the stats everybody's looking for from Jalen. All right, here we go. Let me get to a couple more, and then I got to get to a commercial break. Yo, T. Will, you really showed out today, T. Will. Became a member and a $50 Fly Eagles Fly. That's some NFC title game love right there. I appreciate that, brother. Devin Parker, my GF is a Commanders fan. This will be Devin, you might gotta get a new girlfriend. No, I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. Godspeed to you. Shooter McGavin, going to be a long year, Dan. I've given up on it. This is an Eagle hater right here. He's giving up on his hatred because he realizes that we are inevitable. We are inevitable. John Forte, any word on Q's injury? Have we lost him? To me, that's a lot to overcome. Q and Dean think this will bite us. Look at Niners when they lost Greenlaw. Let's see, John. Let's see. I think our backup cornerbacks have been decent. All right. I think our backup cornerbacks have been decent. Melvin says, my team is so good, we're going to win Super Bowl with, dude. I guess you're talking about Jalen Hurts. Listen, I'm not going to cry about him right now, all right? B-Max says, show us some love, Big Sills. We saw that one. Thank you, brother. Caleb Brennan, Weak Link was the guy doing interviews all week. You're talking about AJ. Matt NG. I already read that. I already told you the unfortunate truth of why I will not be going to the title game. All right. I will not be going to the title game. All right. That's it. All right. Let me get to a commercial break. Appreciate everybody checking in. It's time for the post-game show. All right. It's time for the great people of JAKIB Nation to join me. Ray, you coming on, Ray? Brandon Howard, you coming in? You joining the Thunderdome? Flex, where you at? Come on, Flex. Let's get a couple of you guys on the show. All right, I'm going to send out the link. Leon, I need you on the show. Leon, I just mentioned it. Leon, I got crushed on Sileo's show this week because I ranked him 6th of the quarterbacks left, and it was not a talent ranking. It was, these are the quarterbacks I trust in the playoffs. Lamar was not one of them. All right? Lamar was not one of them. Now, let's see what happens. That game's still early, all right? That game is still early, so let's see what happens in that game. Brandon, I'd love to have you join the show, brother. M. Reyes, I'm sure he'll join. I tried, Brandon. These folks want me to be miserable about the team that's going to host an NFC title game. I can't do it, Brandon. I can't do it. All right? I can't freaking do it. All right, let's get to our commercial break. When we come back, the post-game show here from the great people of JAKIB Nation. All right, and we'll bring some of you guys on the show. Looking forward to talking to you guys. I'll share out the link. I got some production work to do on the back end right now, and we'll be back in 3 minutes, everybody, on the post-game show. Stay tuned.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The following is a real testimonial from the father of a young injured victim.
I didn't think she was going to make it.
Major Perry's daughter was the victim of a horrific accident caused by someone else's negligence.
If you don't find the right counselor, law firm that you're looking for, you will get lost in the wilderness.
Badly injured? Call the Fritz and Bianculli Law Firm at 215-458-2222 and find out why they say, "We got this."
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong as the #1 health insurer in the region. No IBX is always looking out for you.
We noticed that there was mold creeping into our basement about a year and a half ago, and wanted to make sure that we were getting rid of the problem permanently. We actually reached out to several different contractors to get it resolved, and actually 2 of them recommended DryTech to us as a long-term solution. Other than the noise factor, we wouldn't even know that there was work being done on the basement level. It's really been a clean process for us.
Score and save this football season on your car insurance. Before the next game, save up to 40% on your auto insurance policy. That's right, 40% savings. Call an audible this season and contact the Del Val Insurance Group. They're an advocate for you, not an insurance company. That means they'll get you the right coverage and save you up to 40%. Call managing partners Fran or Jim of Del Val Insurance, 215-354-0122, or score and save at dvigi.com. dvigi.com.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the postgame show, the JAKIB Postgame Show here on JAKIB Sports. Appreciate all you guys being here. Don't forget to hit that like button for us today. The Birds are advancing, everybody. We'll host an NFC title game next week, all right, at the Link versus the Washington Commanders, the division rival Washington Commanders. Who would have thought it would play out this way? But that's how it's playing out, and that's what it will look like a week from today, 3 p.m. next Sunday. The kickoff is. So should be a great game next week, and the Birds handle business. By the way, I'd like to ask you guys in the chat, all right, hit me with some comments in the chat. Where does this snow game rack up for you? All right, I'm obviously a younger fan, so I don't have the benefit of knowing or at least witnessing live and live during it when it happened. I've watched replays, obviously, but all the Eagles' iconic games like this. Where does this rank on an Eagle playoff game list? I mean, to me, it felt crazy dope. I mean, up, down. I mean, thought you're going to win, thought you're going to lose. Rams driving at the end of the game, missed field goals, missed point afters. I mean, it just felt like a crazy game. Flex has top 2. I like it. Top 3 stress factor. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Izzy B says, I think this was the first snow game I watched. The one was shady. I was away on military and missed that. Well, this was a hell of a snow game to watch. Twiz, what happened, Twiz? Twiz, you're not miserable on me, are you, Twiz? Twiz, you're not going big Sileo-ized, are you, Twiz? Terrible game. That was a great game. Bob Brown, felt like the Fog Bowl, but we won. Hey, Bob, you told me that the snow is going to favor the Birds. Give the young grasshopper a little love, Bob. I knew that was going to be an advantage for the Rams. They were the team that needed the unordinary to happen, and the snow helped them with that. All right, here comes the link to have you guys join me, all right? So click that link if you want to join the show. You'll join in. You'll be in my green room, and then I'll bring you up one at a time, all right? JAKIB Legend members get first priority, then JAKIB members, then our regular viewers will be on there at the end as well. So if you're a member, you'll obviously have first priority. I'm hoping to talk to some new names, some new faces, some new people on the show. All right, we do this every week after the game. We do this every single week. And I love talking to the great people. They're checking in now. Oh, man, the people are fired up. The people are fired up. I see them in here joining. Come on, let's get some new names in here. All right. We're going to go. We're going to start with our legend members first. All right. Bob Brown coming to you first. Akbar coming to you second. All right, brother. Here we go. Let's go to Bob Brown joining us now here on the post-game show. Bob, how you doing, my man? The Birds are hosting the NFC title game next week. A big win today, brother.
Was a great game. Eagles. They're coming through Philly, guys. We have the Redskins coming in. You are right. I said that the snow should favor the Eagles. I crowed it. I still think I'm right. I don't think that Moore did a good job in play calling. We should have not thrown the ball as much as we did, especially in the second half. But at the end of the day, like people have said all afternoon, throw the stats out. We have the NFC Championship game with the Washington Commanders coming into town. Great young quarterback. They're not afraid of us. But if we play our game, if we play Eagle football, we run, we play defense, we're going to be in very good shape.
No doubt. How you feeling about that title game, man?
Listen, you get to play a title game at home. Every team goes into the season saying you've got to win your division. We did that. Things fell our way. We have a title game at home. You have to feel good. We talked about it during the week. Some things that are concerning. Sileo made a joke about it when we said it like they were excuses. The kicking game, said it early in the week, is a concern. It's all mental. I mean, he can hit a 37-yarder in the wind in his face in the snow and drill it. But if you told him it was an extra point, the extra point's in his head. We also, you and I both last week made a point to say we give Fangio a lot of credit for in-game adjustments and how he goes with the flow of the game, which is something that Kellen did not do today. Right? I mean, as I put on X and run, just run the ball.
run.
Just run the ball. Because, and again, they run up the middle, they gain one, they gain two. He bounces it outside 60 yards. Okay? And again, this is what got us there. There's no reason to change that now. Defense looked great. Jalen Carter is a monster. The Q injury is concerning. Okay? I like Kaylee Ringo. Kaylee Ringo's not Q. Okay?
No, but I like how physical he is, Bob. And they let him play today, which I liked. The refs weren't calling everything today.
Oh, yeah. No, there are certain games. That's a great point. There are certain games where his physical play, if they just keep the flags in their pockets, they're in great shape. If they get ticky-tack, he needs to go and just play special teams because he is too physical. He has that. That's part of his game. The coaching offensively, I can't say, is it concerning? But are we going to play in that type of weather come next Sunday? I don't think the weather's going to be that, so we're going to have a cold.
It looks good. It looks like it's going to be 40 and sunny.
Okay, 40 and sunny. We run the ball. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jalen's knee is an issue. And again, it's not today. It's what he comes out tomorrow and looks like. Okay? That stuff is – at the end of the day, everybody just has to take some extra aspirin and get out on the field. I don't care what you got to do. Get on the field. And if you can't get on the field, no hero stuff, I can't play, then you need to, he's got to show up. Okay? We're in the NFC Championship game. We played great ball all year. We didn't play ball that we thought we were going to play. I give more credit for that. Today wasn't his best game, but hell, I mean, how do you knock it, Zander?
Bob, how's this game stack up for you? And you're obviously been an Eagles fan for a long time. This game felt iconic to me. Again, I'm a younger fan. I haven't seen all the great games of the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, or at least I don't remember them as well as I should. How's this game stack up? It felt like a pretty iconic game when I was watching.
From my 5 decades, this was the game where we were sitting here going, these bums are going to do it again. They're going to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, and two miss extra points are going to kill us. The defense, this is not the Reggie White gangrene defense, but it is a really, really good squad that is really well coached, and this coordinator puts them in a position to win. And when you have that, you can afford to get into slugfests. This team is designed for a slugfest. And anytime you play in those games, it's going to feel, you're going to be on the edge of your seat. It'd be great. We were up 35-10 and we could have just kind of rolled and done our thing. I'd have been believe me, my ulcer would have been much happier with that. Couple of drinks and everybody just relax. That's not how this team is designed. And when you run the ball, you're going to be in tight games. We're not a throwing team this year.
I know, but man, Saquon Barkley, 200 yards running is not the usual running game that people.
No, and it's not. And again, he's that big power bat. He gets in the box, and anytime he's in the box, he can hit one out. So you just have to. Doesn't matter that he's 1 yard, 2 yards, 1 yard, 2 yards. Tap dance, gets knocked down. I mean, Barry Sanders made a living doing that. Okay. I mean, we have an offensive line that allows for that. I mean, there were some lookout blocks, and Cam Jurgens had a couple, and guys are coming up, and you can see the blitz, and there were some blown calls, but that stuff happens in a game. Jalen taking that safety with the knee, that's an issue. Okay, there was some I wish he would have.
I hated the play call there, though. Your quarterback just gets banged up on the knee. You're at your own 4-yard line. You have him on a 5-step drop. Dude, what the hell is that? That's a terrible play call.
That's the in-game. He literally, I joke, and I hope Moore gets the job in Dallas, okay? Because this team is designed a certain way, and he wants to run a different scheme.
Right.
Okay? But yes, you don't do a 5-step drop in your own end zone when your quarterback just limped off the field. And again, it's a TV thing, but just a couple seconds before you saw him jogging out there, they're like, Jalen is still in the medical tent.
I know.
So wait a minute, he just came out of the medical tent. He's running out onto the field, and we want to do 5 steps in our own end zone.
And then he stood there like a statue. I've never seen Jalen Hurts in my life look like a statue. He looked like a statue.
Yeah, he couldn't get it. Yeah, he was like his feet were frozen on the frozen tundra in the end zone.
You know what it reminded me of, Bob? It reminded me of, you remember the play that Wentz threw a touchdown after he tore his ACL?
Yes.
He was literally just kind of looking. That reminded me because I'm so used to Jalen just being so mobile, and he clearly wasn't there.
Except Wentz threw a touchdown and Hurts took a safety. Okay. Okay.
Depends on the field, but yeah.
Yeah, it was great. But again, the team is you can't knock the team. This is the team we are. We are literally one game against the Washington Commanders from going in to play the Kansas City Chiefs, because the NFL wants the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl and they want the three-peat. And you know what? If we can bust their bubble and a meteor takes out Taylor Swift, I will be the happiest freaking guy in the world, because I want that stuff to end. I want real football. And this is a team. Look, we're going to go into the championship week, and Sileo's going to tear this team apart all week. Okay? And that's great, because there's still things this team needs to do. Okay?
You can't tear apart a team that's hosting an NFC title game. I don't give a shit what problem you have with it.
Well, there's a good thing, Zander. You run tape on everything, and you can go back next week and watch it, and he will be bashing them all week.
You know I'll do it. Believe me, I'll be hearing about it in my DMs, in my email, in my comments. You know it. All right, Bob, I got to run, man. I got a lot of people here waiting to get on.
Great job, man. Talk to you during the week.
All right, thanks, Bob. See you, brother. Yep. Up there from Bob Brown. All right, we got some great people in the chat. I already see. I got Akbar coming up next. I got Brandon Howard, our great legend member. What's up, Brandon? I see Addie. Addie, if she stays put, will be our first ever female on the post-game show. So hang tight, Addie. We'll get to you in a little bit. I see Chris 3K. That's a new name. I love it, man. We got some great people to get to. O-line guru, Anton, riding the bench. Abe's in here. We'll get to everybody, all right? Guys, when you win an NFC, when you win the divisional round like that in a snow game, there ain't no limits on the post-game show. I'll be here all freaking night. I'll go to 2 a.m. if you guys want to talk football till 2 a.m. All right, let's do it. Let's get to my man Akbar, who has not stopped dancing in the back. All right, here he comes. He's still dancing as he joins the show. Akbar, what's going on, my friend? Good to see you in here, looking fresh. Birds get the win, my brother. Yo, gotta mute that music. You're gonna get me a copyright strike. Let me mute your microphone, knucklehead. Wait, I got you. What's up, Akbar? How you doing, brother?
How about that win, homie?
Big win, man. Big win, man. Big win. Hosting the NFC title game now next week versus the Commies in Philly, brother.
Who the best team in the league, dog?
We're the best team left. There's no doubt about that. We're the best team left.
The best team in the league. It's just showing, it's just under the spectrum right now. Like you can see it more clearly, but we always knew they was good, but we didn't think that it was the best team in the league. We thought it was Detroit, and we seen what happened to them last night. How about the Philadelphia Eagles winning 2 games 2 days in a row? Huh?
What do you mean?
We won 2 games in a row. We won last night and we won tonight.
Oh, you mean because they knocked out Detroit? No, you're not. Hey, you're not wrong about that. Yo, Akbar, I saw your tweet, bro, and it gave me it made me really think about something. And I thought you were right. I almost felt let down, not because I was upset or anything, but I had so built up this matchup versus Detroit all year long. How do we stack up with Detroit? How do we stack up with that offense? And now it's gone. We don't even get to see it, man. We don't even get to see it. All that talk for nothing, Akbar.
For real. I know, like the commies, they just, they took the pen and stuck it right in the balloon, and that shit just took off, and we won't never catch that one. But that's cool though. I'm not mad at playing the Redskins next week. I mean, they ain't got nothing for us. It's gonna look like this game, except for it ain't gonna be no snow. Maybe I don't think it's gonna be no snow next week. But it's going to be.
You're not buying into the Jaden Daniels hype, are you?
He's good. He's good. I tweeted it last night.
I haven't seen a player like him as a rookie maybe ever.
He nice. He like that. He like that.
I like his demeanor, man. I like how he doesn't get phased at all. Like, I love that trait in a quarterback. Jalen kind of has that too.
He's mad poised, but Jalen not a rookie. This dude is a rookie.
Right.
Like, I seen somebody post something last night on your show. They said not even what's the bull from the Dallas Cowboys, Dak Prescott. Not even he did nothing like that in his whole career. He only been in the playoffs like twice and got booted out in the first round.
The Cowboys are the only team left in that haven't made the NFC title game, man. I forget what the stat is. It's like 25 years or something. Like, the Cowboys are down bad. I am done entertaining any Cowboys trolls. All right. If you're a Cowboys troll, you got to go off into the wilderness, man. Your team is ass. You should worry about yourselves. All right, bro. How do you see it next week, though? You like the Birds in that game in the NFC title?
Oh yeah, we got this. It's going to be the same shit. Pound the ball and play very, very good defense. Listen. I was very, very impressed by the defense. I was impressed by Oren Burks. I was impressed by Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter looked like fucking Forrest Whitaker off of Fast Times at Ridgemont High. You don't know that.
That's a movie I know.
You do know that movie?
I do know that movie. Yep.
He reminded me of Forrest Whitaker. He was insane.
Who's the dude in that movie? The iconic dude with the long? Is it Spicoli? Is that who it is?
Spicoli. Yeah, Spicoli.
Yeah, that's who I know. Yeah, that's who I know.
Yeah. So he went crazy. Zach Bourne, he was doing his thing. Slay was good. Mitchell was good till he got hurt. I thought Isaiah Rodgers, he had to scoop and run. The defense is Vic Fangio, man. He holding us up, man. We got a couple of injuries. I heard Mitchell coming back.
John said the way he saw it was it could be questionable for next week, but it wasn't like an injury like Nakobe. Like Nakobe Dean left, he's getting surgery. He's done for the year. It wasn't like Daddy said with Quinyon, but he couldn't say whether he'd play next week. He's not sure yet. So I think he'll be back. Let's just assume we win next week for a second. I think he'd be back for the Super Bowl, but I'm not sure about next week yet. We'll see on Quignon for that.
I'm not so. I don't think Bobby Wagner gonna have that much rap like he had last week. This week how he had for Detroit for Jared Goff. I mean, you can say what you want to say about Jalen Hurts, but this whole Eagles team is a different animal, and ain't nothing stopping us. I tweeted it last night. I said that the Eagles is the Incredible Hulk. The rest of the league is Bruce Banner. Ain't nothing fucking with us right now. We're going to the bowl. We're going to get the chip. I mean, the carpet is just laid out for us. I know I'm talking real heavy right now, but
no, I hear you, man. I'm with you. It couldn't work out any better for the Birds. It really couldn't have.
I was talking like this in 2017, right? I never thought that we wasn't going to win a Super Bowl. I hear on the show sometime, oh, you didn't think that Foles was going to come in and win the Super Bowl.
I didn't think Foles was winning shit. I'll tell you that, honestly.
I'm gonna tell you what made me to believe that he did, and it was two things I was looking at. I was looking at how Carson Wentz started the season. He started off kind of slow. He didn't really hit his gear until the fourth game. So when Nick Foles came in, I gave him the same thing. Nick Foles, he came in the 13th game of the season. Nick Foles, by his fourth game, he was sharp as shit. I knew we was winning the Super Bowl. He was just he went through the same kind of steps that Carson Wentz had, progressing, getting better, getting used to the flow of the game. And there wasn't no question in my mind. And that's how it is this year. It ain't no question in my mind. Is there any question in your mind, Zane?
I mean, you got to obviously get there, but for the NFC title game, I feel pretty confident. I like Vic Fangio versus a rookie quarterback in that game. Obviously, they're playing damn good football right now. Can't dismiss them, but certainly feels like it's going our way at every point. I feel pretty good about it, Akbar.
How you feel about how would you think the score would be next week in our stadium? We playing.
I'm not ready to give out a score yet, but I think that's going to be a close game, man. I don't think a team drops 45 on the Lions, all right, and beats them at their own game handily, just comes in and lays down like a dog. I think we're going to win the game, but I think it's going to be a close one.
I think it's going to be like a three-pointer.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be like a 3-pointer.
And you get into a fourth quarter playoff game, man, anybody can win. You see how it goes. I thought for a second the Rams were going to march it. I'm not going to lie. Puka Nacua made that catch on that last drive, and I'm like, oh.
They almost had me.
Don't tell me that, but no, we prevailed. All right, brother, I got to run, man. I appreciate you doing it today. I'll talk to you next week, hopefully after the third playoff win of the year, man, prepping for the Super Bowl.
All right, homie, you have a good night. I'll see you later.
All right, you too, man. Get back to your dancing. You were having more fun before you joined here.
All right.
All right, thanks, Akbar. Good stuff there from Akbar. Appreciate that. We got some new names coming up. Brandon Howard coming to you next. Addy, then you're up after Brandon Howard. And then I'll get to all the other great people we have here on the post-game show. Let's go to my man, Brandon Howard, a first-time joiner on the post-game show, a great viewer on JAKIB Sports. Brandon, what's going on, man? Great to have you on the show.
Z? What's up, Z? I'm happy to be on the fucking call, dude. I'm not going to swear too much, but
no, you're good, man. You can say whatever you want, man. All good.
All right.
Let's think of the game today, though, brother. Big, crazy snow game, and the Birds prevail.
Man, my heart was like going up and down the whole game. It was so crazy, but
post-game show to settle down after watching that.
Oh man, I've been going wild in the comments ever since the game has ended. It's just it's crazy. Like, I think after this game, I've hit the point that I think you're at too. That I think I don't care what the conversation is around Jalen. I don't think I care if he's a top 10 quarterback, a top 20 quarterback. I just don't give a shit what the opinion about Jalen is. The fact is that the team is built to win the way it is, and I think we're locked in with Jalen for the next 4 years because of the no trade clause and stuff like that. And like, obviously, I don't want any Tanner slander, but because I'm really loving him. But yeah, I just think it doesn't matter what it looks like, and it doesn't matter what it's going to take. This team finds a way to win. This team was in a heavyweight fight with the Rams tonight where it felt like every time one team threw a punch, the other team threw like a counter punch right back. and it was going back and forth. You've seen AJ drop some passes. You've seen Puka drop some passes. Like you've seen passes you never see AJ drop. So, I mean, like, you have to give him a pass on that because that's so uncharacteristic. So, I mean, like, Jalen had missed some passes. AJ dropped some passes. There were some bad play calls by Kellen Moore. But, you know, like on a overall big picture scale, I think the team played exceptionally well given the weather conditions, and no team plays perfect. Like, I think, like, you can say that the Rams made just as many mistakes as we did, but we didn't turn over the ball, and they did.
That's dude.
So,
It's
I
so
mean,
true. It's been the story in every playoff game we've watched so far. Quarterbacks that turn over are going home. Quarterbacks that don't are advancing.
yeah, and I think like what we were seeing in 22 was Jalen playing carefree. He hadn't signed a big contract yet, so I think there wasn't like this attitude of like, Jalen gets hurt, what are we going to do? Right. So I think they were playing carefree with him, where I think he was running a little bit more recklessly. I was watching his highlights this week, and he was just playing way more risky, but it was working out. And I think this year, they've decided to stop doing the buddy ball thing where it was like fly routes to AJ all the time.
Right.
And it was working sometimes, but they've just dialed it back on being risky. So I think, and then we have Barkley, so I think they can play it safe, and they've learned that. I think we're now 9-0 when Jalen doesn't turn the ball over. So I think they could play risky football. You could see Jalen throw it into triple coverage to AJ, and him come down with it, and us be all super excited and think AJ's a grown man. This is so incredible. But I think the way they're playing is good enough to win a Super Bowl.
No
And
doubt. Look, quarterback's a game manager right now, but that's all they need him to be. And
Who cares?
Yeah, I agree. Who cares? I don't care at all. Yo, how's this stack up, this game here today, with other playoff games you've seen? I don't know. Maybe it's the benefit of the now, right? And sometimes the now blinds you. But that game was so fun to watch, man. It was iconic. It felt iconic to me when it was unfolding. How'd that stack up for you in Eagles playoff games?
Against all playoff history. That's what you're saying, all playoff history?
Yeah, just anything in your lifetime or games that you remember. Like you could snap of a finger, you remember that football game. This would be one of those games for me.
I've been watching since like 2003. So I've seen like really good games with the Cardinals. I've watched games where we've lost that I really loved. I think this is the first time I've seen like a game in the playoffs that had snow in my lifetime. So I think, like, as far as snow games in the playoffs, this is number one. This is like the highest stakes snow game I've ever seen. Like with McCoy facing Detroit, like obviously I don't think that game had a lot of
That was
stake.
like a week 13 game, I think.
Right. And they weren't exactly like a great team or anything like that. And yeah, so I think as far as snow games, this is the highest stake as far as like my emotions being at an all-time high, like really begging on my knees every time Jake was kicking a field goal, being like, please, Jake, just miss a kick or make the kick. And but as far as like all playoff history, I have to put the Super Bowl at number one that we won. So that's like number one.
Well, that's an easy one. All right, brother. I appreciate you joining me today. Any other
just to top it off, I'll say it's a top 10 playoff.
All right, there you go. What do you feel? How you feeling good about the Commander game next week?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling really good. It took everything for them to beat us last time. And I think as long as we come in and we're healthy, we take advantage of turnovers when we get them instead of like last game where we didn't score off of turnovers when we played them. Right. I think we come away with the win. It's in the link. We lost in Washington. They couldn't beat us in the link last time. It's going to be, I'm not sure what the weather's going to be, but it's going to be cold as hell. I think we're more physical. We're more tough. In a 60-minute football game, they can't fucking beat us in Philly. Are you kidding me? They're not going to beat us in Philly. We're going to the Super Bowl.
All right, brother. I appreciate you joining, man. Yo, thanks for all your support of the channel. It means a lot to me. I appreciate you for always being in the chat, brother. And I look forward to hearing from you all week. All right, man?
Absolutely, bro. You will be hearing from me. I can't wait to talk.
Good stuff, my guy. Thank you so much. There's Brandon Howard in the chat joining us for the first time on the post-game show. Gotta love it. Gotta love hearing from new names for the first time. And Brandon Howard's one of our great people in the chat. Most of you guys who are frequent chatters probably know Brandon. So great stuff there. Let's go to my girl, Addie, our first female appearance here on the post-game show. Got to give it up for her. Addie, welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm great, Xander. Can you hear me?
I got you. Look good, sound good, and I like the appearance from what's that? Your dog's name?
Bella.
All right, Bella and Addie are in here. What did Bella and Addie think of the game today?
You know what? My first Eagles game was the Snow Bowl in, I believe, 2013.
Yeah,
And this game just felt different. I remember the Snow Angels back then. It was more carefree. This game was stressful as AF.
Yes, it really was. It was stressful. Now we're going to host an NFC title game next week, Addie. This team is in good position, and it's all going through Philly. You feeling good about the game about the game next week?
As long as we have Jalen Carter, he was the difference maker.
Yes, he was. He was. What do you think of Jalen Hurts, Addie? Are you a lover? You a hater? You in the middle? Where are you on Jalen Hurts?
You know what? He has all the qualities you want. You want a tough quarterback. Yeah. He's not the same guy. Like, I'm not trading him in at this point, but the deer in headlights, the safety was just unbelievable. What's going on with him? That wasn't the same guy.
I think he's a little banged up at this point. I really do. I mean, as you just mentioned, the safety. I've never seen Jalen Hurts look like that. I mean, a deer in the headlights, no moves, no legs, I've never seen that from him. He's so mobile. So I think he might be dealing with a little bit of an injury today, but I just wanted to get your kind of overall. He's obviously a highly debated guy in the city. So first time on, I wanted to get your opinion on him. But all right, Addie, I feel pretty good. Anything else? What's that?
Is it Kellen Moore? Part of me wants Kellen Moore to get another job. So, not that I want him to have another offensive coordinator, but I just feel like Jalen Hurts regressed so much this year, and that's not the guy I know. So what's causing it?
Yeah, no, you're right. And Kellen Moore, that's what Sileo has been talking about. I don't know if you're a Sileo listener or not, but he's been talking about Kellen Moore has never coached a dual threat quarterback. He coaches passers. You know, he went from Dak Prescott to Herbert. So it's definitely a different looking offense with Jalen, but they keep winning, right? I mean, we're 16-3 now on the year with a chance to go to the Super Bowl. All right, Addie, any final thoughts from you before we let you go? And we appreciate you for being the first female to join the post-game show.
Happy to be here. I say pay Bond whatever he wants. $15 million a year. Who cares? The guy's worth it.
I'm with you. Great closing thought there. Addie, thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon, all right?
See ya.
Thanks, Addie. Good stuff there from our first female appearance on the post-game show. I love it. I appreciate all of our great supporters who joined the show, who are in here. I got a new guy. Look at this. HKP. What's up, HKP? Another new face that we'll have on here. All right, let's keep running through the tape. Riding the bench, coming to you, brother. He gave me an earful last week. I won't allow it this week. Here he is. What's going on, man? How you doing?
The goal on Zander Krause after last week when all I heard was this passing game stinks. It's inept. Detroit's great. And then all of a sudden, everyone in JAKIB Nation is saying the same thing that a lot of us said last week. A win's a win. We got the win. We're hosting the NFC title game.
I got tape of you all year long questioning the fucking passing game.
Of course I do.
Don't sit up on your high horse, my friend.
Hold on.
All right.
Did Detroit
You're not. Wait.
Detroit
You're not going to come on my
Detroit
show.
Lost.
All right. You're not going to come on my show on my
listen,
network and try and tell me what I've been saying.
Of course not. But there's also record of last week too, right? Listen. In the end, we're all on the same page here. We're hosting the NFC title game.
Yep.
We got a chance to get to the Super Bowl once again. And listen, I know rookie quarterbacks are like 0-for in conference title games. Rookie rules do not apply to Jaden Daniels right now. It does not apply. This is the toughest game of the year coming into Lincoln Financial Field. It's not going to be a snowball game. It's not going to, what you said, 40 degrees next week. If that's the case, this is going to be mano a mano, Titan versus Titan here. It's going to be the greatest game in the NFC all year. And I can't imagine it. I can't imagine a better scenario for the Eagles to knock off the rookie sensation in Washington to get to a Super Bowl. It's all
right, hot shot. Are we going to need the passing game next week to beat the Commanders?
We need to do what we've been doing all year.
Yeah. No, you're right. Listen, we haven't needed to pass all year. I don't expect we'll need to do it against the Commanders. But.
No, and again, like all of Saquon's runs today was the Rams trying to sell out completely against the run. He made one guy miss, and all of a sudden he's hitting his head on the goalpost there, right? So it doesn't matter how many you put in the box. If Saquon Barkley gets to the next level, you're not bringing him down. Like, he's going to score. So the Commanders are in a real tough spot. I do like their defense better than what the Rams are. I do think it's a better unit. I think it's a better team overall, hence by the fact that they went to Detroit and won in a tough environment, and the fact that they won 12 games in every game, like we've all said. Washington was always a quarterback away. They always play Philly tough. They were a quarterback away, and now they got a stud. They got one who's a superstar probably. But now you're coming into Philadelphia. This is going to be his biggest game of his career. It's going to be the toughest game of his career. And I am looking forward to watching that spectacular game because it's going to be spectacular.
All right,
Absolutely.
brother. Good stuff, man. We'll be hosting that game next week, a week from today. I think that game's 3:00 next week.
I think
in
so,
the
too.
AFC's night. What's that?
I think so, too. It's an afternoon
it's
game.
a 3:00 game. So the AFC will be the night game, and we'll be the 3:00 game next week. Should be a good one, brother. I appreciate you joining in today, and I'll talk to you again next week, hopefully after another – you better hope after another playoff win, all that shit you're talking.
Hey, listen, man. Right now, Right now, the Eagles are 2-0. We got one more game next week. That's all I care about. A win's a win.
I'm with you. Listen,
You
you're
know?
not wrong about that. My opinion, your opinion, who cares? Just win the
Doesn't
damn
matter.
game.
A win's a win. Keep the main thing, eh?
All right, brother. I appreciate you.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, good stuff there from Riding the Bench podcast. Appreciate him for joining the show now. All right, we'll get to Clary Voy. Then we got Chris 3K. Chris, you'll be after Clary Voy. Then we'll go to O-Line Guru. O-Line, I got you, brother. I'm going by order of who joined. I don't know who's. Abe, I see you. Anton, I'll get to you. And then HKP. All right, and then we'll keep rolling. So let's get to Clary Voy now joining us here on the post-game show. What's up, brother? How you feeling?
Man, it was a stressful game.
Yeah, it was. It
reminded me a lot of Atlanta, man, in 2017. It was
You're going grizzly, bro. You're growing out the playoff beard, man. You're looking grizzly today.
Yeah, you know what? I needed to. I'm up in Philly right now.
Are you?
So, yeah.
You're back in my neighborhood, brother.
Yeah, so there's snow on the ground, man. I'm not used to that shit anymore.
I know. Where are you? Mississippi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah. They're supposed to be getting snow too.
Yeah, no doubt. So what were your takeaways from the game today, man? I know it was a stressful game, but just takeaways. Who stood out? What'd you like? What'd you dislike? And how do you feel about next week's game?
Man, I don't. I guess I'm one of those people, man, that I like to talk about the things that need to be fixed. You know, man, I don't like the play call, man. I've been on that Kellen. I've been on that weakness of Kellen Moore in the playoffs. You know. And the reason I've been like that is he just doesn't play good playoff games, man. You know, when you have a hobble quarterback, you shouldn't be doing bootlegs and stuff like that.
I mean, just ridiculous. I'm so happy you brought up the bootleg because I keep bringing up the sack or the safety, which was egregious. But that bootleg in field goal range, and then you bootleg it out and go to 3rd and 17. That was egregious.
Yeah, and it was a bootleg to the left, and he can't run and pass to the left when he's even not hurt, you know. But the defense, man, the defense is awesome. Jalen Carter is a beast. Those Georgia boys are playing like they're back in college right now in the playoffs, you know, or for the national championship. Those guys are balling out. Man, it's a lot of fun seeing that defense. Snow games, how you were talking about. I don't think that wasn't on my top 5, I would say, for snow games. Not just Eagles, but in general. If I remember correctly,
just Eagles playoff games. Not that good for you.
Oh, I'm just talking about snow games in general, man. I remember that one with Adam Vinatieri in the early 2000s. That shit was wild. I think that was a playoff game where he hit that kick in the playoffs, and it was like a blizzard outside. But yeah, man. I don't know. Jalen Hurts is just Jalen Hurts, man. You know, but you can't talk about it more than you already talk about it.
know, I mean, look, it is what it is. But dude, we do keep winning. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say about it, man?
Yeah, so I thought that the snow was going to be a benefit to the Eagles, and I actually think it hurt the Eagles today. I think that made that game closer. The snow.
Well, I kind of said that on the pregame show. Just that I said if this game. The Eagles are the team in this game that don't need anything crazy to happen because they're the better football team. They're the more physical, better football team that can run the ball, and I don't think the Rams can keep up with them. The Rams were the team that needed the unordinary to happen, and the snow added that element. That's what I said on the pregame show, and I think it did play out that way.
I agree, man, because Last week the Eagles were hitting hard. I didn't see it this time. It's like, man, it's cold outside. It's snowing.
Yeah.
You know, there were certain players that played really good today that like they like Slade balled out today. I mean, he got beat on that one crazy catch by Nakua,
Yeah,
but
right.
it was just
He didn't
one
really
play.
that was more of
Yeah.
a fluke than anything.
And then Gardner Johnson, he was hitting hard. You know, Bond is, you know, the bald eagle, man, you know. But I don't know. Like
I'm giving away the Bond jersey this week because the bald eagle's been flying high, man.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm wearing the Barkley one.
Oh, there you go. You got the Barkley I sent you. I love it, man. I love it.
Dude, they're awesome. I think man, AJ Brown can't play like that next week, man. You know, he looked unmotivated.
Yep.
I don't know if it was snowing too hard. He couldn't pull the book out and read it. I don't know what it is, man, but he needs to get a little bit more motivated. Because he can't be having those.
I will say this about him. He looks a little lethargic right now. Looks just a little bit like he's going through the motions or something. It's not normal AJ to me. That's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but he doesn't look like the same guy right now.
That's what I'm wondering, man. Is he lethargic because of like today it was cold, the snow? You know what I'm saying? Is that why he's lethargic? You know?
Maybe.
I don't know. It's who knows. But
all right, brother. I appreciate you joining in. You feel good? You feel good about the NFC title game next week?
I actually think this is going to be a repeat of the Vikings game. I think they're probably going to beat them by like 20, 25.
Wow.
Yep.
All right, brother. I appreciate you
background. I'll talk to you.
Sounds like you got some stuff to deal with. I appreciate you, brother.
Later.
All right, later. Good stuff there. I don't know if that was Clary Boy's son or daughter in the background hollering, but we appreciate him joining the show. All right. I love everybody. Chris 3K coming to you next, brother. Another new face here on the post game show. Joining me now, Chris 3K. What's going on, my man? How you doing? You got me? Oh, I don't have your audio, brother. I don't got your audio. Nah, let me see. One sec. You there?
Let me see.
You there? I got you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Now I got you. I got you.
You got me?
Now I got you.
Okay, perfect. How you doing, Big Z, man?
I'm getting a major echo. 1 second.
I'm getting a major echo. 1 second. All right, you there now?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
I can rehear. I keep rehearing. 1 second. Let me boot you out. I'm gonna boot you out, Chris, and rejoin. All right, because let me send the link in the chat again. I can't hear if I hear my own comment every time I talk to him, it's gonna throw me off. All right, I don't know what the heck that was. I could hear my own comment. Let me keep rolling. Let me get to O-line Guru, all right, and then I'll get to Chris 3K when he rejoins back in. All right, what's going on, brother? How you feeling?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, man. Big win today, man. We are now 1 game away from advancing to the Super Bowl and 8 quarters away from raising the Lombardi Trophy, brother. How you feeling about today's game?
I'm feeling very good. Root to the good bros. All the bros in the chat, you know what I'm talking about. Root to the good bros.
Are you?
what's
that called?
It is a fraternity. I'm just in a fraternity.
Yeah, I know. I'm blanking on the name though. My bad.
Oh yeah. No problem.
Right? So all right, cool. There you go.
Yeah. Me and Jalen Hurts in the same fraternity.
All right, I see why you're riding. All right.
I'm just popping it a little bit. I'm popping it a little bit. You know, I'm feeling Zander. I just need my. I know. My guy Sean Desai was just on the call earlier today. Listen. You said he's been saying this since last week. Zander, have I not been saying this since probably about week 4, week 5?
Right.
We're good, man. We're fine. We got Jaden Daniels next week. I ain't got nothing to worry about. We need Queon to hurt and get right, though. That's what we need. We need Queon to get back to ASAP. But besides that, man, we're doing fine. Kellen Moore need a little bit of, he needs to hear it a little bit. I'm kind of fine with it. And I agree with the first lady guest that we had on here. I'm really excited about her. It was great hearing her get to talk, and I hope that we have more. With that being said, she was spot on with pretty much critiquing Kellen Moore and saying how I'm fine with him being gone. And it does sound crazy to say that with how many coordinator changes we've had.
Right.
Especially for Jalen Hurts, man. Like, this is unheard of in the NFL, period, with all these different coaching changes. But Kellen Moore haven't been very good in situational times. Situational play calling has been horrendous by Kellen Moore, just to be honest. But we got a winner at quarterback. Like I said, winning is a quarterback stat. Quarterbacks are the only people that literally legacy is on the line, depending on if they win or not. They get paid if they win or not. Sam Darnold might have lost money just because he lost a couple of games. So winning is a quarterback stat. Jalen Hurts keep winning. I think we kind of proven the point. We keep beating a dead horse. Just because you throw for 300 yards doesn't mean that you know how to win. We just need to make sure that we're able to wrap it up next week. Dan Sileo might be dissing a little bit, but he just popping it. But he might diss a little bit, y'all. But we good. We in the NFC Championship.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. What do you think about that matchup next week, brother? Commanders coming to Philly. Birds got home field advantage in the NFC title game versus a young freaking stud, man. Listen, I know you like quarterbacks. I know you like football. You're a guy that played the game. Perhaps you see it a little differently than most fans do. That kid can ball, man. That kid can play ball. What do you think of that game next week?
Yeah, he's the best rookie I remember since Cam Newton, and he's having a better year than Cam did. Cam was just a phenomenal football player, but just as having a year, Jaden Daniels is the best rookie that I think we've seen. Pat Mahomes came in a little bit later. After Alex Smith got everybody ready for him.
Mahomes sat the first year, remember, behind Alex Smith.
Yeah. He definitely did. But what Jaden Daniels is doing right now is just phenomenal. Just to add a little caveat, same thing with Bo Nix. Jaden Daniels is 24 years old. That's an old rookie, but he's balling. As for us playing them in the NFC Championship, honestly, I wouldn't have it no other way. I think we're gonna pound them. I think us losing to them last actually helps us. I think that we got a chip on our shoulder. I think that we're disgusted with that loss against them. And I think coming to the link for the NFC Championship, if they beat us, just kudos to him because he's definitely going to get our best shot. I think our defense is going to show up and play. I think Jaden Daniels is amazing, man. I mean, he's amazing.
Yes,
he's a playmaker. He's a playmaker, and I talk about this all the time, not to try to run too long, but I talk about this all the time, man. A lot of quarterbacks can throw the ball, but in playmaking situations, when it's 3rd and 4, do I believe he can get it? He's not just going to throw a bomb just because it's there. He might think, let me just pick up 6 yards. Let me get the first. He's good at keeping the chains moving. If you give him 4 downs, he's going to get 10 yards almost every time, it seems like. He's a good ball player, but I got us winning by 10+.
All right, 10+. I like it. All right, brother. I appreciate you joining in, man. I'll be talking to you next week, hopefully, after a win over the Commanders.
Winning is a quarterback stat. I'm going to say that. Winning is a quarterback stat. Winning is a quarterback stat. We need to change our logic on this. It is a fundamental fallacy that a lot of people
you're fighting uphill battle. There's a whole like segment of the football world who builds their entire personality around wins not being a quarterback.
No, and I literally, even in my football group messages, and I play with in my football group, I got guys I play with that played in the league. Guys that know ball.
Right.
It's just a different opinion, man. Even they sometimes think winning is not a quarterback stat, but to be honest, it tends to be skilled players, and I can go elaborate on that later. But I think skilled players see the game differently from O linemen and D linemen. We're more win oriented, so wins a quarterback stat.
All right, brother. I appreciate you joining in, man. Great talking to you as always. We appreciate it. The chat appreciates you, and we'll talk to you next week.
Go Birds, go Birds. And you killing it, man. Keep killing it, bro. I'm looking forward to hearing you from this week, brother.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. There's Caleb Brandon, the O-line guru, on the chat joining me, man. I appreciate him for checking in. Appreciate it. Let's get back to Chris 3K. Chris, let's see if we can make this work. Chris, before I bring you up, let me say this. If you got the YouTube video, which is the video of people watching somewhere, you got to mute that out. All right. This can be the only thing that's got audio, or else I'm gonna be echoing myself back into my screen. All right, let's go to Chris 3K and see if we can get this audio worked out. You there, brother? I think I got you now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I got you, man. I got you. How you feeling after today's win, brother?
Oh, man, feeling great. First and foremost, I'm actually calling you from Inglewood, California. So I'm 5 minutes away from SoFi. I live 5 minutes away from SoFi. So, yeah, I'm up the street. So go Birds everywhere, first and foremost. We all over the place.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, even in Inglewood itself, go Birds everywhere. But, first and foremost, man, I think, the over criticism of Jalen Hurts and what he is or isn't doing. Listen, man, we and I know the NFL is a passing league and we love quarterbacks, but I'm gonna say this: Saquon Barkley is the best player in the sport this year. Period. You look at what his impact is, the timing of his runs, and what he means to this team. I know Josh Allen is great and Lamar is great, but if you look at strictly as a player and what they mean to their team, you can't tell me that there's anybody playing better than he is, regardless of position. So
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It's hard to push back on it. I mean, and I think the one thing you said there the timing of the runs. Like it
The
feels like
timing of the run.
every time you need a play to close out a game, there goes fucking Saquon Barkley again. You're right, man. It's crazy.
There goes Barkley. And so to try to knock this formula of, well, if we have the best closer in the sport, so why wouldn't we play to that where it's like, look, we let you hang around or we play a certain game, but we know if the Eagles are within one possession, we have the ultimate home run hitter anyway. At any given moment, at this point, and we kept saying, well, when teams try to stop the run and this, well, we got 2 games left in the season, Zander, and nobody's done it. He didn't get 255 today. He got 205. I mean, like, wow, so God. The Rams know what's coming. Everybody know what's coming, and so I just think to try to knock Jalen and whatnot. Listen, I do my one gripe today: the situational play calling down the stretch of these games is not good enough. I didn't love after the Saquon touchdown, kind of the defense getting really soft, just letting Stafford dink and dunk.
That one touchdown drive was brutal, Chris.
It was
brutal to watch.
Brutal, because those kinds of things can let a team hang around and one mistake. Yeah. But, Kellen Moore and the timing of these play action passes, you can make the argument we're 16-3. We could be 18-1, 17-2 with maybe better play calling down the stretch of a game or two. But listen, man, I look at this big picture. If you told me after week 4 that this team would be in the NFC Championship game with all these young dudes, we have the youngest defense in the league, man.
I know, man.
And am I supposed to feel bad because Jalen isn't putting up? Jalen, based on, if we're talking strictly performance, Jalen should probably already be a Super Bowl champion because the defense clearly let us down 2 years ago for all those sacks that we had and everything. So I'm not apologetic for what Jalen is or isn't doing. He's not turning the ball over, which clearly is a skill that keeps guys in games. And I would just push back to Sileo, your guy, for all this criticism about, well, Jalen's being carried by the roster. Well, there's another quarterback in Detroit that played last night that has a great roster around him, and he's one and done. He has a great offensive line. He has a great run game. So to try to knock Jalen for what he is or isn't doing, given the fact that this team clearly has a formula that's worked, I just think it's just a little bit too nitpicky, man. We got the NFC Championship game at home next week. I don't really know how you can really argue with that right now.
Speaking a lot of sense to me right now, brother. I like it. A lot of common sense. How you feeling about next week's game? All right. You got Jaden Daniels coming in. All right. This kid is a freaking sensation. I know it sucks to say as an Eagles fan, but that's the cold, hard truth, my guy. This kid is damn good. How you feel about that game next week?
Listen, Jaden's phenomenal. But we got the best defense in the league. So it's going to be, good to see that back and forth between, Vic Fangio and what Jaden is able to do. But, man, listen.
Remember, he did have 5 touchdowns on us last game.
He sure did. But, listen, that was a 36-33 game, came down to the wire, and we don't do shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I like my chances if Devontae Smith catches that ball, So it wasn't as if we just were uncompetitive and just got completely thrashed. So, listen, Jaden's great. They're playing well. But based on what I see out of this defense, man, and this is rare to say as an Eagle fan at that because we haven't been known for investing on that side of the ball with Howie.
Right.
We got to give him a lot of credit. But until proven otherwise, man, this defense gives me belief against anybody, dog.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
And it's in our backyard, too.
Me too. I agree, by the way. Great having you on. It's my first time. Are you a frequent viewer? Are you new to JAKIB? What's the story here? Because I've never talked to you, and I don't know if I recognize your name in the chat. What's your name in the chat?
No, I'm not in the chat. Not in the chat. I'm just a frequent viewer. I've been following JAKIB for probably within the last year and a half. I just hadn't subscribed yet. I was getting ready to, but when I saw the opportunity to pop in today, I was just like, hey, let me get a chance to kind of, say my piece. But I'm calling from
England. Man, I thought you were great, man. It was great talking to you.
Yeah. So I'm calling like 5 minutes away from SoFi. So I won't be going out wearing any Eagle jerseys down the street tonight because there's a lot of bad Rams fans out there disappointed.
Yeah.
But go birds everywhere. And all I'm going to say is this, man. February 13th, get your parade tickets ready, man. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, man. I love it. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Good stuff there from Chris. Yo, Chris, you got to freaking subscribe to the channel, man. Are you crazy? You're not subscribed? What are you talking about, man? Go on, Chris. Nah, he was great, man. It's great talking with Chris. All right, let's keep rolling. HKP, you ready for me? There he is. I got him. He's ready for me. Joining the show now. HKP, new face, new name. What's up, brother? Good to have you on the show.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for having me, man. Thank you for having me, man.
You're a little low. Let me see if I can adjust your volume up for a second. All right. Anyway, here it comes. All right, I got you now. What'd you think of the game today, brother? Big win, a big snow game victory for the Birds.
Great win, great win. I'm actually from DC. I'm in DC right now, so it was a great win. It was scary towards the end of the game. I'm not gonna lie, I was edge of the seat, but I'm glad the defense was able to come up big at the end of the game because Kellen Moore, he did his absolute best to try to lose that game. He just did his absolute best. I don't know.
Some of the play calling, man. Some of the situational play calling.
I don't know. I feel like sometimes he struggles with not understanding that this is the team you're coaching. You're no longer coaching in Dallas with Dak Prescott, where it was just heavy passing and stuff like that. This is a run team, and I think he just struggles sometimes with wanting to go back to his original ways of just wanting to throw the ball all the time.
Right.
That's, if anything, that would have cost us the game today. Just our quarterback's knee is messed up. You're doing rollouts. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. I just don't understand that type of stuff. Like, just do what you have to do. Hand off the ball to Saquon Barkley. Keep the clock running. Give the ball back to Matthew Stafford with the least amount of time, and let your defense do what they've been doing all year.
Do you have your phone? Yo, by the way, real quick, just before we continue, because you're giving me good stuff. Do you have your phone on the desk? You're covering up your mic. That's what the issue is.
Oh, I got it. Can you hear
There
me?
you go. Now I can hear your ass crystal clear.
Got you.
There
Man.
it is. All right, there it is. All right, there you go. Now good stuff. All right, brother. Now we got Jaden Daniels coming in, by the way. Good takeaway from the game. I hope everybody could hear it. I could hear it at least. But what do you think, man? Jaden Daniels coming in, rookie sensation. This kid is, I know it sucks as an Eagle fan to say, but I'm not gonna lie to people. This is the best rookie I've ever seen in my life. This kid is ice cold, and I think he's playing better now, HKP, than he's played all year. How do you see that game playing out next week?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm nervous. Like I said, I'm from DC. I live in the DMV, so I've been hearing all the noise. They truly believe that they're gonna win that game. Like, all sure the fans, they truly believe. But I like what our defense can do against them. I believe that first game, if Jalen would have stayed in, we really would have pulled away early, and it wouldn't have really been any. I don't think we would have been any bit of worried going into the game. But I honestly think he's gonna come to play. I think it's up to our defense. I don't know if we're gonna have Quinyon, but I trust Vic Fangio and what he's able to do. I mean, he hasn't let us down all year. We have no reason to not trust him. Jalen's gonna make plays when he needs to make them. He doesn't have to throw for 300 yards. I know that's what Sileo wants to see, throw for 300 yards and be like a Jared Goff and be in Cancun. But we're trying to go to New Orleans, man. And we're going to hand the ball off and do what we got to do. We're going to run the ball down their throat all game long. And I think that game's going to be like a cool, 21-24 type of game. I think we'll be able to get it done at the end of the game. But I think it's going to be close. I think it will be another nail biter. I don't want any Eagles fans thinking we're about to go in there, we're about to be at home and blow them out. Right. I don't think any of that is happening. I think it's going to be a great game. The Commanders are going to come in there. They're feeling good. I feel like they're playing excellent right now. And we got to give them
better than they played all year. Yeah, I think they're red hot right now, man. They're hot at the right time. So should be a great matchup next week. All right, brother. Any other final takeaways on the game, man? It's great having you on, by the way. Appreciate you coming on for the first time this year.
For sure, man. Appreciate it, man. I love the show, man. I love what you guys do over there, man.
Thank you,
man. Keep it up, man. And just keep doing what you're doing, man.
Thank you, bro. It means a lot to me. Thanks, man.
I want all the fans to relax on Jalen, chill. He continues to win. He doesn't have to throw for 250, 300. Let's do what we got to do. Get to New Orleans so we can get that Lombardi, man.
All right, brother. I appreciate it, man. Great takeaways. Great having you on. Thank you, brother. Yes, good stuff there from HKP, man. I'm not sure what his name is in the chat, but I appreciate him joining in today. He was great. All right, we got Abe. We got M. Reyes. And we got the legendary, optimistic Aussie. Hot Sport. I see him smiling at me through the back. All right, we'll get to him coming up. And Joe Whip, I don't know what's going on with your camera, man. If you can get it fixed up, I'll bring you in. Maybe we can go audio only with Joe Whip. Joe, we got to see the locks though. Come on, Joe. All right, let's go to my man Abe, and then we'll get to M. Reyes. Abe coming in here now, rocking his JAKIB hat. Feeling good, Abe. How you doing, brother? Welcome into the show, brother.
Good, man. How you doing?
Good, man. How you feeling after that win? Yeah, you were hard on Oren Burks in the chat. What's up with it, man?
I don't care, man. The man is ass.
Yo, Abe, I knew you were going to give me that response. I knew it.
I was like, man, he didn't do shit today. What?
Yeah, he had that one block tip pass. I mean, come on.
The entire game, he could have did that. The entire fucking game. Now he wanted to do it.
Abe, you're unforgiving, my guy. You are unforgiving.
Golly, man, it took him that long. That's it. All right.
Listen, man, I'm all right with it. What'd you think of the game outside of Oren Burks? All right, man.
Outside of Orenberg, so it was all Jalen Carter. Zach Bond did his thing. Jalen Carter did his thing. That's what it was.
I got to get a Jalen Carter jersey to give
know.
away. They didn't have him, but he's supposed to re-up him on Tuesday. So I got the Bond to give away. I'm hoping to get a Carter to give away as well.
Bad. Yeah, no, Carter did amazing. I ain't see Jordan Davis. I ain't see Huff. Nolan did his thing. I think, what was it, Hunt? He got a sack.
Hunt got a sack, baby. A playoff sack for Jalix Hunt. How about the kids? Kid Jalix Hunt. You gotta give him some love.
Man. I'm happy. This game was just all about defense again. All about defense.
Yep, no doubt. Well, there was a crazy snow game, man. I mean, that was wild to watch.
I mean, why couldn't we just run the ball like that? I was talking to Joe Whipp and I told him, like, why don't they just run a play and then shift to the right? Like he sees the hole getting smothered by everybody. Run to the left, run to the right. And he did that in the last play, Barker ran it off and all that. But like I was like, damn, why can't they just do that? And then they weren't throwing no play actions. Like I saw one play action, I think, and it was to Goddard. I was like, where was Goddard the rest of the night?
All right, what'd you think of Jalen Hurts today? Because you're a guy that's been kind of back and forth on him a little bit, kind of like me. I mean, that's what it gets. People are like, you flip-flop. I'm like, how about I don't? How about the guy is just pretty, you don't know what you're going to get from him. And sometimes it's hard to quantify it. Where are you on Jalen Hurts after today's game?
It's like you can't bash him because he won. But then it's like, you're supposed to win. You have all these people around you. You're supposed to fucking win. Yeah, Jared Goff went fucking to Cancun, but who gives a fuck?
You know what I love about you, Abe? I love that you expect greatness, and anything less than it, you are hot. You are pissed off about anything less than greatness. I love that about you, Abe.
Because we are the best team in the NFC, and we're not showing it. It's like it just angers you. You can see the full capability, like how Sills gets mad at Carter. Like he sees that in him. Like he wants him to be the best.
Right.
That's just what I want to see. Us to be our best. And if it comes down to the Super Bowl, so be it. But God,
what do you think
get it
next
straightened
week, man?
out.
What do you think? What do you think next week? Jaden Daniels coming into Philly. Welcome to the Thunderdome, Jaden Daniels. What do you think of that game next week?
If I could be honest.
You have to be honest. You're not allowed to lie to me. What do you think, you're going to lie to me and get off easy?
Man, I'm looking at it. And it's like,
bro, you're not confident. I can see it on your face.
Oren is ass. I'm like, yo, it might be a shootout. It might be a shootout. It might be a shootout on their side, but a running side on our side. I mean,
and Ray says, Abe about to adopt a dog.
I got a dog. I got a good old pit bull.
Oh, if you scared, Abe, get a dog, brother. Now you're like, listen, they're playing. Jaden Daniels is playing the best football he's played all year right now, and he's played a lot of good football this year. So he's a scary guy coming in.
Jalen's hurt. AJ's hurt. Q's hurt. Dean is out. BG's out. Like, who's the next person?
I know, man. You're not wrong. It's a good objective take by you. Like, we do have a lot of banged up people right now on this team.
It's star players.
I know. Even if they're playing, they're you saw AJ Brown today. Not much of an impact when he's banged up. So we'll see how it all goes, brother. I appreciate you doing it today. Any other thoughts going through that Abe brain of yours before I let you run?
Reyes needs to get about 10 dogs because I need my one dog to be all his dogs.
You hear that, Reyes? You need 10 to match up with Abe. Dog. All right, Abe. I love you, brother. I appreciate you doing it today. Love the hat, man. You look good. I appreciate you being here. I'm going to talk to you next week. Hopefully after another big win.
I'll see you then.
All right, bro. There's Abe. Yeah, I love Abe, man. Abe cracks me up. Abe is great. I freaking love Abe. Listen, Ray, it's not that he ain't a believer, Ray. Ray, some people in life, Ray, all right? Some people in life, Ray, some people want greatness and want perfection and strive for that, and anything less than that, they will critique. And some people will tell you the sky is blue no matter what. All right. They don't care about some of the deficiencies. And the next guy will be one of those guys. All right. So we'll go from Abe, who wants perfection and greatness, and he wants it to be achieved week in and week out, to M. Reyes. All right. Who can't criticize this team if his life depended on it. Let's bring him up now. He can speak for himself. There he is. Ed Reyes, welcome to the show, my friend. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Can you hear me?
You sound great, man. You sound great. I can hear you very well. I like your little studio. I like the guitar back there. You're looking good, M. Reyes.
Thanks. Yeah, just want to do this real quick. Everyone talks about identity. I think we're just killers, dude.
Oh, God. Is that what we are? Oh, my God. He got the Hurts baseball jersey. You got to be kidding me, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're doing that. We're doing it that way. It's that game.
That was great TV right there, M. Reyes. I love you bringing that to the table. What a great, entertaining bit by you. How do you feel about the game today, man? That was a crazy good game in all seriousness.
No, man, that was like stressful. It was stressful to say the least.
Dude, it took me 30 minutes on the postgame show to just calm down. My heart was racing still.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where just, God, I really wanted the snow to impact, just them, but it seemed to impact both teams, and it was like, shit.
Yeah.
And, oh, man, it was, you know what? But, the beer made it simple, made it easy. Just, just sit back. There's nothing you can do. Stick by the fire. And, we got that, we got a few defensive plays that went our way. I mean, I was looking at the stats right now, and we pulled, what is it? It was 2 fumbles on our side. None of them lost. It was 3 fumbles on their side. 2 of them lost. So it was it really came down to the defense and stuff. And the offense, the passing was struggling on both sides, and it just goes to show you, I guess you don't need that super elite quarterback to get the dub, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, football is more than about one position, one player, or one thing. And I think the Eagles have proven that all year long. All right, brother. The biggest test will be next week to advance to the Super Bowl. You got rookie sensation Jaden Daniels coming into Philly. Is your score prediction going to be 52-3, or will you relent? What do you think of that game next week, brother?
Oh, it's going to be 52-3, man. Come on. 52-3, Eagles win. Daniels, that rookie, he's not like any other rookie. Like, no, we're going to make him look like a rookie. He's going to get his ass deleted. And we are going to go to the Super Bowl, guns blazing, and let's get this. Let's bring it home.
He did drop 5 touchdowns on us last game. You can't take that away from him.
We had a guy get thrown out for foul language. We didn't have Jalen Hurts. Okay, come on. And
Jalen Hurts ain't playing defense, M. Reyes. 5 touchdowns is 5 touchdowns from the kid.
Doesn't mean anything. That was then. This is now. They blew their load, as other people may have said. And I don't think they are going to have what it takes to beat us at home in our, they're not going to have the firepower for it. We're going to get on JD and then, I think it's going to be another defensive thing, but I think our offense might show up a little bit more because the weather will be, I think, a little bit better, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I think it should. Look, right now it shows on my forecast. Now, this will change, obviously, weather doesn't stick for a week, but right now it shows 40 degrees on Sunday. Saturday's 36 and sunny. So if you get that kind of clear weather in the 40s, man, that's not a weather game at all. So, all right, brother, I appreciate you checking in. I take it that you have this team winning the Super Bowl.
Oh, you know it.
All right, hey, listen, I'm right there with you. I'm picking us to win the bowl, man. I've seen enough, M. Reyes. I've seen enough, brother.
And weather, what is it? Rain, shine, sleet, hail, snow. It doesn't matter. We're killers.
Rain, sleet, or snow, man. The Eagles trying to go. I'm sure M. Reyes has that clip from Jalen Hurts playing on repeat every night when he gets in bed. M. Reyes, appreciate you, brother, man. Great stuff with your killer mask and your baseball jersey. It was great. Great stuff, man.
Cool, man. Y'all take care. Have a safe night.
All right, you too, man. Love M. Reyes, man. One of our great people in JAKIB. We love him, man. He's really a great guy. Great guy and a great supporter. M. Reyes, well done by you, brother. All right, one more. We got Anton, and I'm hoping to get to Joe Whip, but Joe, maybe we'll do audio only. I don't know what's going on with your camera. You had this issue last week as well. All right, Anton. You're up, brother. Here he is right now. The legendary.
What up, Big Z?
With a pink mic is back, and he's ready to talk his shit. I can already tell.
You know what? I just wanna start T's and C's. I have not had a drop of alcohol today. I am just purely pumped up, and I'm gonna.
You're at work, isn't it Monday morning over there?
No, I took the day off because tonight I'm going to the tennis, and I don't want to get disturbed. So it's my day is all mine. Anyway, Big Z, how you going, my man?
I'm doing good, man. What'd you think of the game? It was a crazy game. Snow falling, freaking everything's going everywhere. You got Saquon running all over these boys. What'd you think of the game today?
You know what? I don't want to focus too much on what happened today because I have a lot to get off my chest after that about comments that were made in the national media prior to today.
Oh, my God. You're not going to cry about media heads on the
No,
show.
I'm not crying. What I do is I don't talk shit to my opponents because I don't want to, anger the football gods. And then afterwards, I let it rip.
I'm not an opponent, man. I don't play the games. Come on.
All right. Oh, look, you know what? This is playoff football, guys. Let's stop complaining about how it looks. Oh, man, I had a heart attack. It was so close. I thought the Rams were going to win. That's what the playoffs is about. You think the Patriots were having heart attacks when, Tom Brady fumbled the ball and they got overturned because of a tuck rule and Adam Vinatieri to kick a game winner, and they went on to win the Super Bowl. Like, that's the playoffs. You remember this stuff. You feel a heartache in the moment, and then when it's done, you're like, phew, and you remember it forever. That's my attitude towards this game. And you know what? I don't really care what it looks like at this point, Xander, because you know what?
It doesn't matter what it looks like, dude. You need 2
The
wins.
playoffs are running through Philly.
Yes, they are.
That's all that matters.
Are you going to fly over to Philly, or is that not happening?
No. Oh, man, that's not a chance.
No chance.
No.
Wait, Trump's in office now, so you're avoiding the U.S. at all costs. Is that right?
Yes.
Don't be a cupcake, Anton. All right, brother. Listen, Jaden Daniels is the hottest player in the league right now. All right, and he's coming to Philly next week. What do you think?
I mean, I think we're going to win the game, but I will say this. I think the Washington Commanders don't give a fuck about who they're playing, and they sincerely showed that yesterday. So it's going to be a very crazy game because I just think, as Johnny Mack was saying, you have to defend 4 downs every time against this Commanders team. Cliff Kingsbury is aggressive as an OC, and so it's going to be a sweat-out type of game, but I do think in the end that we're going to win. However, I will say I am a little bit concerned about Jalen, about his injuries. I'm concerned if Quinion plays or not. As Big Seals was saying, I'm now a bit concerned about AJ. What are you doing to me, Big Seals, telling me that AJ Brown, you think he's injured? God.
He is, man. Look, he didn't look the same today. You realize.
Oh, yeah, I agree. And can I say, that one that he bobbled and dropped out of bounds or whatever, the one that he was out of bounds at the end of the first half, he catches that. This is a different ball game altogether.
Yeah,
and I think we run away with it. If
we went into the halftime up 3 and we could have been up 10. It would have been a completely different ball game had he caught that ball. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
He's got to catch that, no doubt about it. But
I want to say this, Xander. This is what I want to say, and a message to one Nicholas Wright of Fox Sports.
Oh God,
mate, dude, don't you dare! I'm gonna say mate for my Australian audience here. I got to rep Australia. Jordan Mailata, my man, if you're watching, Australian.
Mate. He says mate. Guys, he dropped a mate on me. You got to be
That's
kidding
right.
me.
I dropped a mate. Didn't drop a mate on you. I dropped a mate on Nick Wright.
All right, there you
dude, you're gonna just sit there on your show looking all smug, talking about all the very specific 1 or 2 things that are in the Rams' favor. Oh, they've got a better head coach. They've got a better quarterback. And forget about the fact that we are bigger on both sides of the football, that it's going to be cold in Philly, and they're from LA, and they're going to come in here into the Thunderdome. And you thought that wimp-ass Los Angeles Rams team was going to come and beat the Eagles. You even gave up on your Eagles, the Super Bowl take. Dude, don't ever put the Eagles' name in your mouth ever again. I don't want your support. And this is what I got to say, Xander, because all of us got to unite. No one in the entire United States of America wants to see us win the Super Bowl. They hate us. I don't know what it is.
That is not true, bro.
I don't know what it is. I hope you're right, Xander.
That's a Philly talking point that Philly loves to use. I mean, some people don't like us, but people don't like the Rams.
On social media, I want the Rams to win because of the Fires. I mean, the Fires are going to fix themselves whether the Rams are playing football or not, okay? Like, people just hate us. And next week, I guarantee you, oh, Jaden Daniels, this rookie amazing sensation. How amazing would it be if he made the Super Bowl? Like, nah, I'm ready for it. Xander. Like, my family's actually all big Rams fan. My uncle had a picture of my little cousin when he was a baby wearing his Rams helmet. And guess what? It's no longer up anymore. That shit's been deleted now because the Philadelphia Eagles took care of their asses. Whew. I just had to get that out of the way. Sorry,
All right,
Big Z.
I'm cool with it. You wanted to make a public service announcement to freaking Nick Wright. You got to be kidding me. But I appreciate it. So you think we're going to the bowl? I take it, right?
I mean, we're here. Zander, remember on my first ever interview on this channel, you said, hey, so how do you think this team's going to go? And I said, we're going to go to the NFC Championship game, baby. What are you talking about?
But Anton, you don't get credit for that because anybody that's a fan of a team will say at the start of the year, we're going to the NFC Championship game.
Well, you know what?
Fan bases get to say they're right. All right, you can't take credit.
You know what? You know what? At the time, it's a long shot. We're 1 of 32. It was the first week. Come on, man. Like, I gotta have a fan, but I also cover all 32 teams on my own program. I looked at it around the landscape of the league, and I'm like, we're going to go there. We're one of the best 2 teams in the NFC.
I'm sorry. You can't take credit for that. All right. That's a BS thing. But I appreciate your support, and I appreciate you putting yourself out there. You have been high on the birds every week here.
And I got to say, Zander, you saw my message earlier. Big Seals. We got to host. Bro, we got to host a roast. Big Seals is going to sit there on where you're standing. You and Big Seals, both you're on. And then the third one, everyone's going to line up, and we're all going to, rip Big Seals, roast of Big Seals if we win the Super Bowl the day after. You got to make it happen, buddy. I don't like to tell people what to do on their program because I don't like when people do it to me, but I'm just giving you an idea. That's it.
All right, brother. I appreciate you joining in today, man. Let's see how it goes down next week. I appreciate you doing it every week. Hopefully we got one more of these things. Well, we got at least
2
one
more of these things.
Hopefully we got 2 more of these things,
Big Z.
All right, brother. I'll catch you next time. See you,
Catch you, man.
There's Anton, our optimistic Aussie. All right. Joining in. The chat's going. Anton, get in the chat. Start hitting back on these people. Start punching back. You guys are funny in the chat, man. You guys are funny. Yeah, I'm with you, Sig. Lord, he faces the heat, man. You got to respect somebody who faces the heat. You got to respect somebody who faces the heat. What's going on in that game, by the way? Can you guys give me an update? Because your boy Big Z is on the show, and I don't know what's going on in the game. Joe Whip, I'm going to try and bring you up. I'm assuming you're there. I can't see you, but I'm going to try and get you audio only, all right? Here we go. Let's see if I got Joe. Joe, you there with audio?
Can you hear me?
I got you. You sound good. You don't look very good, but you sound great. That's all that matters. How you doing, brother?
Well, I just got rid of the AMT service. These cardiac games here, I'm going to end up in the hospital. So,
what'd you think of the game? What'd you think of the game today, brother?
Well, I'll be the turd in the pool. So, it's going to take a tremendous defensive effort for this team to beat Washington the way Washington's playing, because of the Eagles' offense is so stagnant in the passing game. I don't know if they can win a game with a passing game that bad. It was terrible today. The O-line, Becton was great run blocking.
I know, you're right. He was
I don't know what the hell he was doing. He was looking the wrong way, and he was leaving lanes, getting Jalen killed. And then Dickerson whiffed on a guy and got Jalen killed. And then Lane Johnson with the on the tush push, you can't make those mistakes and win the NFC Championship game. They've got to clean all that up. And I have no idea what Kellen Moore is doing with the offense. His play calling is brutal. I mean, I was on the chatting with texting with Abe most of the game, and we were both pulling our hair out with the way Kellen Moore was calling the game.
Yeah, Abe was great on the show tonight. He wasn't in a great mood for winning an NFC divisional round.
Well, neither am I. My wife had to leave the room, Zander.
Oh God, you got your wife exiting the studio? You got to be kidding me, Joe.
She several times. Yeah, I was not a happy camper, Zander.
Well, so we're all right. That's fine. Where are you thinking then? Where's your brain at for next week, man? Where's your brain at for next week? Jaden Daniels, the hottest player in the league right now, I'd say, coming into Philly. All right, trying to upset this story. What do you think of that game next week?
I think it's going to be a tough game. If the Eagles' offense figures out what they're doing with the passing game, They should beat Washington. They're a better team than Washington. But man, I'll tell you, I'm watching Hurts. He holds onto the ball, and they've got to go up tempo. They've got to go up tempo constantly, so they can control the defensive personnel that's on the field for Washington. It's like the Saquon's long run. You could see exactly what happened on that run. Saquon was right next to Hurts and said, "We got to change the play. This is going to be open based upon the formation of the defense," and he took it right up the hole, and that was the end of that. They need to. They just can't make mistakes. And don't get me started on the fucking kicker. What he's doing wrong is so obvious. I can't believe they can't fix it. He's putting his plant foot 2 inches or 2 or 3 inches too close to the ball, and he's bringing his leg through too quickly.
Yeah, it's like a golf shot. It's like
exactly
it's like a golf shot.
I do it every time I go.
Yeah, 100%. You and me both, brother. We both have that issue.
And I'm watching it going, oh my God, why can't he fix that? I can't fix it on the golf course. You can only fix it on the driving range.
Right.
But he kicks into a net. You figure he can fix it on the side of the field. Oh, that's, when they were down, that should have been an 8-point win. Then you'd have Baltimore was down 8. They just scored a touchdown and then missed a 2-point conversion with minute 33 left. The only saving grace is I'm not seeing a lot other than Washington. I'm not seeing a lot of great offense in the playoffs here.
No, you're really not. It's a great take.
Watching Kansas City play is like having your teeth pulled. And this Buffalo game, it's a great game to watch, but there's not a lot of great offense in this game. And then the Eagles game today, holy crap. Oh man, I don't know. But could be one of those years,
Yeah, it really could be, man. Eagles are going to defy everything the modern NFL is set up to be by running and great defense on their way to a Super Bowl. You think
I sure hope so.
You think we win next week? Because you're not sounding too confident, my friend.
I'm not. I'm 50-50 on it.
50.
Put it this way: I'm not buying a ticket to New Orleans. I'll wait till after the game.
All right, so you're not confident enough to buy it yet. All right, Joe, I appreciate it, man. I'll be looking for your pick in the chat then. All right, on Friday or whenever you want to give it.
Yeah, I got my niece is getting married this weekend, but I'll be in the chat on the.
Oh no, your niece isn't getting married on Sunday, is she?
Oh no, of course not.
Saturday. I was gonna say you're calling out sick to that wedding.
No, I have to take my 96-year-old mother to the hairdresser Friday morning. So I don't know.
That's a beautiful thing, Joe. You should enjoy that because what a great thing that your mom is 96 years old and you're still taking care of her. Well done by you, man. Count your blessings, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, she was watching the game today. She was excited. So
she didn't watch it with you, did she?
No, not with.
I was gonna say you can't take your commentary, man. She's 96. She's had enough of this shit.
Oh, Zander, she's 96 for a reason. She's cantankerous.
Yeah, that's true.
These old Polish moms,
Yeah, you don't get the 96 without some tenacity and some grit, right, brother?
Exactly right.
All right, Joe. I appreciate you joining in, man. Thanks for making it happen with just audio, but it was great hearing from you.
All right, I'll be in there tomorrow morning.
All right, good to see you, man. Thank you, brother. There's Joe Whip. Good stuff there from Joe Whip. Good stuff from everybody. All right, a little round of applause for everybody in JAKIB Nation who joined the show today. All right, great stuff from everybody in JAKIB Nation who joined the show today. We had a couple new names in here. All right, we had people glazing the birds. We had people not glazing the birds. We had everything. Flex, that was a good show, wasn't it, man? Joe Whip was great. Good stuff, everybody. I agree, man. W show for sure. What's going on in this game? What's going on in this game? Are the Bills going to win? Are the Bills going to win? Yes, they are. The Bills are going to win. He was on, Akbar. What are you talking about? Claryvoy was on there. Claryvoy was on there. The Bills win. Your boy Big Z told you the Bills are going to win, and I told you guys that Lamar would be bounced. What happened? Mark Andrews dropped it? Yep, Flex 3-1, man. I lost out on the on the commies over the Lions. I did not think that was going to happen. Not going to lie to you. I did not have that happening. That's it. The Bills just took their final kneel down. Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes next week. Holy shit. You got Allen, Mahomes, and the future of the NFC, Jaden Daniels versus Jalen Hurts. Woo, baby. I'm already jacked up for next week, and I haven't even ended the post-game show for this week. The Bills win. Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. All right, I got a couple more super chats to rattle through. I still got to set up the John McMullen segment. All right, I post that out on the channel. So if you missed Johnny Mac earlier, make sure you guys go tune in on the channel, man. If you guys see a video and you love JAKIB and you want to show out, click that video, man. Drop a comment on it. Drop a like on it. It's a great thing to do. It helps us grow, and we appreciate it. Yo, riding the bench. Let me tell you something, man. You're starting to sound a lot like Anton on the show. You're starting. Underdog, you want to join? I'll have you, brother. Come on. I'll give you the link. Underdog, join in, brother. Riding the bench. You're sounding a lot like Anton on the show, brother. Abe, you were great, brother. You were great. Akbar, you were great as always, man. Great as always. Ray, good to have you in the chat. Good to have you in the chat. Good stuff from everybody all around, man. Good stuff from everybody all around. Buffalo wins officially. Josh Allen's getting a post-game interview. I really should pull that TV over in my office, move it over a little bit. You guys can see it in the background. All right, I got some work to do here. I'll take a couple more comments, all right? I'll take a couple more comments from the great people of JAKIB Nation. Betty Taylor, what's up, Betty? They keep saying the Commanders don't have the talent that the Eagles have, but the Eagles don't use what they have. Well, there's no doubt that the Commanders are getting a lot out of their current talent. They have $100 million in cap space. Yo, HKP, great stuff, man. It was great having you on. A new face, a new name, and you did your thing, man. You were awesome. And you're down in commie land, so you got to wear that Eagle hat, man. If you got the chops, wear that Eagle hat out. All right, brother? Thank you for joining the show, man. Akbar, me too. Akbar says, I missed the whole game effing with y'all. No doubt. Me too, but I'm live. Ethan, what's up, Ethan? What do you think about Jordan Davis? I think he has become a non-factor almost late in the year here. How many snaps did he get today? I mean, there was a play in that game where you had, I think it was a 3rd and 2 or a 4th and 2. And you didn't have Jordan Davis on the field. I'm like, I thought this guy was meant to stuff the run. I don't know what they're thinking with Jordan Davis. I don't anticipate him getting an extension, though. Here it is. The final 4 teams, everybody, are set. All right. Buffalo at Kansas City, Washington at Philly. Holy shit. Yo, it's still setting in that somebody from the NFC East will be representing the NFC in the Super Bowl. Somebody from the NFC East will be representing the NFC in the Super Bowl. And the Chiefs, again, will have a chance to go to the freaking Super Bowl. Are we getting a rematch of 22? I don't want it. I'm sorry. I don't want that rematch, guys. I don't want that fucking rematch. I'd rather play the Bills. I'd rather play the Bills. I don't think the Bills are good enough. That Chiefs team, dude, they never look good. Everybody says they never look good. I know they never look good. They never lose. They don't lose. Flexing, I'm not scared, but I'm calling a spade a spade. They don't freaking lose, Flex. Like, Joe Whipp said it. It's like pulling cheap teeth out watching them. Yeah, but they win. They just win. And they got Patrick Mahomes. I'm not scared. You guys tell me I'm scared. I don't give a shit. Scared. I'm not scared. But if you want me to pick a preference, give me the Bills. Oh, everybody wants a rematch because it'd be cool. All right. All right. You guys can choose to want to play the guy who's got 3 Super Bowl rings in 5 years and the best head football coach in the NFL. I'll choose the guy who doesn't have shit. All right. I'll choose that coach in QB. You guys can choose the 3 Super Bowl coach and quarterback. I'll choose the other guy. Brandon, I love it. I don't care who we play. Flexing, give me the rematch. I love you, Flex. I appreciate it. Big game next week, everybody. Big game next week. There's a 4-hour post-game show tonight. 3.5. We're up to 3.5 hours. All right. I got a couple more things to do. So let me read. I'll read off a couple more comments. I got to make a thumbnail here on the fly. All right. So if you guys want to work with me for a second here, just give me a second. I got to make a thumbnail on the fly while I talk to the great people of JAKIB Nation. All right. And I love talking to you guys. I told you I'll go all night tonight. I'll freaking talk football all night. I was waiting for Underdog to join me. Yeah, Twiz, fuck you, Twiz. Motherfucker. Twiz. Bond jersey tomorrow. Wayne, I think I'm going to go Tuesday. I think I'm going to go Tuesday or Wednesday on the Bond jersey. Yeah, I'm going back, by the way. All right, so here's what I got. Let me show off the people because now we're officially in the Zander time. All right, here we go. We did a big old I don't know what you want to call it, promotion on Birds 365. All right. And many people donated to the Super Chat Fund to get more giveaways. All right. I got a Zach Bond. We'll give it away. All right. I got another Cooper DeJean, black and Kelly green. All right. We'll give it away. I got a black and Kelly green, Saquon Barkley. We'll give it away. I got a regular Saquon. We got to give this away tomorrow for the 125. And we got another Saquon to give away because he's just a freaking beast. All right. And I'm going back Tuesday to get a couple more. All right. So should be good, man. Thanks to everybody who dropped in some supers. If you see Brian Fleming in the chat, thank him. He dropped $150 in super chats. And if you see Jason A-Team in the chat, he was in here today dropping big supers again. Jason A-Team is a great supporter of ours. All right, thank him. All right, so those guys dropped. Jason A-Team dropped 100 and Brian Fleming dropped 150. All right, on super chat so that I could go and get some more merch to give away to the great people of JAKIB Nation. So shout out to those guys for the love, man. Really dope of them. And we'll do the Saquon jersey tomorrow because remember, that's separate from Zander Claus because anytime he goes over 125, we're giving away a Saquon jersey. So now I got a Saquon jersey. All right. I was able to get them in. So I got to send some out to who do I got to send? The legendary Brian Pumper. I finally got one for him. All right. So I'll send him a Saquon jersey. Texas T is with me. She said, I'd rather the Bills too. Yeah, Texas T. I'm not sure why people want to play a 3-time Super Bowl winner, 3 in 5 years. I mean, if you have the option to not play that, why would you want to play that? Underdog, come on, man. What's going on? Underdog says, I tried to hit the link. What's it not working, Underdog? What, do you got an iPhone? I'd love to talk to you, bro, because you got some you are a man who believes in your opinions, and I respect that a lot. Riding the bench says, can't talk Super Bowl. Riding the bench. I can talk whatever the fuck I want. All right. I do not agree with people who say this shit. The team has to knock off the Commanders first. I am not a Philadelphia Eagle. I do not say we have to knock off the Commanders first. The Philadelphia Eagles have to knock off the Commanders first. All right. I'm a fan of the team. I am not a player on the team. It is not my job to have to prepare for the Commanders. It's the Philadelphia Eagles' job to prepare for the Commanders. All right. Are you damn right I'm looking ahead to that Super Bowl? You're damn right I'm looking ahead to that Super Bowl. No doubt. No doubt. All right. So did you guys see? I showed you guys the jerseys I'm going to give away this week. I think they're pretty good ones. I like them at least. I tried to get good ones. I'm trying to get the Jalen Carter is what I'm really trying to get. but apparently they're a hot commodity right now. Mike Fittery says, Xander, are you drinking? Mike, I do not drink. I am not a drinker. I haven't had a sip of booze since my brother's wedding. Since my brother got married, that was a year and a half ago. Haven't had one sip of booze since then. I'm just fired up, Mike. Sorry if that offends you. All right, come on. Somebody give me some good comments. I'm trying to make a thumbnail and talk to the great people of JAKIB Nation. And you guys are going cold. Twiz, you're going cold on me. Yeah, no, it's a good comment there, actually. Commies are always hard-fought games. Yeah, remember last year we went to overtime with who was it? Sam Howell? Sam Howell? It's gonna be a good game next week, man. And I truly believe that Jaden Daniels is I think he's playing his best football right now. I think he's playing his best football right now. Better than he's been all year. He was incredible in that game versus the Lions. And I think he's got a tough test, man. You know, the one interesting part about the Commanders here in this game, guys, is that they have absolutely nothing to lose. All right. And you know what they say? The most dangerous man is a man with nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose. Eagles have everything to lose. All right. Ryan checks in. I had a good comment, Xander. Normally, Ryan, if you have to tell me that means your comment normally stinks. No, I'm pulling a Ryan on you, Ryan. I'm telling you that your comment stinks. Now, I feel good about the game, though. I do. But I will say, Jaden Daniels is playing damn good, man. He's playing damn good. I saw a comment up here I wanted to hit. Zan, why is James Jones in our chat? Don't we play next week? I love James Jones. Pass. James, what do you think? James Jones. You ready, brother? You ready, James? Are you ready to get knocked off by the Philadelphia Eagles? Yeah, this was a crazy game. I got to rewatch this game tonight. When I get off the air tonight, it's only 10 p.m. There's no more football on, which is depressing. We're down to what? How many football games do we have left, guys? 4? We got the NFC Championship or the NFL or the NCAA Championship on Monday. AFC title, NFC title, and the Super Bowl. 4 football games left. Oh, man. That stinks. 4, Anton. I'm a big college football fan, so I'll be watching that. So 4. You got 4. Still got 4, all right? Here, look at this. Picture of Jalen Hurts going like this to the crowd. His haters won't like that. The haters will not like that. I'm pissed off that Underdog didn't join me. I wanted to get him in here. I know he was going to rip Jalen. I said, who cares how it looks? He says, I care. I care how it looks. Go Buckeyes. Fuck the Buckeyes. We want the Buckeyes to win. Anton. All right, let's keep track of Anton here. Anton's had he wants the Dodgers to win. Okay, the Dodgers. The root for the Dodgers to win a World Series. Now he's got the Eagles. Now he's got the Buckeyes. Who else you got, Anton? I'm surprised you're not a Cowboy fan and a Laker fan. I know you're a Laker fan. Don't even hit me with that. Go Buckeyes. You're an Aussie. How do you like the Buckeyes? I mean, seriously. All right, I finished up my thumbnail, everybody. Thanks for working through that with me. Got to make a thumbnail on the fly for the John McMullen segment. That'll be posted up on the channel right after this. All right, we're going to get out of here around 10 p.m. So we'll go 10 more minutes. Your grandma went to all right. If that's true, which is, by the way, it's a tough sell. You're an Australian and your grandmother went to Ohio State. Yo, can somebody fact check this man in the chat? Somebody fact check Anton. Now it's the grandma. Anton really broke out the grandma. Anton broke out the grandma card. That's unbelievable. Damn, computer's freezing up on me now. You got to be kidding me, man. Zander, will you be going to the NFC Championship game? All right, I answered this earlier, and I'm going to answer for you again. Ethan, when you decide in life to commit to this, all right, and that's what I've decided. This is my career, my business, this is my baby. This is what I work on all day, every day, all right? 12, 13, 14, 15 hours a day. You no longer get fan privileges, Ethan. I can't just go and enjoy a game next week. So, no, I will not be going. I'll be here doing the pregame, the halftime, and the postgame show. I'll be getting John McMullen live from Lincoln Financial Field. Maybe I'll get a few of you guys if you want to join on the show from the lots if you want to do it. But, yeah, I got Ethan. I've committed my life to this, man. I can no longer go down to the link and enjoy a tailgate. Last time I did that was the playoff game where Carson Wentz got knocked out of Jadeveon Clowney. That was the last game I was at. All right. That was the last game I was at, which is crazy, but it is. John McMullen reacts to the Eagles knocking off in a crazy snow game. Love it. I love it. By the way, I have a lot of big heads on here. Sileo, John, all you knuckleheads. Just to run back my take of the game. I'm sorry, but I don't really agree with people who didn't like what they saw from Jalen Hurts today. I don't agree. I don't give a shit what it looked like. I watched the game where snow was pouring down all around everybody. You had 2-3 inches. And by the way, I'm right by the stadium. We got a lot of fans who don't live in the city, which is great. I love that you're here. But I was out there in that snow. That's not the type of snow you want to play football in. All right? So I don't care what Jalen Hurts did today other than win the football game. That's all I wanted from him. That's what we got from him. I'm not here to criticize the passing game today. James Jones, hey, I'm glad y'all as the op, HTTR. I'm not giving you any of them this week. Park Alexander, I told you it'd be Washington and Philly. Good stuff, Park. Well done by you. We had a couple people in the chat who predicted Washington, which I'll give them credit for because that was not me. Matt NG checked in earlier. Catching 2 penalties away from the stats everybody is looking for from Jalen. That's true. Matt, again, I don't give a shit about the stats, man. This is not the time to care about the stats. Even for guys like Underdog and for people who just do not like Jalen Hurts. This is not the time. Are you an Eagles fan or are you a Jalen Hurts fan? I mean, come on. That's what the question you got to answer. The team has a chance to go to the Super Bowl right now. I'm a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles before I'm a fan of any player. All right. So that should be a great one next week. I thought the game was electric today. I loved the game today. People were DMing me. We're going to lose. Feels like a loss. I'm like, it doesn't feel like a loss to me. I never said it felt like a loss to me. I never thought it felt like a loss. I never thought it felt like a loss today. So, all right, scheduling out this premiere. I'll take 5 more minutes of chat, see what you guys want to talk about here on the game. I'll take a few more from you guys. What's it, January 19th? It's already January 19th. Boy, time flies when you're having fun. Can I be a little soft for a second? You guys are probably going to rip me, but that's fine. I don't care. This has been, what a great honor this year has been for me. In all seriousness, I'm not even joking anymore, man. This has been such a great honor to talk with you guys all year long, to cover this football team, to come live, to hear from you guys, to bring you on the show, to read your super chats, read your comments, to go back and forth with you guys, to bitch, to argue, to fight. It's been a lot of fun, man. I love what I do. I hope that's evident. Doesn't matter if it's not, but I do love what I freaking do, man. And I view it as a great honor and a great privilege to be able to talk Philadelphia Eagles football with you guys day in and day out. It's been an unbelievable run. My first year hosting, by the way, so big different year for me. I've started the JAKIB channel, obviously, so I've been doing it from the start, but boy, this was a fun switch up for me. Not what it was supposed to be. It was an unexpected switch, but ultimately I think it all worked out. I love doing it, man. I love talking with you guys, and it's been a great honor. It's really been a great honor. Flexen says, JAKIB is king. Thank you, brother. One of our great supporters, Flexen and Steppen. Park Alexander. Jalen played smart, no turnovers, Carter game ball. No doubt. Perfect takeaway, man. Perfect takeaway. Anton checks in, my optimistic Aussie. Thank you, brother. Love you, Big Z. Thanks for giving all the opportunity to come on every week. Thank you, man. Thank you for showing up every week. Thank you for bringing the heat. And thank you for being a great supporter of us all year long. It means a lot to me. It means more to me than you know. Twiz says, great year for JAKIB Zander. You're a big part of the rise. Twiz, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. You are a lucky cat, Zander, and a good dude. Wayne, I'm a very lucky man. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Thank you, man. Thank you. All you guys are dope. Underdog, here's the link if you want to join me. But I'm giving you like 60 seconds, bro. Not to talk. I'm giving you 60 seconds to join. You can blab my ear off if you want. All you want. I'm actually looking forward to talking to you, Underdog. Because I think people, I want to give you, you always type in the chat. It's hard to get all your opinions out in the chat. All right. Lord's Grace checks in with a $5 super. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I was heavily criticizing Jalen Hurts. You got to accept what you see. Kellen Moore got this team to the NFC Championship for the first time. Well, not the first time, but I hear what you're saying, Lord's Grace. James, I ordered it. I ordered it yesterday. Wearing my jersey. Look at this dude bitching. What do you think I am? Amazon? The fuck? Also, I don't keep Jaden Daniels jerseys in stock like I do Birds. All right? I don't stock them bums. I got to order you from the NFL shop. You're not getting that stitched Kelly Green love. You're getting that ironed on Jaden Daniels fanatics. Hopefully they send you the right number, James Jones. You ain't getting that stitched Kelly Green, brother. You ain't getting any of that. All right. I'm sending you that ironed on fanatics. Oh man, that's funny. All right, man. Good stuff. All right, I'm waiting for Underdog. If Underdog joins me, I'll bring him up. Man, I'm not making any wager. Ask Twiz about wagers with Sileo. All right, they don't work. They don't work. But you know what my guy did have, and I didn't get it this week because I was a little limited on my funds. All right, so I got 5 jerseys that I gave away, but he had another Jerome Brown jersey, so I'm thinking of going back and picking that up if I can, and sending that to Big Sills. So I might do that because Sileo said he'll wear the Jerome Brown jersey. All right, I got Underdog Entertainment in here, so I'm gonna get to him in just a second. It's supposed to be Akbar. I saw 40, bro. I saw 40, so we'll see. Let's get the Underdog, see what he's got for me. Oh, bad internet. Underdog, you with me, brother? Oh, he's got me on. Underdog, do me a favor and turn off the TV because it's coming through my mic, bro. There you go. Mute it. There you go. What's up, brother? How you feeling?
How you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. Great to have you on, brother. I love reading your comments. Thanks for being such a great supporter of JAKIB for all these years. What do you think of the game, man? I know you're hard on Jalen Hurts. Not everybody is. What do you think of the game?
First and foremost, thank you and Dan and everybody down there for what you do because I grew up on Philly sports talk. I mean, like from 1988.
Right. Real Philly sports talk.
Yeah, like my dad put me onto this shit like way back and it just died because you can't have an opinion. Like you'll wait on hold for, like 45 minutes and then they'll cut you off if you don't go to an agenda.
Right.
I want to ask you something.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Jordan Mailata and what he had to say about Tanner McKay?
You talking about how we got the team ready for in the practice?
How he got the defense, how he said he's the reason the defense is what they are. And when he said the secret's out, you know what that made me think of? Because it's not. I don't hate Jalen. I'm about to really
You don't think
shock
he's a
you.
good player. You don't think
I
he's a good
actually
player.
like him as a person, as far as I know from the outside. Like I actually like him.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he put
He's got a good head on his
$200,000 into the Philly school district to have heat and air. You know what I mean?
Right. He's a good
I don't
dude.
have a reason to dislike him. And he wears like he's the Eagles quarterback. I don't have a reason to dislike him as a person. But can't we be honest with this shit? This is a very good football team, and this quarterback is not playing well. And when I say, like, when you see me say things like I want a real quarterback, right? This is what I mean. What I mean is when you drop back, the separation a receiver is going to get is on his break. That's when you let go of the football.
Right.
If you wait for him to get there to the spot and get open, now as you're throwing the ball, the defensive back is now making a break on the ball. It's not necessary. You got the top offensive line combination as far as along with the receivers, your complementary game in the backfield, which now the passing game is the complementary part of it all.
Right.
There's no reason. See, my two best friends growing up were Cowboy fan and 49ers fan. I had to get laughed at through two dynasties. And I always wanted the Eagles to be one of those fucking teams. And we got a dynasty roster. And I'm going to tell you something. They built it trying to cover up a $50 million a year lie. They knew this was not a good enough quarterback. Then it was, okay, let's bubble wrap him. Let's go get this. Let's go get that. Let's get that. Let's get this. And like so many of these lies actually built into a hell of a roster. The defense, we got lucky. It gelled into some sort of a fucking concrete and quicksand cement mix somehow. So it's like, okay, now your lie can work. Put the real quarterback out there. And I'm going to tell you, here's Exhibit A with Howie Roseman. Travis Fulgham came in there, and he kept trying to push J.J. Arcega-Whiteside down our throats. You know what I mean? He even tried him at tight end. This shit gets ran off of how Howie brought you here, how much money he spent, how much of an explanation would he have to give for you sitting on the sideline. Travis Fulgham was one case. It's a few more there's been over the years too, where Howie is running this shit. First of all, you should not be making game day decisions on who's going to take the field. If I get to grade my own paper, I'm going to get an A every time too. And then he goes to his water carriers over there at IP and the other one. And then it's, oh, well, Howie must be a pretty good drafter. Look how many of his draft picks are starting. You're starting bums over people that got more talent. So when I heard Maya Lotta say, the secret's out, I said, this is Howie again with this dumb shit. It's not Jalen I'm mad at.
All right, but listen. I don't think you're wrong in anything you said, to be perfectly clear. All right. I actually more side with where you are, where sometimes I get annoyed at Jalen's deficiencies as a passer. But is this the most successful period of Eagles football that you've seen? 3-year period, 4-year period? I mean, bro, 14-3 2 years ago.
You know
Another
what?
14-3 game,
I would
and
say,
now we're going to host an NFC title game.
I would say no, because I sat through the Andy Reid era, and it kind of reminds me of it for different reasons. Because that team, it was so close. Then you went without linebackers. They devalued linebackers and wide receivers back then.
Yeah.
And they had to learn slowly. I hate slow learners. Okay, especially when you're professionals. So you got to get gashed for 226 yards by Deuce McAllister and whoever else the Saints had up the middle. Then it's okay. Well, maybe linebackers matter. You fucking think, and then your wide receivers have to get bullied by Ricky Manning Jr., a 5'0" Ricky Manning Jr. You finally go get to your Super Bowl right away. And it was like the same shit. It was like this team is always right fucking here. But now this team is even more frustrating because you got a dynasty in front of you. How many times have we all sat here and said there's no better team than the Eagles out here? And that's true.
Yeah, I believe it.
Aren't as good as the Eagles. Number 1 defense, number 1 running back in the league, right? Top 3 receiving core, top 3 offensive line. People could debate it. 29th ranked pass attack. Come on, we played operation when we were little. You know what part you got to pick out of that fucking equation. That's the quarterback. He stinks. 39 yards and a half of football. this constipated offense. Did you see how they looked when they had like when you had fucking Kenny Pickett came in there with 1 week, right? He had 1 week with the starters taking first team reps with a busted rib. And he came out there and looked better than Jalen. Like it flowed. There was the laxative they needed for the offense. Then he goes back out. Now here comes Tanner McKee. It's flowing. And that's 6'6", Mr. The Secret's Out. I call him Scanner McKee. 6'6". He could see over the line. He can make every throw on the field. People talk about the Giants. He didn't play against the Giants offense. He played against a top 5 pass rush, their starters, and he did it with second and third stringers. And they both came out there that both of them looked better than Jalen. We have not gotten 3 touchdowns through the air. For the idiots that say, well, it doesn't matter how he gets it. Yes, it does. You need balance. This is the playoffs. There's no more of those bubblegum teams. These teams, one of them is going to have the brains, okay, to flood the box. And we're either going to stay in this box, but either way, we're going to make it look like we're in this box. I would keep Jalen contained. I'm not going to let you roll out of the pocket. I'm not even going to rush you. I'm going to let you sit there in the pocket where you're completely uncomfortable. You don't even look comfortable.
He doesn't
it's already
look
bad enough.
bad about that.
Yeah, like you're leaving points on the field, and now you're giving points away on the field. You give away 2 points. You give up a fucking layup. All the points you leave out there on the field. Are you kidding me? Yo, he stinks. Zander, he stinks. And 2 things can be true at the same time. Yeah, he stinks, but they can still win. This team could beat anybody.
Yeah, they can.
My issue is that they could lose to anybody, and it does not have to be the case. It doesn't have to be. I grew up on this shit.
I know.
I grew up on Randall.
I love that jersey, man. That looks great.
We always had Rockets. Thank you, sir. We always had Rockets here. We had Jaworski. I came up on a little bit at the tail end of Jaworski. And I seen Randall come in with the fucking Jerry curl with the bandana around it. I mean, it was just lightning. And I mean, you got Donovan McNabb. Carson Wentz had a rocket. I used to laugh at my father. He's a Giants fan. Good man, horrible football team. I used to laugh. I said, y'all always got little cap guns on your team. You can't never do anything with these bazookas we got over here in South Philly. You can't do nothing. And then now we got the scrappy Duke quarterback. Now we got the little engine that could guy. I hate this bullshit. I want surplus just for once in the city of Philly. And we got it. It's like we're so used to eating shit from the Eagles. It's like we forgot what the taste of chocolate is. It's 6'6". It's sitting right there on your bench. It's always look good. These same fans will always say, like, for the past what? These preseasons, oh, Tanner McKee looks good. That kid looks good.
Right.
For the first time today, I heard it in the street. For the first time today, I heard it in the street, just walking past some people. The Eagles are telling a lie. This is a $50 million a year lie. And Howie.
But brother, all right, listen. If they get to the bowl and they win it, you understand that you're barking up a mountain that's basically not a mountain you can climb.
Listen, I won't bark at all. I'll be old Yeller if they win the Super Bowl. It'd be like, but my problem is this team, I don't believe they're going to win a Super Bowl. I should be betting money that they're going to win the Super Bowl. This team should be the favorite every week. This is a dominant roster. This is the best roster I've ever seen on the Eagles, and they are not better than this man's defense. They're not better than that gangrene defense.
No.
But this is the best all-around total roster I've ever seen, and they're squandering this shit. And I'm sitting there watching it week in and week out. A bunch of excuses getting made. I'm telling you, the Super Bowl made us soft. Do you remember back in the 90s? It was
I was born in 98. So there's a good chance I won't remember it. But go on with your story.
What year were you born?
98.
What year? 98?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me tell you something about the 90s. And somebody in the chat, that they'll be able to tell you. They'll confirm it. There used to be a section in this fan base who we used to refer to as the Kool-Aid drinkers. We would say, oh, he's drinking the green Kool-Aid. I used to be one of them. I grew up as one. Every year I would say, oh, the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. It didn't matter who the fuck was out there. I'm a grown man now. You can't keep feeding me stupid shit, Howie Roseman. You can't. Like, I've seen some shit with this fucking, this team. Do you know this football team almost ended up in Arizona from a gambling, this team has put us through some bullshit. Right. And at this point, as a grown man, I don't believe in the fucking Easter Bunny. And I don't believe in no bullshit. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Bullshit is bullshit.
Bro,
This
you missed
team
the
owes
calling
you
in
better.
life. You realize this, right? What do
You
you?
said
I
what?
don't know what you do for a living, but you are fucking good on here, my guy. Even if people don't disagree with you, you can eloquently say what you're thinking on your mind, man. You're good.
The quarterback position is a thing of beauty. I can still whip a football. And you know, I'm going to tell you something, and people are going to laugh at this and they won't believe it. I'm more than willing to show them what I mean. But I'm used to when I watch, like when I went to go see the Sixers play, it was because Allen Iverson could do things I couldn't do on the court. These are the professionals. This is why we watch. I make it a habit. I still like stay in shape. I'm athletic, even though I smoke like weed and shit. Like I stay on my shit. So my thing is, when I watch Randall and I watch Carson Wentz and Donovan McNabb, say throws like 4th and 26, you know this boy can't make that throw. You could give him 4 straight tries at it. He can't make that throw. He
It's not
can't.
his skill set. No, it's not his.
He doesn't have it. And in the playoffs, this is why balance matters. In the playoffs, you need at least 5 to 6 big money throws from your quarterback. And I'm talking about not just a deep lob down the field. If you look down there and pay attention, the ball boys can do that. Now, I mean, can you throw it on a rope in this northeastern corridor we live in the playoffs with the wind whipping around? And can you do it with anticipation? Can you let go of the ball on the break? Do you have enough confidence? They think it's in the scheme and the receivers. No. Do you have enough confidence in your arm? And I don't blame him for not having that confidence in his arm because I'm looking at him and I don't have that confidence in his arm. I look at some of the throws on this field and I say, well, shit, I'm 40-3. I could make that throw now. Now. I'm making a habit to not complain about a play I don't think I could have made myself. This stuff, some of this stuff is basic. Like some of this stuff, if you look at it like from the all Madden angle, and this is what I want Eagle Nation to understand. A 17-yard scramble is fine, but not if there was a 67-yard touchdown waiting out there, and especially not if it was 2 of them out there. And this stuff happens too much throughout the course of a season. It accumulates. None of these games should have been this close. This roster is the Dallas Cowboys of the 90s. You got the offensive line. We know who our Emmitt Smith is. We know who our Michael Irvin is. Devontae Smith is better than Alvin Harper ever was. He is. He's better than the high jumper. And the Cowboys had a good defense, but it wasn't the number 1 defense. It wasn't the number 1 defense. This is the Dallas Cowboy roster of the 90s. And we got this piss poor offense, and you tell me we got to rob Peter to pay Paul to get past some of these teams? You got to win a girl fight with the Carolina Panthers? That's disgraceful. He's 6'6", and he's sitting right on the bench.
So you really believe Tanner McKee's the answer?
I'll show you some of the tickets I put in. Yeah, I believe it. Absolutely. You know why?
Go ahead.
I'll tell you why. Oh, what were you saying?
I was just going to say we got 8 quarters left. If this team goes the distance and does what we all want them to do and win the Super Bowl, I mean, what are you going to say? Because Jalen Hurts just continues to win. And I hear what you're saying. I deep down, I hear you, and I agree with you. But I'm having a hard time looking past the success that we're having as a team right now.
Well,
that all started when Jalen Hurts showed up, brother. I was born a lot later than you were, but we didn't win like this before Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni showed up.
No, because these Eagles were always a day behind and $1 short. Always. Always. And that's part of my frustration. We had Randall, right? No offensive line for this man.
Nothing, exactly.
No offensive game plan. So I had to see his career get maximized in Minnesota. Right? I said, that's what we could have had here. That's what we could have had here. If the fucking cocaine wasn't so good to Chris Carter back then, and we had an offensive game plan, Randall Cunningham could have been throwing these bombs to him here. Like, there is always something missing. The Donovan era. Andy Reid. And this is why I want Sileo to know this. Andy Reid, and I love him like the drunken uncle. Andy is family. He's family. Overall, I got a good impression of him instead of a bad one with him being a coach here. But Andy Reid, it was time for him to go. It got stale here. He was very stubborn, right? He had a 3-headed back, monster backfield. You had Buckhalter, you had Staley, you had Westbrook. He wanted to throw the ball 50 times a game. You got Stinkston and you got Trash.
Yep.
And you got FedEx. Refused to run the football. Like it got stale, and it was time for it to end. I forget why I was even going into that. I got so much Eagle
No,
shit
it's still a
going on.
good story though. I appreciate you breaking that down for me.
But yeah, like it was his time. Chip Kelly is the reason why Howie and Jeffrey Lurie, he's the reason why they took control of this thing. I called up to Burns and Smithers off The Simpsons. That's what they remind me of. Burns and Smithers. Roseman and Lurie took control of this thing to a point now they're so afraid. Every coach, and this is another thing. I'm going to get off of Jalen Hurts entirely. He is what he is. I say this about him. I want to say something good about him. I don't think anybody works as hard.
Before you go, I'm going to make you say something good about him. So I appreciate you saying that.
I'm going to do it now. I don't think anybody works as hard as he does. I'm going to tell you why it is that I don't like his game. His game to me, okay, so his legs, taking off with his legs, that ability, it's Deontay Wilder's overhand right. That's what it is. It's, okay, so you got this overhand right, and then you go out there and you embarrass yourself with Tyson Fury, and then you want to try to learn how to box. It's too fucking late. Now you're disrespecting the game.
Yep.
Tyson Fury been doing this shit since he was a child. You see what I mean?
Yep.
When you look at Joe Burrow, when you look at Jared Goff, when you look at these quarterbacks around the league, you could go back to whoever, Joe Montana. Most of the best quarterbacks came from Pennsylvania. They came from this state. And these quarterbacks learned. From the time they were like this big. You know what I mean? They were trained how to play the position the right way. If you have athleticism to take off, that's great, but that's bonus. And it only matters if you know how to play the game the right way. You're going to inflict maximum damage on the defense throwing the football. To have a guy gallop down the field and almost have as many yards as you have through the air. Come on, Zander, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Not even on Madden does that happen. That didn't happen on Super Tecmo Bowl. That's crazy. That's crazy.
So I've had a lot of Eagles fans on tonight. Most of them said we were going to win the Super Bowl, except maybe one.
They can. They can. Or they could not. And it's because of one position. I told you, everything else is top 3 in the league.
Right.
This is 29th. Like, this ain't Darwinism. You know what I mean? Like, so, but I want to say this, though. I want to say this about Nick Sirianni. Believe it or not, I'm going to play lawyer for Nick Sirianni.
Holy shit. That's not what I expected out of you.
I know. Watch this. So because of Chip Kelly, Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman took full control and took the reins of everything going on with the Eagles, even the media outlets, everything. They controlled the narrative. At one point, Howie Roseman was going up to some of his employees and confiscating their phones. Do you remember that story?
Dude, I know this because they call me all the time about Sileo. They hate what Sileo says.
Yeah, it got like that. It's a gossipy schoolgirl culture down there at the NovaCare complex. It's a lot of bitch assedness down there. I'm telling you, and it's been there for a long fucking time. Now, the issue is, if you notice a pattern, and I know you have because it's been mentioned, but let's put it together though. All of these coaches have no teeth. You hire coaches. If Doug Peterson didn't play quarterback poorly here, we would have never even known who he was. Like, who the fuck is that? So then you come with, who was it? You got Sirianni. They only hire coaches who can't really speak up for themselves. They're not comfortable with Fangio being in the room. He's the only one that stands up to pick. They're not comfortable with him. These are not football guys. And they got that revenge of the nerds mentality with them and that type of insecurity in them. So now my thing is this. How can I say Nick Sirianni is a good coach or a bad coach if you use coaches like Halloween masks?
Yeah.
You two like to make a bunch of the decisions. You emasculate the man. You made Doug Peterson fire 2 people, and then you made him embarrass himself right after he told the media he would not get rid of those people. You embarrassed the man. So clearly you're in full control. You use these coaches as Halloween masks. Now, at that point, you look at Nick Sirianni. Okay, I know you have no control. We all say that, right? So if you have no control at all over what's going on, now you got to ask yourself, Okay, so there's 32 of these jobs that this man has in the world, and they pay millions of dollars. Yo, I will walk up there and look like the biggest fucking fool because none of this stuff is any morality issue. This is football. If I gotta look like a football idiot, there's countless of them in this city. Fine, fuck it. For that money, who could blame him? But my thing is, how do I know? How do I know that this man doesn't know how to coach? If you look at his resume and you look at his background and what he did, unless you think he's just a complete idiot, to have the experience that he has, and you know he doesn't get to make any decisions, so you're already getting your dick chopped right there. Then you got a quarterback who does not play the game, let's say, however would be nice to fucking say it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to drill into the ground about Jalen Hurts, but you got that type of quarterback. You know what I mean?
I know what you're
So
saying.
it's like, yeah, like it's like you gotta everything is you gotta keep pampering this boy. You gotta everything has to be like. I don't see how we know that Nick Sirianni wasn't Brian Johnson a problem? Aren't we getting ready to see him invite him back home for the NFC Championship?
Another scapegoat, brother. He was a scapegoat. I called that when it happened. They scapegoated him so fast.
They always have a scapegoat. Though. If you recall, you know they used Howard Eskin like a sock puppet. If you recall, before the season started, they used Howard to put Jalen on, really to put the fan base on notice. Okay, we might be trying to scapegoat Jalen, because at that point, Howard Eskin, for the first time ever, said something like, "Oh well, if Jalen struggles this year, then the Eagles might be ready to." You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I remember when he said that. Yep.
So now they're hiding behind these W's like some of these fans. Now, my thing is, we love the sport of football. So let's not just look at W's and shit and L's like we're looking at a newspaper section, sports section. We watch football. We know, like, we're excited about this shit, aren't we? Don't we like highlight plays? Don't we like good football? Look
Yeah.
at these other teams and what it looks like. Like, why can't we have that? So people would tell me, well, it's just about winning. My thing is no fucking shit. Who do you think we're going to win with more? Like more efficient quarterback play or 29th in the league? When you got the easiest situation, you got the easiest office to work in any quarterback in the NFL has. And it's only because Jalen is just now learning on the job. So it's nothing about him. I would take any quarterback who's been learning something since Pop Warner over a guy who's trying to learn it on the job. That's nothing personal. That's only common sense. But he works hard as hell. It's just too little, too late. When I see him, I see Deontay Wilder with his overhand right, deciding, okay, I better learn how to box now. You can't just pick it the fuck up like that. This shit is professional quarterback in the NFL. Are you fucking crazy? You're not going to learn everything those people learned, these great quarterbacks you've seen. It took them years to learn this shit. And I don't understand why his father, who was a coach, didn't teach this boy from when he was a boy.
Bro, I'll tell you why. Because the overhand right knocked everybody out coming up. That's why. He never had to learn, brother.
You got to be able to see past the tip of your nose, though, don't you? I mean, it worked now, but what happens when you bump into, and you know they're out there, every week, damn near, you're going to go up against quarterbacks who have been doing and like what you're trying to learn since they were 9 years old. So it's a thing of numbers and odds because you got injuries. Anything could happen, you know. And then any given Sunday, it could be a weird freak play that ends up on a blooper reel one day. It could be a turnover, like a freak turnover. So you got to do as much as you can to put the odds in your favor in the NFL. And we're not doing that with this quarterback. No way. Even if you look at the game where Jalen went out, you can't even say, oh, well, it was just a weak game for that defense because he was on his way to another stinker in that game. This guy goes whole halves of football with completely constipated offense, or at least pass play. So I'm not saying you can't win with him. I'm just saying we should be blowing these teams out. We should be like something that people get sick of. They should be hating on us like they hate on the Kansas City Chiefs, how they hated on the Golden State Warriors. Some people hated the Showtime Lakers, the Bulls. This roster is that fucking good. It's in South Philly. I've never seen a roster like this. And we're just squandering it for a $50 million a year lie. That's Jalen's bodyguard saying the secret's out. He was damn near giddy. Did you see him?
I saw him.
Secret's out. The Mormon missile. So why was Tanner McKee the one to galvanize this defense? I mean, ragtag crew of misfits defense into the #1 defense in the league and not your starting quarterback. If he couldn't go out there, you mean to tell me, from what you've seen of Tanner McKee, do you really believe he couldn't have got you more than 40-something yards in the first half?
You know what I don't like about McKee? Brother, look, even with what you said about passing, which I don't disagree with, look at the 4 quarterbacks left in the NFL. Another pocket passer bites the dust today. Now, the difference is there's 4 dual threats left. Ain't nobody going to tell you Josh Allen can't throw, Patrick Mahomes can't throw, and Jaden Daniels can't throw. So, but I don't like Tanner McKee because he's a statue, brother. I think the dual threat, I think quarterbacks are now going to be dual threats moving forward, maybe for a long time here, because they just add too much to the game, and I wouldn't want to get rid of that for Tanner McKee. But
I'd rather have a quarterback who can move, but if I got to sacrifice one of those things, either moving or throwing, with this team, I'm definitely going to get, okay, if he came with, Tom Brady was a statue.
Right.
Joe Montana was pretty much a statue.
Different era, but yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, well,
no, I hear you.
They dealt with some worse pass rushes than what these quarterbacks deal with. They had to deal with people like Reggie White. They had to deal with that. You know, going back, you had to deal with people like Deacon Jones. He slapped you on the side of your head until your helmet's ringing. You know,
knock you out of the game, man. That doesn't happen no more.
Yeah.
All right, brother. I appreciate you, man. It was great talking with you, man. I love talking football. You clearly know your ball. You clearly grew up in the city. I can tell you grew up on that old school sports talk, man. It was great. Great having you on, brother. I love having you in the chat, and it was great to put a face to a name.
Yo, thanks for everything y'all do.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Good stuff there from Underdog, man. That was cool. That was really cool. I love talking to people like that. You can tell this guy grew up in the city. You can tell he knows his stuff about the game of football. Whether you agree, this is what I don't understand about some people. And maybe it's just your preference. That's cool. Why can't you guys have a conversation with somebody who doesn't agree with you? That's what I don't get. Like, get this guy off. No, he was great. He was speaking facts. He was confidently saying his opinion and backing it up with his thought process. Why is that such an issue? Because it's not exactly what you want to hear. I thought Underdog was great. I thought he was fantastic. That was my favorite interview of the night, easily. Easily my favorite. And he taught me a lot too. About old school Philadelphia football, media. And you could tell this man's been following the Birds for a long time. He was dope, man. That was cool. Underdog, great stuff, man. If you're listening, I appreciate you. That was really cool. I think I got a super chat during that time. Let me make sure I got it. Riding the bench. Thanks for joining today, bro. Tough to say all that about the old days when they didn't win in the past either. Everyone knows that a Super Bowl validates this era. Past teams underachieved. Yeah, but Underdog talked about why. If you listen to him, he I think people don't listen to, I think someone says something you don't like, and then you start. I'm not saying this is about you riding the bench, but he clearly stated why those teams never achieved what this team is achieving. They were nowhere near as good roster-wise. No receivers, no linebackers, all sorts of stuff like that. And I thought he almost went through every era and told you the issue with every era. He clearly knows his shit. Ramir checks in. Tam was here before Hurts. That should tell you a lot. No, I don't think so, Ramir. I thought Tanner McKee was drafted. I thought Tanner McKee was drafted like 2 years ago. No, 2 or 3 years ago. I don't think so, Ramir. All right, everybody, that's going to do it for the show tonight. I'll take a few more comments and then we're going to get out of here, man. Got you riding the back. I did see it coming early. I should have brought it up with him. My bad. I appreciate everybody, man. That was pretty cool. Appreciate all you guys for joining in tonight. Underdog, thanks for coming in, giving me some extra time, brother. We went 4 hours and 20 minutes tonight. All right, clap it up for JAKIB Nation. That's good stuff. Everybody showed out. All right. Here's the good news. Eagles will host the Commanders for the NFC title game next week. All right. 3:00 Sunday next week, Eagles host the Commanders. So an NFC title game in Philly next week for all the marbles to go and represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. If that doesn't get your fucking juices flowing, I don't know what does. I bet you that gets Underdog's juices flowing, even though he might not be a big fan of the QB. All right. Big thanks to everybody. 495 likes. Wayne the Pain. Look at that. I love it, brother. Fred Block. McKee from Stanford must be smart, right? No doubt. He's Stanford or smart, man. No doubt. You don't go to that school. Thank you for creating this space. Brandon Howard, it was great to have you on, man. I appreciate all your support of the channel. It's been great having you here this year, Brandon. It was cool to have you on the show. Keith, thank you, man. Keith Johnson, thank you, bro, for all your support. Appreciate you. Abe, good stuff, man. Thank you. Ryan, great stuff, man. Appreciate it. Great job, Zander. Go Birds. Philly Don, thanks, brother. Hunter Zander, thank you, Mad Bird. Appreciate it. 501. Good. Look at that, man. Look at that. Mac Main, good to see you, Mac. Jacob can't be stopped. Let's go, baby. My Big Sills voice. Love it. Mac Main, thanks for your support. Tomas, thanks for your support. All of you guys, thank you, man. Thank you. Good stuff from everybody. That's going to do it for the show tonight, man. I'm going to wrap it up. Boy, sometimes when I get to the end of these shows, I'm like delirious. You know, like it's hard for me to end it. I'm thinking about things. I'm like all over the place, but I love going with it. Underdog, thanks for joining, bro. You were really dope, man. And by the way, Underdog, the reason I loved our interview so much is because you taught me some things. You taught me some things, bro, and I appreciate that. Anytime a young guy like me talks to somebody older than them, I always try and learn something from them. They've been through more life than me. They know more life than me. They've experienced more things than I've experienced. They've seen more football than I've seen. So thanks for teaching me a few things, Underdog. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thanks, everybody. That's going to do it for the show. All right, hit that like button on your way out, and we'll catch you in the morning on Birds 365. Thanks, everybody.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The following is a real testimonial from the father of a young injured victim.
I didn't think she was going to make it.
Major Perry's daughter was the victim of a horrific accident caused by someone else's negligence.
If you don't find the right counselor, law firm that you're looking for, you will get lost in the wilderness.
Badly injured? Call the Fritz and Bianculli Law Firm at 215-458-2222 and find out why they say, "We got this."
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong as the #1 health insurer in the region. No IBX is always looking out for you.
We noticed that there was mold creeping into our basement about a year and a half ago, and wanted to make sure that we were getting rid of the problem permanently. We actually reached out to several different contractors to get it resolved, and actually 2 of them recommended DryTech to us as a long-term solution. Other than the noise factor, we wouldn't even know that there was work being done on the basement level. It's really been a clean process for us.
Score and save this football season on your car insurance. Before the next game, save up to 40% on your auto insurance policy. That's right, 40% savings. Call an Audible this season and contact the Del Val Insurance Group. They're an advocate for you, not an insurance company. That means they'll get you the right coverage and save you up to 40%. Call managing partners Fran or Jim of Del Val Insurance, 215-354-0122, or score and save at dvigi.com. dvigi.com.
EAGLES. Eagles.